When I'm with you, I am able to keep pushing my limits, and all the drive that I have, well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew what was missing, and everything that I dread, well, I built a resistance with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you on the ground. You were gone, I wish you'd stay. I could look at you for days. Time was well spent, that's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you. Take your time, not in the fast lane. I understand that you've been broken too many times, but I'll be waiting to mend your wounds from all you've taken. But if we listen to each other, admit our mistakes, then I can show you who I am, because I'm not the same. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you off the ground. That's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you, like a wave returns to the sea into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose, each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season, not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind, like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall you came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing, just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Just like another season.
Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide-y. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under her type, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know.
'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me.
When you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there, I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they sent for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. Hundreds of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they sent for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. turn out. When the lights turn out. You can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too. So complicated, don't mess it up. Feeling frustrated, it ain't enough to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too. from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, I can't help but think that it's meant to be, that I'm finally right where I'm supposed to. If I let you into the secret, would you listen? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, and before too long I found where I belong. I can hear it, I can hear it, oh, I can't stop the rush. Every note I touch, I can feel it saving me. Tell me, can you hear the symphony?
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you?
Will you know? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Will you know? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Will you know? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Will you know? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. I need a scarecrow after what you did. 'Cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did. 'Cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips.
And what's going on, everybody? Welcome back to NECC. It feels like it's been so long. It's only been a week, though, but it is week number 5, and I'm joined by a very special someone today. It's the one, the only illustrious, dare I say, dashing-looking Paladino. How you feeling today, man?
I'm doing good. I'm glad to be here. Like you said, every week feels like it takes too long, but anytime we get to jump back on the NECC, it's a good time.
Definitely so. As already, we're rushing right into things. Honestly, let's just get right to it. We have a couple of teams going up today. This time around, Carroll University, right, is going to be going up against NIU, and I think this matchup in particular, right, it's going to be, it's very dire, especially for NIU, as they are at the moment at the bottom of the leaderboard, right? They are close to facing elimination as these weeks go on. 0-3 at the moment, so this victory is going to be so incredibly big for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's important for both. Carroll still looking for their first series win as well. Both of them in the same spot. They both need this win pretty desperately. And a matchup between both teams who are scrappy and really, really need that win is always going to be an exciting one.
Yeah, definitely so, right? You said they're looking for their first win as well, with Carroll University being 0-2 at the moment. Have a little bit of leeway technically if they were to take the LA, but regardless, who would ever want to take that? But let's take a look at NIU and who's looking to get themselves his first win. Starting up in the top lane, we've got Boostic, 23, Brokaliak in the jungle, Nerval Lobster in mid, RJT Fru, I don't even know how he wants me to say it, in the bot lane, and I Love Taxes. Yes, I'm always looking for these goaded names. I love taxes on the support.
On the side of Carroll, we got Tilted in the top lane, Diodio in the jungle, Green Runner there in the mid, and rounding out in the bot lane, Skytzer and Casper TG.
Definitely. So I'm looking see any goaded names. There's always some goaded names on every single team. Like names that you just love to see where it's like, yes, I get to say this on cast. I love taxes. Definitely gonna be one of them for me.
Yeah, that's a good one. And one thing I always like to point out in games like these is the difference between experience. So if you saw on the side of NIU, a lot of seniors, they only got the one freshman with the good username of I Love Taxes. And pretty much the opposite on the side of Carroll, all freshmen top side with some seniors there in the bot lane. It's always interesting to see how those match up. And, you've got somebody who's been playing competitive for probably 3, 4 years and someone in their first semester. Uh, Usually something I find interesting when we go into these games.
Yeah, definitely so. A little bit of an underdog story maybe coming out in itself, but regardless, pal, let's get into the draft. Bans are already coming underway here. I'm seeing the Aatrox. Really, absolutely no surprise there. If you've watched World even like one day of it, you'd know that this was coming.
Yeah, Aatrox is he's too strong. Definitely one of the most power picks in the game right now. And obviously, we see some interesting bans as well. Ramus banned away, Zach and Nami also taken out of there. And an interesting first pick for Tilted is they're going to go for the Cho'Gath.
Yeah, locking that in. The big boy and the Shen immediately with the response. And I'm already loving the Shen just because there is just so much pressure. You know how they always say an unused Shen ult is almost more dangerous than a used one because the amount of pressure that comes out from it in level 6, it's quite daunting.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, just like you said, just the thought that Shen could show up at any time is definitely going to be very, very impactful. Any top laner that has that global ultimate, Shen, GP, people like that, can wildly change the face of a team fight. So we're gonna see the Broncoliac Hecarim locked in, responded with a Volibear and a Yone there on
Dang.
the opposite side.
A lot of fighting getting down and the Vex being locked in immediately. I like that already. A lot of zone potential coming out, especially to make sure you can get this Yo and make sure you can get the Volibear off your backs when they're trying to get right on top of you and just take you out.
Yeah,
What's that ban?
absolutely.
Who's banning that? Who banned my boy? What is this? What is
Uh,
this?
Echo Ben Seraphine banned away as well. When Vex first came out, Yone was the one who could not play against this champ. One of the biggest counter picks into Yone at the moment and has been for a long time. Vex kind of fallen out of the meta just a little bit in recent times with those nerfs that came out when she came out, but still pretty strong, especially in matchups such as this one. We're going to see Caitlyn picked up for RJT Fru. Responded with a Misfortune Amumu. Very strong kill lane there in the bot side.
I was about to say, we went from something that's been falling out of the meta to something that is absolutely just in the middle of it at the moment, where Caitlyn constantly being banned out. We're constantly seeing the Misfortune, the Amumu as well, and the Rakan coming out from I Love Taxes. I gotta get your thoughts on that. I'm curious how you think that's gonna fare into the Amumu Misfortune lane.
Rakan is I like the champ a lot. I think it's okay into Amumu, not super fun, but provides some good engage and some good deal as well. Any champ that can go Shirelius is usually going to be pretty good with a Hecarim. Their engage tools are strong. With Hecarim, obviously you have Shen with as well, and then Vex looking for the resets. But both sides, pretty strong when it comes to the 5v5 team fight.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm seeing a lot of fears coming out right now. I'm looking at the Hecarim, right? The onslaught of the shadows. I'm looking at just the Vex passive in itself. Going to be able to interrupt a lot of these things that are going to be coming out from, the Yone, from the Volibear. Hell, even you might be able to stop the ultimate coming out, the bullet time from the Misfortune.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I'm a little concerned about potentially on the side of Nerval's Lobster and them on their team is Tilted's Cho'Gath. Will they
Mm,
have enough damage to take him down?
true.
If Caitlyn gets super strong, there's a chance. But Caitlyn notoriously has that really low mid game where you get those two items. If it's Gale Force into Rapid Fire Cannon, you're kind of low damage. And I don't know if they have enough upfront burst to take down the front line of a Cho'Gath, a Volibear, and an Amumu.
Yeah, definitely. So I love the cleanse coming out from RGT or RJT, excuse me, coming out. Obviously, he's got to have that right with the Amumu with that double bandage toss. You get hit from the first one and you don't get out of there, you're in for a bad time. You've got the Volibear stun coming out as well. Of course, that does kind of leave that opportunity. Maybe some kind of cheeky level 3 gank comes out from the Volibear, right? Instantly burn that cleanse and then just allow Casper to try and capitalize on that later on.
Yeah, I mean, if a Caitlyn has to play without sums, it makes it so much harder. Obviously, we've seen Caitlyn in the meta. She's very, very strong. But Caitlyn has to play almost to perfection to really kind of build on those leads and get a lead for themselves. So if you blow that cleanse early, you blow flash early. Once you hit level 6 on the Amumu and the Misfortune, that's almost guaranteed a kill.
Yeah, Yeah, definitely. So I'm just, oh Lord, if I'm looking at the team right now, I'm already just envisioning Vex just sending it with the Shadow Surge. You get the shield from the E and then the Shen ult on top of it. My guy Nervo Lobster is just going to be unkillable if he decides to go in, if they can get themselves relatively ahead, of course.
Yeah, I mean, and I've seen the Nervo's Lobster Vex before. He's very, very good, gets a lot of resets, gets the job done. And into this team, if he gets CC'd chain, potentially it makes that stop. But when you have a Shen, it just provides that extra level of security
Yeah.
that can allow for some big pop-off moments.
Yeah, definitely so. And just level 6 in itself is going to be so huge for, honestly, both of these sides. Right? You're looking at that Volibear, right? The ultimate. Being able to turn off those turrets going to allow for so much dive opportunity, especially with, for example, right, the Yo and Fate Seal go right in, just knock them up, nothing they can do. And like we keep on talking about, right, it's going to be such a huge focal point. Boost stick on the Shen. Is he going to use that ultimate, or is he just going to hold onto it constantly, really just apply pressure that, oh, you're trying to go for my boys in the tower? Guess what? I've clicked R, and now you're screwed. Your whole plan is in shambles.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and obviously this change came in a long time ago, but with the TP changes, can't TP to anything but a tower for the first 14 minutes. With a Shen, he can just TP to his teammates. It makes the job a lot easier. So going for dives post level 6 is very, very difficult. And in the mid lane, it should be a pretty gory one, pretty fight heavy mid lane. Both of them going for the ignite, looking for those solo kills, looking for the 1v1. Yon, obviously a character who really wants to scale, but can apply some pressure early. Vex the same way. Should be very exciting, not only in the 1v1, but in the 2v2 with jungle pressure as well.
A lot on the line here. And Paladin, I got to ask you, man, looking at the comps itself, who are you going with, man? Is it going to be Tilton and the rest of the gang for Carol, right? You've seen their lineup. Or are you looking over at NIU? I personally, I can't give it to NIU just because they have my boy. I'm not going to lie. I'm a little Tilton. I'm a little salty.
Sure, that's fair. That's fair. I think I'm gonna have to go with Carol. I think their comp is a little easier to execute. At a certain point, when both these teams are looking for their first win, it's not at all a bad thing to say, "Hey guys, let's just pick a roster that is press R to win," and that is what they have. Volibear ult on top of a Curse of the Sad Mummy with a bullet time layered on top. Press R and win can get the job done. I think while there is some things that are difficult to execute, to a certain extent, obviously Yone, fairly mechanical, but he's another one of those that has such an impactful ult that I think their comp is just a little easier to execute with.
Yeah, definitely. Like R to win is what I'm seeing there. And NIU need to get a little more crafty, especially with how much is on the line for them, right? If they're going 0-4, it's going to be so incredibly difficult for them to claw their way back into a position where they don't have to worry about being eliminated. They'll have a little bit of time, but regardless, it won't be looking too good for him. It is a best of 3, so game number 1, obviously, you can just use that, kind of feel things out, but it definitely feels good if you've got that cushion from the first win.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that first win, not only does it give you the cushion, but it gives you the momentum. You need that momentum to go into game 2. Don't see a ton of series go to game 3, and, if that game 1 is definitely a factor when you know that you can beat these guys. You've done it before. It gives you that extra level of confidence. I won't say anything too crazy here in the level 1, just a 5-point from both sides for the most part. But obviously, I wouldn't have been surprised to see something like an engage from Casper on the Amumu to see what they can get done.
Yep, definitely. Listen, I'm always big for action. Not gonna see anything makes me a little sad, but we're just gonna be building the tension now. Obviously, we do see Dio right in that bot lane. Curious if he's gonna look to stay there, but opting most likely to pat top, or do you think he's just gonna be going back and forth, just farming up, trying to hit that level 6 as quick as possible?
I mean, if he starts red, you're going to assume he's going to path top, but I don't think there's any good point in doing so. Pathing into a top lane that's Cho'Gath Shen, neither one of those really having kill potential for the most part. Whereas if you blow sums of Fru on the side of Carol on his Caitlyn, it makes it so much harder. And they've already given themselves a fairly difficult lane. Caitlyn really thrives in those lanes where you can apply early pressure. That's why you see those Caitlyn Morgana, Lux, Karma. With Rakan, you don't have that as much. It does provide some more engage, some more CC, but if they can blow the sums on the side of the Caitlyn, then it makes those Volibear ganks even easier with the amount of CC chain that they have between him and Casper's Amumu.
It could be huge. Gonna have to wait and see. I was a little worried for a moment that blue was gonna reset. I was like, dude, don't do it. Like, don't let it reset. This game's already over. Like, might as well just remake. But no, it's all gonna be okay. But yeah, like we were talking about, right? A little bit of that less engaged gonna be coming out with the Rakan here on I Love Taxes. Not as much sort of, guaranteed push that you usually see when you pair up the scaling, like you mentioned, with, for example, something like a Karma.
Yeah, I mean, it's still not too bad. I like the potential for the engage and then the peel as well. Gonna start the W again, a little bit of damage on Skyzer's Misfortune, but nothing too crazy so far. But some action at the top lane.
Okay, I thought you told me there was no kill potential coming out here. Bandage toss gonna
That's what I
land.
thought.
I love tactics. Bit of damage coming up, but yeah, Boosting already getting dropped considerably low. Had to drop the flash as well, and so that's gonna be out for the next 5 minutes. They can maybe look to capitalize onto that one. Dio is on his way up slowly but surely. Tilted might be waiting for some. It finds the knockup, finds the damage, but not quite enough just yet. Get them lower and lower.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, you already blew his flash. You can pretty easily force him off of the wave. Starting the Doran's Ring definitely helps him out a lot, and I think my thought of there wouldn't be any kill pressure maybe just comes from we don't see Cho'Gath that often. I kind of forget that E is so strong into melee matchups. With the slow, with the enhanced damage, land the Q for free. Blows the flash. We'll see if Dio is going to maybe favor towards this top lane now that his top lane has gotten off a reset, but some fighting in the bot lane.
Oh, I love Taxis. Gonna go down, and the first blood goes right, and that's that problem. If you're the first to engage, especially with that Rakan, Casper can just wait, hit you with the bandage toss, and there's nothing you can do. Goes over to the hands of Skeetzer, and they're sitting pretty in bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, no sums blown, but you do give 400 gold over to a Misfortune. We've seen plenty of Misfortune here at the NECC, and it always looks very, very strong. Not a good start for the side of Carol.
They're not looking for something here. Q3 not quite going to land here on the Nerval's Lobster, and so gonna have to go back to his body. Goliath was there as well to try and lend some assistance if needed, but not going to look like it's just going to go ahead shoving this wave on in. Not too much action just yet in this mid. Let's see a little more.
Yeah, nothing crazy so far. The only big difference that we talked about, I mentioned a little bit earlier, the Vex as the counter pick into the Yone, and you can see it in the farm numbers alone, 22-9. Doing such a good job of abusing this ranged into melee matchup, zoning him away with the Fear. Once you hit level 3, especially going in with the full combo with Electrocute. Really doing a good job of grabbing as much farm as he can and making sure Green Runner cannot get any.
Yeah, I mean, talk about the CS difference. Look at the health difference as well. Green Runner has to use that Soul Unbound just to get a measly little amount of farm. And even then, it's not too much. Has to be constantly careful. Because, you know, you get hit with that one full combo, it's lights out for him, and they're almost hitting level 6 as well. So if that Shadow Surge lands, Green Runner would definitely be in a bit of a precarious situation.
Yeah, I mean, with still access to the Ignite for both sides as well, Nerval's Lobster, if he can land a Fear with an E, full combo QW Ignite probably kills if he stays with this level of HP. And you can see how it's changing the jungle's pathing as well. Dio feels like he has to hover the mid lane just because he's so low. And it's not great. It's not what you want into the Caitlyn matchup, but some fighting now in the top lane.
Indeed, tilted in a tricky spot here. Boostic trying to buy as much time as he can. Brokeliak is here now, shoving him away. Nowhere that Tilted can go. No one to help him. Flash. Oh, but he might just be able to escape unless they can catch up to him. The slow comes through. It's not looking lucky. The Feral screams that they can't use the abilities, but they're still gonna find him.
Yeah, very close. Nice flash. Almost works out. But once Brokeliak pops the Ghost, able to secure that one. It does go to the hands of the Hecarim. Not bad at all. The Shadow Surge just misses. Could have been a solo kill.
Yeah, Ignite, but he doesn't even need it. Down he goes, but the Fate Sealed almost allowing the turret to finish the job. But Nerval Lobster says, I don't need no ulti. I just need Ignite in my autos.
Yeah, it gets the job done. Now fighting your bot as well.
Oh my god, can we catch a break for a minute to just talk about something, please? Gonna find a bit of damage onto I Love Taxes. And just dash on out of there, so it's gonna be safe for now. But regardless, Casper is just such a menace in this bot lane right now.
Yeah, doing a good job, and that's what you want from your Amumu. Early engages, getting the job done. Already got the first blood for Skeetzer. Doing a great job applying pressure. They do have a small CS lead, but will be recuperated here with this wave. We talked about that 1v1 in the mid lane going in favor of Nerval's Lobster. The Fate Sealed nearly getting the job done. Important, Green Runner held onto the Ignite. It might have finished the job, but holding onto it, won't get it back. Does pick up the Vamp Scepter for some more sustain in lane. We'll see if that impacts anything, but Nerval's Lobster spiking on that Lost Chapter. Even more damage going to be coming out of this Vex very, very soon.
Definitely so. Drag is up. Gonna be Hextech Drag. No Hextech Soul. Big stage. I cry. As long as there's not a Cloud Soul, I'll be content. I won't say anything. But regardless, no jungler looking to pat to it just yet. Looking to grab it just yet. As not really any states that they want. Have it, Skeetzer. Damn, it's gonna double up. That hurts. And honestly, we thought for sure that we were gonna see a lot of push coming out from RJT and I Love Taxis. But honestly, Casper says no.
Yeah, he's just not letting them. He's applying a ton of pressure, doing a great job playing around those bushes, not giving them any vision, and then getting those sneaky engages as well. But some fighting now mid as Broccolite can look on a Green Runner.
Yep, Green Runner with the flash over the wall. Ignite as well, gonna utilize it. Dio's here as well. They're looking to go into Broliac. Nice little stop onslaught over the wall. Gonna be able to escape that one. Mima on the top lane. Rupture lands. We'll say though, level 6 is available for boosting, so that does add a whole nother level now into the Rift that you gotta be careful.
Yeah, absolutely. That play in the mid lane, so unfortunate. Broccolite's E on the Hecarim just expires before he can get the pushback.
Finish toss doesn't land quite yet either here. Nice knockup coming through. A lot of damage, and I Love Taxes just barely getting out of that one alive.
That is the benefit of the Rakan into Amumu. You can get stunned up, and as long as you got access to E, you can dash on back to your Caitlyn. But it does blow the Caitlyn flash. This lane becomes even more gankable now by the Odio, especially with the Stormbringer on the Volibear.
Really? So still hold on to that cleanse as well. Doesn't want to use it unless it's an absolute necessity. In top, though, Tilted once again in a tricky spot. Has that Devour enabled, but needs to find the damage first, and he's looking for it. But look at the damage coming out here from Broccolite and Boostic. Gonna grab themselves the kill. They will at least trade the dragon for his life, but will go down.
Yeah, it was a nice try from Tilted. Gets some damage on the Boostic, but once that taunt lands, not able to use the Devour. But still plenty of time for him to keep scaling up on this Cho'Gath, and Green Runner is hoping there's time for him to get out of this lane. He's just being bullied by Nerval's Lobster.
Yeah, he's like, listen, can we just stop lane? Can we just swap now? Like, I'm done here. I don't want to play anymore. It's not any fun. He can't step up to the wave. Look at the farm differential. A good 40 farm ahead for Nerval Lobster. Nothing that Green has been able to do. Dio is here. But when you look at Green Runner's HP, he's so incredibly low that I don't even know if they're going to be able to find anything. Fate Seal does land. Actually huge. The dodge, the Shadow Surge. The ulti comes out from Boostic, but it's not going to be enough. Ignite will still finish the job, though. Down goes Green Runner. Broccolite trying to find something up to Dio. Nice stun shield, though. It's not looking likely that he'll find this kill. Dio knows that, and so he's just going to look to push the wave in.
Yeah, does a good job, gets on out of there. We saw the Shen ult come through, but because Nerval's Lobster got to his gray screen vacation first, the Shen not able to come through and pick anything up. But they do go 1-for-1 with Green Runner dropping to the Ignite. Not bad, especially for the side of NIU, but you still need this Yone to pick up some more farm, get more involved. Yone really reliant on getting those 2 items, and with 27 CS at 10 minutes, it's going to be really, really hard to get to that point.
Definitely so right now. Definitely all eyes towards this bot lane right now. Casper, Feature, once we see them roaming around, right, looking for those multiple member fights, that's when I feel like we might see NIU still stands a chance. Right now, I mean, mid lane, really, Green Runner, not much he can do. Bit of damage coming out, though. He's not going to go down without a fight. Mew on the bot lane, though. Speaking of fights, to the person sad, Mummy bullet time coming through. They're tanky, but it's shredding through them. Charm comes through, but they find themselves. Casper, Skeetzer is still pumping out the damage, and goodbye, good night, baby. Boom, ace in the hole.
Incredible play from both sides there. I Love Taxes with a nice engage with the quickness. The full-timed bullet time, excuse me, I thought would get the job done, but just not enough damage. That's exactly what you want. You want 2 kills on your Caitlyn, who already has a bit of a CS lead. 2 free kills, you get Broccolite involved as well. You're going to drop the Herald. This is exactly what I want to see, giving some of that extra gold to the Caitlyn. Like I said, struggles in the mid game, but you can really inflate them with this much gold, get all 5 plates in first tower. It makes the game a lot easier for RJT Fruit.
Yep, and inflate them they will. Taking a bit of time to take up the turret. Green Runner's here, though. Oh, just not going to find anything with the ulti, though. Needs to go back to his body, but Skeetzer will find something, and it's going to be a kill, and they're looking for 2. I Love Tax is going to go down as well. And oh my gosh, Skeetzer with the triple kill.
Yeah, they try to inflate the gold into RJT Fru's pocket, but they overstay. Green Runner says, hey guys, I'll take any chance I get to get out of
Next
the mid
fight,
lane, but
maybe?
Nerval's Lobster.
Yeah, Flash coming out. Bullet Rain is still going to land, slowing him down a little bit as well with the smite. Was able to fear away Dio. Needs to keep him off his back. Doesn't want to get stunned. But, oh my god, Casper just says, yeah, you know I got CC2, right? Hits him with the bandage toss, puts him in the dirt. Skeetster's 5-1.
Yeah, they overstay trying to get the tower. They get the tower, but at what cost? He just gave a Misfortune 4 extra kills. Definitely going to have that Kraken Slayer finished in base. And now we see Fru already having it as well. I mean, it's so close, but that engage from the side of NIU with the nice turn. You get the roam down from Green Runner. That makes the game a lot easier for him now. Still down quite a bit in CS, but getting involved with some more KP is going to give him some gold as well.
Really feeling like NIU took the fact that I said we'd be looking over at this bot lane a bit too much to heart there. I didn't say go ahead and just get a triple kill. No, 4 kills actually over to Skeets. I was just saying we need to see you perform. But hey, they take those and take them. They did. Gotta point out, obviously, like you said, right, Green Runner still in not the best spot. It's been alleviated slightly, obviously, with some of those assists coming through, but you could see, right, just the lack of damage, especially with him missing the Fate Sealed, and then the auto attacks really just didn't do anything, and they had to wait for Skeetster to actually pull up and find the damage that they needed.
Yeah, I mean, I love Taxes going for good trading on Casper TG. Won't result in much, but I mean, exactly. Yone desperately needs to get to those spikes with his crits, and if he doesn't have that damage, it's just not going to work out.
Speaking of damage, though, I love Taxis is hitting a lot, and Skeetster's here to the party once again. A lot of damage comes out. They find themselves one. Shadow Surge in, though. Down goes Casper. Shadow Surge once again, double kill, and they get the triple. Not quite. Still going to go down, and just like that, NIU is slowly but surely falling. ARJT is also going to go down, and now Nerval. Get down, Mr. President Ace, and the whole lands, and Nerval gets the triple this time around.
Triple kill for the Vex. That's going to finish off the Ludens. Important to note there, the shield still went through, but Shen ult got canceled. Tilted, canceling away the Shen ult on the Broccolaic. Changes the tides of the fight, but it still goes in favor of Carol. And getting the gold on a reset champ like Vex is not something that Carol's going to complain about.
Yeah, definitely not. Obviously, some kills still did go into the hands of Skeetster, but that shutdown does go on over. Skeetster now 7-2. Oh my god, I think probably going for that LDR almost has that finished up as well. But you do look at Nerval Lobster, right, 5-2. You look at RJT 3-1. They're also looking a little dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, everyone on the side of NIU now pretty scary when it comes to at least the mid and the AD carry, but the AD carry for Carol very strong as well. Item and a half. Does have a slight advantage on Fru, not as big as I would have expected after all those kills, but we're going to see Nerval's Lobster now with the completed Ludens, no access to the Shadow Surge. We'll see if they want to fight this one out over the second Drake of the game.
Question here, Boostic isn't there, and no Stand United either, hasn't even have TP, so there's no way for him to get down to this fight if they do end up needing him. Trying their best to apply some pressure, looking to go in with the quickness as well. Can they steal away the drag? No, they can't. It's going to go into the hands of Carol. Bullet Time finds one, they find themselves two. Broccolaic running for his life and just barely not going to give that kill on over to Green Runner, but you know what they will get? RJT, and you know who it's going over to once again is Skeetster, 8-2.
Yeah, I mean, the Amumu picks up the shutdown onto Nerval's Lobster, but with that big engage, the Curse of the Sad Mummy layered on top with the Bullet Time, it's so hard to fight, especially in a 5v4. You mentioned it, no access to the Stand United makes it so much harder, and Tilted just going to TP back top as well to make sure that Boostic cannot keep pushing as this bot tier 1 will fall to the hands of Green Runner and Skeetster.
Carol just getting absolutely everything on the map right now with that turret down as well. Looking to get this mid Dio, though, got a little overconfident there, stepped a bit too close. Still, the turret is going to get him pretty low, has to back off, so that mid turret is still going to be safe, but the Rift Herald is not looking very safe. I'm seeing a lot of pivoting towards it, and Dio probably, yeah, going to go ahead and start that one up. Obviously, Nerval Lobster and Broccolaic are in the area, so I have to wait and see if they look to try and stop him, and it's looking like Nerval's just giving him that death stare like, listen, buddy, you don't want to do this.
Yeah, they'll stop him for now, and I really think the only reason they can is because Green Runner is still in base. But if you look on the side of Carroll, they've already rotated their bot lane up. We'll see RJT Crew and I Love Taxes still pushing away in the bot lane. Rocket Life looking on Speedster.
Spot though. Yeah, flash over that wall. It's gonna stay alive. And now Casper in a tricky spot gets ignited. He gets slowed down, but he's too damn tanky. Never mind, bro. Kalaic says, "Sit down and stay sad, little mummy boy." Takes him out until they'll find themselves at least one pick. Not gonna be Skeetzer, so they won't be able to cash in that shutdown. But regardless, that's still a very big threat off the board for now.
Yeah, I mean, that's their engage tool, at least the easy one with the Amumu off the board. We'll see if they want to try to push their advantage, either get something done in the mid lane or maybe look towards the Herald, but Nerval's Lobster are going to be forced to flash with the roam down from the Cho'Gath.
Indeed, he is. Dio is trying to defend this turret, but realizes he's going to have to turn around and run if he doesn't want to go down. Ace in the hole gets dropped. The quick is not going to find him. Never mind, dashing over the wall, and he's in a world of hurt now. Smite to try and get some HP back, but it's not going to matter. Boostic going to find himself that kill there.
And Boostic now 2-0-5, grabs a shutdown for himself. Still down some CS, but he's done a good job getting involved in these team fights. And with 2 Dragons now on the side of Carroll, NIU to try to grab their neutral objective for themselves. As we see Broccolaic hovering towards this Rift Herald, but not going to opt to take it yet. So many people there in the mid lane. We'll see who decides to strike first.
Yep, definitely the question. Now, RJT gonna go ahead, hit the back button, needs to get back to base, buy some more items. Is fairly close, honestly, just about same level as Skeetzer. Doesn't quite have that full second item just yet, but only lagging behind very slightly.
Yeah, I mean, in this case, the one thing I really don't like from the side of Carroll is I really want to see Green Runner go into the side lane, go bot. There's nobody picking up those waves. They're losing so much in Golden XP with nobody getting anything done as Green Runner finally goes down there. He's still waiting for his first item. He needs the spike on this, at least on the shield bow. If he's able to side lane for the next few minutes and get that first mythic before this third Drake comes up, it'll make the fights a heck of a lot easier for him. Hopefully, obviously, he's also getting these waves uncontested as we see Nerval's Lobster go into the mid lane as well. Herald's still up. I'm surprised nobody's gone for it yet.
Yeah, definitely so. Broccolaic, though, bit of a tricky spot here. Gets hit with that Q3 Fate Sealed Lance, and he cannot get to the Blast Cone in time. Down he goes. Green Runner still doesn't get the killer. Someone give my man a kill, please. Just give him one.
Yeah, he needs something. He definitely needs some more gold in his pocket. We need to see that shield bow finished come out soon for the Yone. Unfortunately, Broccolaic never want to give over a kill like that, but won't affect with the Drake timing very much. We'll see if it'll at least be a 5v5 as RJT Fru now coming up to the top lane to try and defend this tier 1 alongside Boostic.
Yep, there, I Love Taxes as well. Does get spotted out by that ward, though, so ultimately nothing quite going to come out of it here. Meanwhile, Green Runner trying to find something on Nerval's Lobster here instead, just clearing out NIU's jungle, grabbing themselves some type of gold, extra experience. Drag up in 30 seconds as well. Carroll has been doing great of stacking it. They'll be on Soul Point if they grab themselves this one. Broccolaic, though, I don't know if that was the move, bro. Was the blue worth it? I don't think it was. He's getting lower and lower, but doesn't quite go down.
You get your blue. Did he get his blue? I'm not
don't think he
actually sure.
even did. I don't think he did.
I don't think he
man.
got his blue. And you lose every. You don't have ghosts now. You don't have access to the onslaught of shadows. Now you're pretty much forced to give up this soul point for the side of Carroll. I really don't like this decision making. It's just a blue buff, man. You'll get another one later, man, I promise.
Listen, bro, it's about the principle, okay? We can't be giving those over. Show no weakness ever, as Green Runner's not going to be showing any weakness trying to find something onto Nerval Lobster, but he just doesn't do enough damage. Shadow Surge into the line. They'll go 1-for-1. Broccolaic says, I don't need any ulti to make things happen. They'll find themselves Skeetzer as well. They'll find themselves Boostic. Go Dio, last one standing. He's gonna go down as well, though, and NIU is not falling today.
This time it's the 5v4 in favor of NIU. We see Tilted holding on to the TP. Opts to just push away in the top lane. They do get the Drake, so they are on now Mountain Soul Point, but we get some more gold now in the pocket of Green Runner's Yone as well. A good fight coming out from NIU as they'll knock down this mid-tier 1, but now you really have to put a lot of pressure on making sure you can fight every single Drake. If you give up first 3, you're pretty much on a 5-minute timer where you're going to have a pretty well-executed team fight and not give up any more, especially when it comes to something like a Mountain Soul on the side of someone as tanky as a Cho'Gath and a Volibear.
Definitely so. The ultimates will be up at that time if they don't look to use it elsewhere, but 4 minutes is still quite a long while to Tilted. Look at him, man. He's getting pretty damn big. Was able to grab himself that tier 2 in the top lane as well while things were going down to drag as the Sunfire. And he's got the Fimble Winter. My man is about to be a chonky boy.
Yeah, he's going to be hard to kill, and even with Faru going for the LDR second, a good pick into someone like a Shogath, Volibear, and a Mumu, you're still only on 2 items and looking to probably go for that Rapid Fire Cannon third. With no Infinity Edge, those auto attacks are pretty much just going to tickle Tilted's Shogath. It's going to be really, really hard, but if the game goes late, it becomes much easier.
Definitely. So, now, going down another 3 minutes still before that guaranteed fight looks to happen. So a little bit of a time to find some more here at Dio. Doing out some of that vision, looking to just push on through this wave, going for that 1-3-1 setup. Nice to see Green Runner right in that side lane, like we talked about. Needs to get his money up, needs to get that farm up, just about to hit 100 farm at least as his first item. Now we just got to see him get a little more.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 2 components of the Infinity Edge. We need to see that one finished, especially before this, with this Drake Soul coming up soon. If there's no IE on this Yone, he's going to be a heck of a lot more useless than if he's got those 2 completed items. We'll see if he can get to that point. I do, like you said, I'd like to see him side laning, picking up farm. We're going to see some vision cured out here by Brockalayak. We just need to see Green Runner, like you said, he just needs to get his money up. You got to get that gold in the pocket. You need that Infinity Edge on map. It makes you so much more useful.
A bag needs to be secured pronto, has another 2 minutes to do so before that drag spawns up, as just keep pressure in this Baron, clearing the vision out. Really just trades in these lanes going down here. Nothing too crazy. Both teams don't want to engage just yet. Looking to save up all those key summoners, key abilities for that dragon fight. So I feel we're really gonna get to see the tide turn. But Green Runner, you can't farm if you're dead, and they're looking to make that happen. But it's Q3. Allow him to get out of there. That tier 1 is still standing. Tilted's been doing a great job of keeping it alive, and so Green Runner should be safe for now.
Yeah, not bad. He gets out of there just fine from the Hecarim gank. The only thing I don't really like from the side of NIU is I really want those solo laners to swap which side lanes they're in. You have the access to Stand United and TP on the side of Boostic. Nerval's Lobster's got nothing. If they get some picks and Carol decides to go for this Baron, it's going to take Nerval's Lobster a heck of a lot longer to get up to the top lane, whereas it'll take Shen 4 seconds. He just presses one of 2 buttons. I want to see that change made ideally, just in case, you have some mispositions or you have a fight go over on Baron. But now with only 1 minute left on this Drake Soul, we'll definitely see some fighting over this one.
Clock is ticking. Dio gonna go ahead and hit that back. Those last minute purchases, no pun intended, with 1 minute left on the clock. Green Runner still in that side lane. Farming up, is getting ever so closer to that IE. I'm a little worried it won't be there in time, but we're gonna have to wait and see. Has been really just farming it up in that top lane. Probably looking to head for the back here. I'm still gonna stick around for a little bit. Gonna get that extra gold in, but 40 seconds left on this drag. Curious to see if maybe, we just see objective trade coming through. Right, Carol just says, okay, we can afford to give this one drag over, go for the Baron instead, or if Carol is just gonna look to dominate and take everything on the map. And from the setup, I think we have our answer here.
No.
Brockalayak, he doesn't know. Banish Sauce lands. Onslaught of Shadow Stand United is going to keep him alive. Shadow Surge into the masses. A lot of damage coming through. Never mind. It's oh no, call an ambulance, but not for me. They find themselves that first pick, looking for 2. Skeetzer is going to go down, eat the dirt from Brockalayak. Green Runner tried his best. Brockalayak goes down, and Skeetzer is going to stay alive for now. So they will go 1 for 1 at the moment. Nothing too crazy with that drag still up. Obviously no smite for the side of NIU, but they don't care. They're starting this drag up regardless. Look at those low HP bars, especially from I Love Tax. It's going to make it very hard for him to go in. I'm looking at Tilted, has the Devour available, and they know that. They need to back off here, looking for a Rupture. Big coming through. Green Runner picking up that first kill. Looking for more here, though. Tilted is just getting auto attack after auto attack in from RJT, and the shutdown goes through. They find themselves a pick, and so Dragon is still going to be stalled out for a little longer. Nerval is Lobster, still looking for some more here. Ult over the wall from Dio. Dio trying to get on to Boosting, but can't quite find it. It's going to be up to Green Runner, but he's getting lower and lower. Q3 is going to miss it, so he has to back off. Dio incredibly low as well. How has no one died yet?
Man, catch your breath. You've been talking for so long. These fights are insane. We're going to see NIU finally start to take this Drake. Dio is practically forced to base. He will be there in the fountain. So NIU can breathe for a moment as they pick up their first Drake of the game. They stop the soul stack. I mean, so many low health bars, but so few people actually dropping in the team fight.
Yeah, and I mean, we got to see that Caitlyn, especially right, we talked about, especially during the draft. You asked the question, are they going to have the damage to take out Tilted? The answer is yes, if you allow RJT to just stand in the back line and just keep sending out those autos willy-nilly. And they did exactly that, and the damage was coming through, and I feel that really allowed them to take control of that river and actually hold their ground and persevere.
Yeah, I mean, they did a great job. If you can keep everyone off of RJT Fru, now that he's on 3 items, he is going to do a ton of damage over time. He just has to make sure he's safe from an engage. And they've got some pretty good fuel techs. Of course, you have the Shen. Hecarim doing a good job as well. We saw Nerval's Lobster popping off there with the big ult. And a nice Q3 from Green Runner in that last fight as well. Really changed the tides, but not enough as NIU pick up that Drake. We'll now see them start posturing towards this Baron once again.
Indeed, only a matter of time. 4 minutes for this drag. Seen some pings coming out already. IE so incredible. There we go. IE getting picked up from Green Runner. Right as I say it, now he has that. You're going to be able to do a little more damage because we saw in that fight, especially right, Green Runner was kind of the one who had to lead the charge during that sort of midsection of the fight where everyone was kind of low. You see him try to go in, then he's low himself and has to back off. If he had a little bit of that extra damage, I feel he could have done a lot more. And so the IE is definitely going to allow him to do exactly that.
Yeah, the Infinity Edge does so much work, especially on a character like Yone. Now we just need to see Infinity Edge finish on either of these 80 carries. I don't know what Skeeter's going for his 4th item. We're going to have some fighting now in the top lane.
For the kill here, but the rest of the gang is here. Carol looking to put the jungler of NIU into the dirt. A nice rupture lands. The Devourer lands too. Fate Seal's gonna get flashed away though from RJT. He knows he cannot get caught out, and so he will stay alive. But they do find Brokoliak. That's the mandatory smite down as well. And it's looking like this Baron won't be long for the war, but Nerval's Lobster trying to find the assassination here onto Green Runner. Get down, Mr. President! You're gonna see the ace in the hole land. Shield Bow gets procced, and it's gonna allow him to stay alive.
Green Runner 1 HP makes this fight a little bit harder, but there's only one person on either side with access to the smite, and they're doing so much damage to this Baron. Let's see if Nerval's Lobster is able to get anything done. Does have access to the Shadow Surge, but health bars aren't really dropping for Carol.
I'm looking at the quickness is available from I Love Taxes. Maybe they look to try and find something. Shadow Surge. Here's the mass. But the ball time comes through. It's too damn much. I Love Taxes goes down. They find Boo Stick as well. Going in with the Shadow Surge. But you went into your own grave. And they're going to find everything. And they're going to find the Baron. Carol says, listen, man. Stay at the bottom of the leaderboard. This is our game to win.
Yeah, great work there from Carol. Green Runner doing a good job outputting a ton of damage. And of course, the bullet time on top of the Curse of the Sad Mummy is too much. And that gives that 4th item that I was questioning. The Collector finished up. Brokoliak trying to stay alive. Whoa!
Dude, he's running circles around them. He's like, listen, man, the fight's not over till it's over. Ulti gets dropped from Dio, but Brokoliak, like I said, he's just running circles around him, left, right, center, dashing up, down, center, and he takes them both out. A double kill. This man was a soccer player in one of his past lives because the footwork was immaculate.
Yeah, incredible work there from Brokoliak. I didn't know if he had the damage, but when you go this carry Hecarim build with the Mura mana, he's outputting so much, even onto the tanky members of Dio. And of course, Green Runner on Yone out damaging him as well. That's a lot of gold in his pocket. Won't get it on map yet as he clears out this bot wave. We'll see what he's able to finish and what he's going to go for 4th. We're still waiting for Infinity Edge on either of these 80 carries. We see Skeeter opting for the Collector 4th. I really don't love this pick into the late game. I think Infinity Edge is going to be so much more valuable, but when you're 11-4, you've already snowballed. It's not too bad, but with this Drake coming up in a minute, I would have liked to see an Infinity Edge prioritized over a Collector.
Definitely. So I got to get your thoughts on Skeeter, obviously, as well. With that Mortal Reminder, but you look over at the side of NAU, really not too much healing coming out except from Brokoliak, obviously. Do you feel the Mortal Reminder was really needed, or could have we seen that pivoted into something like an IE, like a lot of damage coming out?
Yeah, I can't lie, man. I kind of hate it. I think it's pretty bad. I don't think you need attack speed on Misfortune. If you do, I don't think it's Mortal Reminder. Like you said, the only real healing is from the Hecarim and in his innate healing, you're really not going to stop all that much just with the way that champ functions. Infinity Edge is infinitely more valuable than Immortal Reminder in this one, but Tilted might be in some trouble here as Broccolite trying to make a play. But this Drake is spawning in 8 seconds, so this guy has about 10 trillion HP.
Oh my god, dude, they're doing everything they got on him, but they can't take him down. It's finally gonna eat the dirt. Down he goes to RJT. Huge Fate Seals into the back lines. You see the Curse of the Shadow Lord as well getting dropped. RJT just barely staying alive with the stance united, but you fall united as well. Down he goes. Nerval Lobster gonna go gold. Dio waiting, trying to find something. Barely finds the damage. Gonna crush the back with the ultimate coming through. And Boomstick needs to retreat. Broccolite was able to survive with just barely 1 HP there to his name, but it's not looking good. And in fact, Paladino, it's looking to me like Carol is about to grab themselves the soul.
Yeah, this is Mountain Soul if I've ever seen it. Hecarim does have a flank, but he's got about 5 HP. Green Runner gonna try to zone him off.
That's gonna be tough here. Nothing really he can do, and he knows it. Has to admit defeat. Does not want to go down and give the shutdown on over, and that is going to be the Mountain Soul. And I'm looking at the side of Carol, and that's got me worried, especially I'm looking who just left base. Tilted, man, he was big before. Now he's even bigger.
Yeah, when you finish that Gargoyle, you've got a Mountain Soul on top. It's going to be really hard to kill this guy, but Broccolite, he's taking a risk here fighting Dio. He's very low.
Yeah, listen, man, we've seen him pull the upset before, but I don't think this is that time. The turret not quite gonna find the kill there. And so Broccolite, I don't know how he does it, but he gets out with just a minuscule amount of HP every single time, it seems.
Yeah, he's forced to pop the Ghost, but he does get out there. Got some healing from the W on that minion wave. Baron spawning not for quite a while, but now with access to this Mountain Soul, Carol can pretty much do whatever they want. They have so much pressure to get some vision in either the top or the bot side jungle and keep pushing out these waves. But a lot of damage now coming out from the side of NIU as well. Everyone pretty much on the same spikes.
Yeah, really been a back and forth this entire game right now. It's getting close, man. I feel like we are on the precipice of just that like last fight that kind of tells us how this game is going to go once we see all 5 members once again look to brawl it up as we see this mid lane is getting absolutely shoved down. Baron up in a minute and a half, so we're already seeing some of this vision getting placed and prep work getting started up. I'm looking over at RJT, right? Still doesn't quite have that IE, and neither does Skeetster. So once that comes online, the damage numbers are just going to be through the roof.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm either one of these teams, what I'm hoping that either Skeezer or RJT Frew are saying is give me anything that will give me gold. Let me finish my Infinity Edge.
I like
please,
money.
I need it. Yeah, if you finish this Infinity Edge, whoever finishes it first, well, honestly, if either of them are able to get auto attacks off, can drastically change the fight. But if neither of them finish it, they're going to have much less impact. We'll see what happens here. Baron spawning in 45 seconds, and the vision definitely belongs to the side of Carol.
Yep. So that top pressure being mounted as well. Mid and bot, not so much. So that's going to be a little bit of breathing room here. But Broccolite not going to be given any sort of favors. Has to drop the ult. He does get smited up. Dio trying to chase him down. Looking for him. A lot of dashes coming through. He's still going to survive. They'll stand united getting dropped as well. They're looking for something, and they found themselves. I love taxes. Looking to find themselves Broccolite once again. I don't think he's escaping. No, he's not. Chomp. Devour comes through. The rupture onto Nerval Lobster as well. They're going to go ahead and grab him as well with the bandage toss from Casper. And that's going to be 3 members from NIU down. And Carol says, screw the Baron. We want your base.
Yeah, Broccolite, my man, you're on the wrong side of the rift. He's forced to ult away. No engage tools, boost sticks, Shen, ult, stand united, cannot do enough. And now so much damage coming onto these towers with such fed members. It looks like Carol, like you said, who needs the purple worm when you can just take their base?
Yep, it's going to be up to RJT and Boostic to find something here. Huge ulti coming through from Dio turning off the turrets. RJ just barely escaping, but both of these turrets are about to go down. So much damage coming out. Tilted takes out I Love Taxes. Boostic's looking to be next up on the menu. Down he goes. A double kill for Skeetster. Give him the triple. Nah, give him the Nexus. And with that, Carol are going to grab themselves game number 1.
Great game from Carroll. Like we said, when you have those press R to win champs, they did just that. They executed very, very well. Tilted holding his own in the top lane. And then, of course, from the side of Skeeter on the misfortune. And even Green Runner saw some struggles in the early game, but came back, got those item spikes, and did a great job. They picked up those early Drakes and secured themselves the win.
Yep, definitely. So never gave up. We talked about how, Skeeter and Casper, they were going to be the ones especially that we were going to look at. And we got to see quite a bit of them this game. It feels like a lot of triples, a lot of doubles coming out from them. Overall, very nice. You press R and you win. We saw it once again. And with that, NIU in a very tricky spot. It is a best of 3, so that means obviously they do still have a chance. But now NIU has the tall task of winning back-to-back. And I got to ask you, Paladino, do you think they got it in them?
I think they got it in them. You just got to hold on, stay alive. They had some moments that looked pretty good. We know Brock Elias Hecarim is very, very
True.
strong. Just some mispositions. If they can work and get that bot lane a little bit more fed, or even just snowball one of your lanes to a point where you can take more of those neutral objectives, the game's a lot easier. Sacking those first 3 Drakes became detrimental. You're forced to fight those. If they don't have that, this game itself could have been much more different.
Definitely so. Well, NIU is going to have some time to think things over as we're going to throw it to a quick break. And then when we're back, we'll get right on into draft for game number 2. Don't go anywhere.
Inside my head, oh, you're just a ghost inside my head.
go there, but I am safe and I am warm. Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep up, no time to late, to drift away. I find my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again, and as I fall I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
All right, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm still here. Palladino is still here. Both of our teams are still here as well. But with Carroll University picking up that first win, they've got the easy pass now, it feels, that they can send NIU home packing empty-handed and grabbing themselves their first win if they can grab themselves game number 2. And Palladino, if I'm the coach of NIU, I'm coming to you right now. I'm asking you, please, share your wealth of knowledge, Palladino. What do we do to get ourselves the first win on the board?
I mean, I really don't think their comp looked that bad, at least on the top side. I like Broccolaic Hecarim. I think the Vex pick is pretty good as well. I just need something stronger bot side. I don't think the Rakan Caitlyn were really able to do much throughout the entire span of the game, and then especially into a Misfortune Amumu lane. I think that's where you switch things up, and I also I want to see more pressure in the bot side as well. Misfortune became such a problem, but if you shut that down early with Broccolaic on whoever he decides to play, it could make the game a lot easier, give you that game 2 win, and give you some momentum going into game 3.
Definitely so. So maybe Broccolai needs to chill a little. Don't go for that blue buff if it's a
Yeah.
1v3. Sometimes you just got to take the L and give it over. Maybe, it is what it is. But yeah, definitely, like you said, that bot lane was such a critical point, right? The Amumu Misfortune was just decimating a butt. Let's get into drafting already. Amumu's being taken off the board, so that's not going to be on the rift this time around, Palladino.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, Amumu is just a strong champ. We saw him really popular last Worlds. We're seeing him be popular this Worlds. Just so much CC. Misfortune going to be banned away as well. I think another good one, really high prio pick, does so much damage and just has a pretty free laning phase that if you take that off, we'll see. You're kind of telling Skeeter and Casper, hey, you guys got to prove that you could do something else. I don't like that. Don't mind that decision making at all.
Yeah, want to take that off the board. And on the flip side, seeing the Vex as well as the Shen ban. The Vex was looking very strong. Green Runners was like, please, I don't ever want to have to do that again. Just get it out of here, right? Get it off the board. They do that. And the Shen as well. We talked about how big Stand United was. Each time it was up, we saw it be used. Obviously, it didn't end up translating into the win for them. Unfortunate, but it was still very helpful trying to turn the tides in their favor as we do get into the picks themselves here. We're seeing something already completely different. The Ornn and the Belveth, as well as the Mordekaiser and the Udyr. These are two completely different teams, it feels like.
Yeah, wildly different. Definitely more dependent on lane. I like the Mordekaiser into Ornn pick. Mordekaiser notoriously good against those tanks. Gonna do a good job. And then we got the Season 12 champs in Belveth and then sort of Udyr with the rework. But very, very strong there as well. We're gonna see Nervous Lobster still opt for a mage, picking up the Victor. And Green Runner now gonna go towards the Silas, another one that we've seen be incredibly popular at the highest levels of play at Worlds throughout every single region.
Definitely so. And obviously, I like that pick so much as well because you're already looking over at the side of NIU, right? And if I'm Silas, I'm thinking, oh, some spicy ults for me. The Horn, we take those. The Chaos Storm, we take those. It's so definitely going to be a very different showing, I hope, this time around as in comparison to game number 1. Obviously, still somewhat different pick, not being on the Yone this time around, but with the Silas. But hey, I'm curious to see if he can get it done as we're moving into the bot lane. And the Xayah and the Lucian getting picked up. Very different. The
Well,
Sona, what is this? Dude, who are these
yeah.
teams?
Lucian Sona is one we don't see very often. We'll see Skeeter go for the Zaya and Casper TG going to pick up the Seraphine. So we've got Sona and her duplicate of the Seraphine on the opposite side, but pretty interesting comps. I mean, definitely much different bot lanes, not nearly as engage focused. Uh, Neither side really has super fantastic or easy to land engage, with the exception of Boostic on the Ornn with the Ornn Horn. And I guess technically you have that as well. Green Runner can always take that away for himself, but both sides really need to focus on how they execute this game. You don't have that really press R to win for either side anymore.
Yeah, that definitely feels like Harold's like, listen, we showed you we can do it now. We're gonna show you something real. We're gonna show you some mechanical class coming out from them. Now, obviously, I'm looking at the Encore gonna be falling in with the Ornn Horn. That would hurt quite a bit if they manage to pull that off. And with the Death Realm as well coming out from Tilted, going to be able to select any one of these 5 different targets. Obviously, whoever he chooses, whoever's probably a bit more ahead, make these fights a lot easier for the rest of the squad. So I'm curious to see who he's going to be prioritizing taking into the realm.
Yeah, I mean, and we talked about it last game, or I talked about it going into this one. We needed NIU to really focus on getting those neutral objectives. You give those first 3 Drakes, it makes the game so much harder. We never saw Herald picked up. I'm sure we won't see that again with Broccolaic on the Belveth this time. But when you try to fight neutral objectives against a Mordekaiser, it's pretty hard to secure him when he just takes your jungler into the Death Realm. I mean, obviously, we might not see that early on in those first 2 or 3 Drakes, but if they decide to prioritize that, and just stack those up, it makes the game even more difficult, just by giving them that extra security of the scaling of the dragons.
Yeah, same kind of thing as when you got that Poppy, right? It's like just send
Yeah.
your jungler out and like, oh, well, okay, I guess I'm not going in for the Smite fight because I'm back in my fountain all of a sudden. It is what it is. It is what it is. But I'm liking the Ghost actually being out right now for the Belvet. That's not something I've seen too often, actually.
Yeah, it's not too bad, I don't think. I mean, Belveth's gonna do pretty well with the enhanced movement speed. I think having Flash isn't bad either, just for Flash W, but because that ability is kind of weird, you can't really buffer it, you can't W Flash. It's not too bad. We're gonna see no Flash for either junglers in this one, but of course, Udyr with the Ghost is much more common.
Yeah, definitely so. And then absolute mirror in this bot lane here as well. Skeetzer and RJT both with that flash heal. And then, of course, the exhaust coming out here for both supports, especially very important with that Lucian, right? That early game damage, especially, you've got to make sure you can mitigate that. Because if you let him get ahead, you're done. Just go to a different lane. You're done.
Yeah, most definitely. I like the exhaust pickup quite a bit. We're going to see Ghost in the mid lane for Nerval's Lobster as well. Pretty strong. I think it's very good on the Victor. Green Runner once again opting for the Ignite. So only 1 set of TPs for both sides. We'll see how that's going to affect the game. Obviously, I mean, when you talk about scaling, things like that, it's pretty good for the side of NIU just because you have the Ornn. If Boostic can hit level 16, level 17, and give those enhanced mythics over to someone like a Lucian or the Victor or even a Belveth, it makes those fights so much easier just because you have an excess of stats.
Yeah, definitely. So, and really, obviously, I like as well with that Victor being dropped in, really kind of giving the opportunity to Carol, like, what are you going to do? You're going to build the MR and make sure that Nerval can't take you out, or you're going to build the armor to make sure that RJT and Broccolaic can't take you out. So really, it kind of puts in that awkward position where, you know that one side is going to screw you over. So you kind of need to take like the worst of the 2 evils. And honestly, both Nerval Lobster and Broccolaic looked very menacing in that last game.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, we know they both can do well in abusing in the early game and get themselves a lead. We'll be interested to see. I'm honestly really interested to see what Dio decides to do on the Udyr. You can have a variety of different builds. You can go full tank. We saw early on when he first came out, full tank with a Medjai's. I think even last week, I even saw in NECC, we have Divine Sunderer builds on Udyr, and that looks pretty viable too. He outputs so much damage. They're definitely both something that I think can work. It's a matter of kind of how the games go. And also, we'll see who they decide to prioritize in those laning phases and where these 2 junglers try to go to get their lane snowballing.
Yeah, definitely so. Because, I mean, honestly, especially if you are this Udyr, there's so much potential for a gank, honestly, on either one of these lanes where you've got the grass coming in from the Mordekaiser looking to pull them in. You've got the upscan and abduct from the Silas, right? You've got the beat drop as well from the Seraphine. So if I'm this Udyr, it's easy pickings right now. He's like, oh, I can literally go anywhere I want, and I should be able to pick up a kill or at least make sure that some of these summoners get blown.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and I want to see the prioritization to do that. You want to blow these summoners. Don't give anyone an easy laning phase, and especially with someone like a Zaya and a Lucian matchup. We know Lucian going to be able to abuse in the early game, but Zaya usually does pretty well in those late games when she scales to those 3-4 items. And then obviously with both supports, I definitely think we'll see some grievous wounds prioritized. Senna and Seraphine both going to want to sit back and heal up their team, but either side, I especially think in this bot lane, could really be a determining factor in who takes this one. And obviously, NIU hopes that they're able to send this one to a game 3.
Definitely so. I think it's very important to point out both of these teams looking for their first win entirely in this whole tournament right now. And it's even more dire for NIU as right now they're sitting at 0-3. They are at the bottom of their bracket at the moment. They're facing elimination if they can't start getting these wins, so this is incredibly important for them. And with Carol, you can see that little white blip. They already picked themselves up game number 1, and for some reason you didn't see it. It was such a nerve-wracking game, back and forth. Carol was able to take it in the end. So honestly, it's a good sign, because that definitely means that NIU stands a chance. So this time around, they just need to dig a little deeper, and they should be able to find themselves their first W.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's not like last game was a stomp. NIU had moments of greatness, just weren't able to get the job done. We will see junglers start on opposite sides, and I like this a lot from Dio. Starting on his red buff, pathing down towards the bot lane. If you can abuse this Lucian Senna, it makes your game a lot easier for the Zaya and the Seraphine. And of course, Seraphine is always going to outrange someone like the Sona, and I think even Zaya slightly outranges the Lucian. So should be able to get themselves push. I would have liked them to try and get that level 2 a little bit earlier, since they didn't have to leash. I know you do like to fake leash. It's not bad. Don't exactly give away where your jungler starts, but if you can get push, it makes his job a lot easier, and potentially ganking you later on at those level 3, level 4 moments.
Yeah, definitely so as well. With that Udara, with the Blazing Stampede, that's just free CC for you. And honestly, that's such a good setup. We've seen what Skeeter can do. And oh my god, the mid lane, Nerval Lobster getting lower with the flash under the turret. Green Lobster very low as well. It's just purely gonna get out. That's what I want to see though. Some action in this mid lane. Level 1, level 2. None of this just handshaking the farm. Well, it wasn't really a handshake. It was more just Nerval Lobster saying this lane is mine. But regardless, this is what I want to see.
Yeah, I like the action a lot. I think Green Runner just tried to overplay his hand a little too much. Had a good play, had the ignite, got the flash, but instead trades a bunch of his health bar down, flashing himself. But if he holds on to that one, I mean, that's a free gank for Dio, but now it's just a little bit harder. We'll see, knowing now that this Victor has no sums, could be pretty difficult for him to play, but does still have
a lot
CS
of damage
lead.
coming through here. Flash, double flash getting dropped with the heal as well. So that's going to be a lot of summoners burned to make sure that I Love Taxes stays alive. Skeeter, most importantly, still has that flash and heal, and Casper has that exhaust. So if they look for another fight, another big trade, they should be able to win out on it. But for now, no kill is going to go over just yet. It's tilted. Look at some damage as well. Like you mentioned right now, Mordekaiser are doing great into these tanks. The obliterate damage, especially from the Q, just hurts so damn much. You can see the pivot coming through from Brokalayak. He's on his way into that top lane. A lot of low health bars. Curious to see if he can make something happen. Obviously, we'll have that knockup available. Only time is going to tell. Looking to go in here, finds the knockup. Airborne tilted with the flash though. Should be okay. Still has that grasp available, but just stays a little too far in. Brokalayak picking up the first blood.
Yeah, great work from him. I honestly thought that Tilted was going to be able to just walk on out of there, but a nice dash back in on the Q. The E outputting a ton of damage, gets him first blood. Pretty good work. Gets the full clear. Actually skipped his Wolves and his Grom. Does grab himself first blood, so a ton of gold, and now Nerval's Lobster is in trouble.
Oh, yeah, once again, he finds himself in a bad spot, but they won't get him. Nerval Lobster will not go down. Dio with the stun, but they won't find the damage needed to take him out. And Nerval, okay, listen, that is the most Giga Chad mid laner I have ever seen. Bro stepped up, saw the Ips gone, and said, what are you gonna do? Throw it out. You won't. And he just sidesteps it.
Yeah, nice work from him, but now with no access to either of these summoner spells, he does have to be pretty careful, but so does Green Runner. He's taken pretty dang low. Neither mid laner taking a reset just yet, but some pretty aggressive action of the mid lane, and Tilted gonna abuse Boost Stick as much as he can, knowing that he does have a little bit on him with those boots, but the Null Magic Mana will block some of that damage as well on the Ornn.
Definitely. So, drag is up. His first one, Carol, known for stacking those drags, especially in game number 1, almost getting all 4 with absolutely no contest. And they're looking to run it back. The ping's already coming through, but this time around, NIU knows that something's going down. So they are aware that it's being taken. Don't have control of that vision of the river, and don't have vision, I should say, either, which is incredibly detrimental as they're slowly looking to push on in. Dragon about halfway there, hasn't reset just yet, but look at the damage. Skeetster once again looking to pump it out. I love taxes getting taken lower and lower. The mid laners are here as well to do battle, and we might get to see our first little scuffle coming through here. Dragon's low, 1k HP, 600, 400, down it goes, and it's gonna go over to the side of NIU. They find themselves a first kill as well. Brockalaic about to eat the dirt, down he goes, but it's gonna be yet another one for one. Skeetster in a corner goes down as well. I love taxes and Norval Lobster looking to run down Casper. Gets at least one root with the beat drop, but he's getting dropped into the dirt as well, as the kill ends up going to I Love Taxes, even though they tried to buy time for RJT to grab it.
Yeah, RJT picks up 2, even though I Love Taxes grabs the kill on the Seraphine, but a nice job from them. I thought it would have been more doomed. Brockalaic came into that fight a level down from Dio, but gets the steal, secures the first Drake, and a bunch of kills as well. 5-1 now for NIU. Pretty good early game, a lot better than the first one we saw from them in game 1.
Yeah, a level down, but his smite was up and he used it perfectly. Steals the drag on away. So with that first drag under their belt, they just gotta keep it going, keep that momentum up. 5-1 right now. They're sitting pretty. 2-0 on Illusion is something that you never want to see.
Yeah, not if you're a Carol fan. Lucian at 2-0 already with the Dune Quiver. Pretty good farm as well. Doing a great job giving himself a lead. Does now have the pickaxe as well as that dagger, getting dangerously close to finishing those items. We're going to see the ult used for wave clear here, but Green Runner's going to use it to try and get a solo kill. Looking at a Nervous Lobster.
Looking for the solo bolo, but not quite going to find that damage just yet. Needs a little bit more in the tank, but Green Runner, at least he's showing us that he's not going to be taking the abuse this time around that he suffered from in game number 1. Won't quite find it, but hey, it's a good showing.
Yeah, he's doing a lot better this game. Obviously, we don't have the CS deficit we saw last time, applying much more pressure. I will say going for the solo kill is a little hard to do when you've only got a Kindle gem in your inventory, but I like the pressure, doing a good job staying up in CS as much as he can.
So tilted, trying to get up in CS here by getting some more here. Kill maybe, but quite find it yet. We did see Dio was actually in that jungle scouting up, trying to find out Brockalaic's location. It's his bot lane damage coming through. RJT needs to be careful not underestimate the damage that Skeetster and Casper can both output. Not quite level 6 yet on either of these supports, so we're still waiting for that to come online. But I Love Taxes, that damage coming through from the Q, that hits like a truck.
Yeah, it hits like a truck, especially when you've got Sork Shoes first on the Sona.
Oh, true.
looks like we might be going AP or some sort of variant of it. I think it's okay. I don't love it on Sona. I think Sona does a lot better with just full normal support build. But if it gets you the win, it gets you the win. We'll see what they're able to get done here. Junglers now hitting level 6. Not as important on the Udyr, but it is crucial on the Bel'Veth for those resets. We'll see. Play around these neutral objectives. Gonna try and go for this Herald first, and Dio's on the wrong side of the map. This one should just go over to NIU.
Yep. Like it, Brockalaic started it up, and you love to see it, right? You've got that early tempo, that early pressure. You do everything in your power to maximize it. NIU knows if they give Carol an inch, they're gonna take a whole damn mile and look to take game number 2, and NIU cannot afford that. They have to win back to back, which is a pretty tall order, but said it yourself, they still are up for the challenge, as that Rift Herald ain't gonna be up for too much longer, waiting to see whether or not it did end up. Yeah, it went down to Brockalaic, so they do secure themselves that. And Dio is like, listen, I'll take the L, but I'm taking your jungle with you.
Yeah, I mean, not bad. You're on the wrong side of the map, not much you can do. Is he?
And he's gone. Oh,
he's back.
Okay. I thought he might survive for a second. Oh, actually, everyone's dropping like flies right now. Dio, no, come back. And it is going to be a pause. So most likely they're going to have to fix that. We'll throw it back to us, it seems. So to talk about it a little bit, but that's a little unfortunate. I won't lie.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate aspect that happens every once in a while. Green Runner doing so well in this one, but or so well so far. But if you DC, there's not much you can do to respond. Nerval's Lobster, he takes advantage. He gets the kill. But overall, so far, I like what NIU's doing. I'm very glad to see they're prioritizing these early objectives. You get the steal on the first Drake. Rift Herald is incredibly valuable, probably the most valuable it can be when in the pocket of a Belveth. You get true form, and obviously you get those little gremlins that come out when you drop it as well. We'll see where they try to prioritize putting that. I would love to see it given to the Lucian lane, snowball that even more, and give him some more gold for those important spikes. But we'll see what happens soon. I'm sure we'll be out of the pause sooner rather than later.
Yeah, listen, as long as we don't see a run back of game number 1 where we saw that Herald get dropped bot and they grab themselves the turret, but then all 3 of them die, I'll be quite happy. But we've seen before, obviously, what RJT can do if gets that gold influx, and this time around especially, he's gonna want that on that Lucian, right? It's like he hits so incredibly hard.
Especially at those early levels, it's hard to match the power of a Lucian. And, even though you don't get it with the Nami like you normally do, the Sona still provides him the access to his passive, applying a ton of damage. And when you hit that Gale Force spike, or even Kraken Slayer, if that's what you decide to go for, at level 7, level 8, he's going to be doing so much damage. And really, everybody doing a ton of damage in this one so far.
Yep, indeed, as we're still waiting for said issues to get fixed. Just end up being internet issues as you're back to us, and I think we're gonna cut it to just a quick break. The overlords of production just told me so. So we'll be right back as we get those things fixed up, and yeah, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, I'm feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above, just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it.
All right, and there we go. We've got the internet issues fixed. Everyone's back up on the Rift, and we're getting right into the action. Nerval's Lobster here getting run down by Dio. Flash and Ghost getting dropped, and I like it. We're getting back in. We're getting into the action.
Yeah, right away, waste no time. Blows out both summoners. That should help Green Runner a little bit here in the 1v1. Picking up those early Sork Shoes for some damage as well. Also helps out to dodge out on those skills in the range versus melee matchup.
Definitely a so here. Dio heading on into this top lane. Curious to see if he'll look to find anything, or if he's just looking to grab himself that scuttle grab there. A lot of vision has been getting dropped down, especially from Carol, which has allowed them to make a lot of these plays. But same can be said as well for NIU, right? They were able to once again spot out Dio, and you can look at Boostic's positioning. He knows he's in that area and he's in the jungle. so he is going to opt to actually just going to go on over to NIU, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking good so far with an item finished already for Broccolite, picking up that really early Blade of the Ruined King before 11 minutes on this Belveth. It makes your job so much easier. Still holding on to this Rift Herald. We'll see what they try to drop it. And Green Runner trying to get something done here, but he's in a 1v4. He's just going to grab the Sona ult and walk back to the mid lane.
Yeah, can't quite find anything there. That's the second drag going into the hands of NIU. They're looking to pull a Carol here and start stacking up these dragons and making sure that they get them all under their belt. Bit of a weird call. I guess they just didn't want to fight it and just said, like, you know what? Okay, we're just going to give it over with Dio being in that top lane with like a couple of seconds left on the drag. But, I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, Udyr definitely wants to scale up, but...
Run, I love Tax's run. RJT with the dash, but still gets stunned down. There's so much CC coming through the Encore. Finds both a charm. One shutdown goes over. Can we make it two? Yes, we can. Down goes I love Taxes as well. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Tilted healing up quite a bit. The shield getting dropped, but boosting. There's a lot of damage. That shield coming through until they're going to keep him alive. The Owen Horn's getting dropped, and Boostic's looking to send it on in. Broccolite is here as well. Double flash getting dropped. Boostic's going to get dropped as well, and now it's all up to Broccolite. Won't find the knockup. That Obliterate hits so hard. You can Royal Maelstrom as much as you want because it's actually going to keep you alive, and he finds himself that kill there. And in the mid lane as well, Nerval's Lobster dropping the Gravity Field, dropping the Chaos Storm, but he's about to get dropped as well. Setting up the kill for Green Runner. Never mind, Dio wants it.
Yeah, just give it over. Don't try to risk anything and have Green Runner drop again, taken so low. I honestly thought Broccolite might lose that against the Mordekaiser, but gets the job done. Drops the Herald, and he eats a ton of plates as well. That's an even bigger inflection of gold into Broccolite's Belveth.
Definitely so. Already has the Blade of the Ruined King. Talking about. Speaking of influx as well, look at that bot lane. I'm looking at a lot of plates that are about to go into the hands of RJT and I Love Taxes, with both Skeeter and Casper having to slowly make their way back. These are the three members of this team that you don't want to see all this gold going into early on.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, when you get the gold early on into someone like even Belveth, Lucian, and Victor, if they snowball the game, it makes it so hard for the side of Carol to play, and really no one doing that so far on the side of Carol. Skeeter has picked up his Kraken Slayer, so done pretty good so far, but still looking for that biggest component on Green Runner. No Lost Chapter picked up for him yet. The Rylai's has been finished on Tilted, which helps him out in the 1v1 especially, but NIU definitely in full control of this one. And I talked about it a little bit earlier. We talked about Sona into Seraphine. You definitely need heal cut. I was unfortunately incorrect, as both these supports are going full damage, full AP.
Yes.
We're going to see the Hextech Alternator on the Sona, the Lost Chapter picked up for Casper on the Seraphine. So, you know, they could sit back and heal up their team, but instead they're just going to do a bunch of damage, as we'll see the Horn not land.
Not gonna find anything, and now the counterattack's coming through. Green Runner cannot run far enough. Down he goes into the hand of Broccolite. He's got that true form, and it's up to Casper to hold this turret. No minions there, so not gonna find anything, but Dio's there as the camera cuts back to the top lane. No, I want to see what happened mid, but nothing did happen. So instead, in the bot lane, something's gonna happen. Skeeter trying his best to find the kill. He brings back the feathers. He'll find at least one kill before he goes down to I Love Taxes. That's that full AP Sona for you.
Yeah, I mean, full AP Sona definitely when you with that Hextech Alternator doing a ton of damage, but a nice E from Skeeter on the Xayah. Goes 1 for 1, picks up the kill on RJT through. I don't know if Nerval's Lobster's ult just came up after he landed the E on Casper, but not able to get the job done, as we'll see them continue pushing here in the mid lane to try and knock down this mid tier 1, as it's just below half HP. Will be a Cloud Soul with that third Drake spawning in just under a minute, but Boostic in some trouble.
Yep, he's in the death realm right now, looking to run in the turret, but Obliterate just shatters all his hopes and dreams. Broccolite is here as well, and there's nothing Tilted can do. You got all those tanky stats for more, but it's not enough when it's a 4-1 Velvet chasing you down.
Yeah, I mean, he gets the job done, cleans it up. Unfortunately, the top laner of Boostic will fall, but I'm not sure I love this by Broccolite. I don't hate that he's picking up some farm, as Green Runner now going to try and match here and defend this top tier 1. But this Drake spawns in 20 seconds. It doesn't look like Brockalak or anyone from NIU are going to try and prioritize it, as Dio is looking in the bot lane, but Brockalak just going to knock down this tier 1, and now Green Runner does not have those defenses.
Yep, no, he does not. Boosticks here as well, and he is angry. Not going to find the knockup, but they don't even need it. Brockalak picks himself up yet another kill. 6-1. Boosticks going to be allowed to push this top wave into the turret, and all Carol's going to get for that, a cloud drag, unless of course RJT and I Love Text have something to say about it. I would love to see something happen. I'm just gonna say AP Soda, you never know. They're looking, they're hovering, Cullen gets dropped, not quite gonna find the steal. Nervous Lobsters here as well to apply a little pressure. They're gonna have to let them go.
Yeah, won't get the job done, and really I don't hate it from the side of NIU. They get those first two. They got the first Rift Herald, and after you make a play top like that, you're already up there. He goes ahead and grabs the second one, so good work from Brockalak. We'll see what they try to drop this one. The only tower left, at least tier 1, that's still up for Carol is there in the mid lane. We're going to see Casper and Green Runner attempt to defend it. We'll see what Brockalak opts to do, is how he's on 2 items. Typically, we see that Blade of the Ruined King then go into a more tank or bruiser build. He's going full damage, picking up the Immortal Shield Bow.
Yeah, listen, man, you don't need HP if you just absolutely murder your targets right off the bat. Just take them off the map, and he's looking to do exactly that. Obviously, you know, you will have the shield from the shield bow, and of course the passive giving you, I believe, 70 HP for every completed item. So in a sense, you're gonna get a little bit of tankiness out of there. Probably gonna average around 200 plus HP once you're in that full build area, but it's still gonna be a lot of time before we reach that. And speaking of reaching, it's looking to me like NIU are looking to reach that mid-tier 1 and take it down, dropping the Herald as well, so it's guaranteed to be taken out. Question is, will they be able to get that charge into the tier 2 as well? 4-man stack from Carol here. They're looking to hold the line, slowing down the Rift Herald, but no one can walk up to grab it, so it is going to crash on in, and that's going to be a lot of damage getting dropped down, and a lot more pressure mounted. Also coming out, finds a couple of targets, but that's really about it. Green Runner, though, looking to send in an Encore, not going to find anyone, and Nervous Lobster's ulti is actually still going to find Casper from the back of the fight. He doesn't even have to be there. That's what we call passive income, baby.
Yeah, nice work from Nervous Lobster. Drops the ult this time and gets the job done.
I love taxes, man. It's that AP Sona for you, baby. Still gonna go down. They will go 1 for 1, but the turret's gonna get dropped down as well. The Golem gets dropped, and they find themselves another kill. Make that one 2, Paladino. NIU wants this game. They want this turret as well, but Tilted is gonna say, no, you cannot have everything. You can't have your cake and eat it too, but I think they can. The cake's looking juicy, and the tier 3 almost falls so close, but not quite gonna find it. RJT gets grabbed here with the Nether Grasp, but so much damage. Tilted gets dropped, and with that, it's another kill going over to NIU, and the turret does go down. Oh my god, NIU are looking absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, NIU look like an absolute steam bullet train coming down the middle lane. They just absolutely run over Carol. They knocked down 3 turrets, and I love the decision not only to not overstay, but to keep the inhib alive. Taking down that inhib, I think, would be the wrong call, but Dio now looking on Brockalak.
Cursed him, man. You talked about overstay, and they find Brockalak. He's getting lower. Never mind. I lied. Okay, he does go down. We'll at least take one out with them. Boostic dashing in here. Hijack Hornhorn. Gonna find 2 knockups, and that's a triple kill going into the hands of Skeeter. That's exactly what they needed.
Yeah, and this is what we saw in game 1. Skeeter picked up that triple kill in the bot lane, this time in the topside jungle. This is not what you're looking for if you're NIU, and this is a must-win game. This Xayah is about to get so much more stronger, probably has that second completed item now. We'll see what that Zeal is going to build into. The Essence Reaver has been finished for RJT Fru as well, but with this Drake spawning at a minute and a half, we need to see NIU play for this one even more. Overall, a good play. I think the only issue, like you mentioned, I kind of did caster curse. They overstayed just a little bit. Got a little greedy for the red buff. But not too bad as long as they're able to keep this one in favor of them.
Yep, the circle came to a close. They found something good, and then they overstayed, and the triple kill went into the hands of Skeeter. Question is, how big is the circle? Are we going to see the rerun of game 2? Still a lot of legwork going to be needed here from Carol to catch back up. Still a lot of CS difference coming through, especially in this mid lane. Once again, Nerval Lobster, right? Just look at that, 50 CS up. And then you look at the kills as well, the 7-2 Bell that almost had that 3rd item completed. Most likely going to be the, now I forget it, Spirit Visage. There we go. Gonna give him some more of those resistances against, especially Tilted. It's looking rough for Carol, but
Yeah.
they definitely got that. They got that dog in them. They got that fight in them.
Yeah, they definitely can turn it around. We saw them do it in that last team fight, but Green Runner, he's in some trouble.
That's not how you do it, man. Green Runner gonna go down. Dio trying his damnedest to keep his boy alive, but he will pay for his brother's sins as down he goes. Skeetser with the flash ulti to try and escape, but RJT says goodnight, I'm hunting you down. Needs one more auto, but the feather recall won't quite find it. So incredibly close, but that's so many summoners being burnt down, and that's gonna be a free drag for NIU.
Yeah, very, very close. RJT through just praying, waiting for that E to come off a cooldown, not able to get it, but you don't need it. They get the job done in picking up their 2 picks. Now they're going to grab themselves Cloud, Drake, Soul here very quickly. And now they can probably look towards the Baron. I don't think they can take it quite yet, but they're so far ahead. They can probably look for a fight and just turn off of it on pretty much anybody who tries to contest them.
Definitely. So you're looking to clear out this vision. The whole squad's on the move. Looking at Casper. He's still down in that bot, so he's going to have to rotate on over. They are going to start that Baron up. Question is it just a bait? They're taking it out fairly quickly. RJT doing a lot of damage to it, but look, collapse coming through here from Carol. 2 on each side. Baron's almost down. Down it goes. Gonna be secured. Can you make it out alive with it is the question. Brockalayak has his true form, so maybe they can look for something. Won't quite get hit by that nether grasp there. Looking to go in. A double knockup gets found. Everfrost gets dropped. You bought yourself a little time, but will it be enough? Brockalayak in the death realm said, you die in your own home. Green Runner goes down to a double kill. Looking for the 3-man, looking for the 4-man, and the ace is gonna come through. And they get themselves the Baron, the ace, and they're gonna look to march into the base as well, Paladino.
An absolute wipe, and they've got the wave there in the mid lane. Death timer is not that long because we're only at 22 minutes, but with no inhibitor tower, that's one less structure for them to take down. Brockalayak in his true form and in perfect form with the triple kill, securing the Baron, getting the job done, and they just want to end this one right now.
Brockalayak, dude, he is like, listen, I want these turrets dead. Take them out, boys. They find number 1. Green Runner, the last hope. The rest of Carol's back up, but the Nexus is exposed. They look for Brockalayak so incredibly low. They won't quite find it. The Ignite doesn't quite take them out, and so instead, Boostic is going to be the one that pays for the sins. The defense has stood the test of time for now, though, but the question is, how long can they hold?
Yeah, I mean, NIU might have been able to get it done. A little greedy going for the kills. The only person hitting the Nexus was Boostic on the Ore, and not able to get much done. But now it is open Nexus. They don't have even a tier 2 taken in either of those side lanes, but they might not need it as they're just so strong. And keep in mind, after the Ace, after the Baron pickup, nobody's gotten their resets off yet. So as I say that, we're going to see the Rabadon's Death Cap picked up for Nerval's Lobster. Lucian, RJT Fru also now on 3 items, and I'm sure Brockalayak will have a pretty hefty purchase for himself as well.
Listen, Paladino, you're talking about tier 2s, bro. That's a little ambitious. They still need to take care of the tier 1, man. They're all still standing mid, top, and bot. Not a single turret has been dropped yet from Carol. They need to get that money. There's some juicy, juicy objective bounty on all 3 of those turrets, and I feel that gold would definitely be exactly what they need to get back into this, because I feel we do see that in these fights. They still can put up a bit of a fight. Obviously, at the end of the day, it does end up kind of turning into NIU's favor, especially with Brockalayak being the menace that he is, but it's not necessarily that every time they pick a fight, they just get absolutely annihilated. And right as I say that, Tilted gets caught out and gets, lack for a better word, annihilated. He's in the realm with RJT, drops the culling and gets dropped down. He goes. That's a huge member down. One of the tankiest of the squad out for the count, and the march has begun. I can hear the war drums already, dum dum dum, and I are on the way to the base. No turrets to stop the advance. Only Dio, Green Runner, Casper, and Skeetser. They need to hold the line here if they want to stay alive. It's not looking likely. They find themselves the first kill to Nerva's Lobster. Just hit the damn Nexus, please! They want the kills instead. They want to pad that KD. Dio will not die. The Nexus is lower and lower and lower. It's getting so damn close. Just hit it one more time, for Christ's sake. No, they want more kills. They find themselves Green Runner, and they finally find the Nexus and take game number 2. And they're still in this thing, Paladino. You called it. They got the fight in them.
I mean, not only did they take game number 2, they take game number 2 in dominant
True,
fashion. They end
true.
under 30 minutes. They take Barron at 21. I mean, an absolute stomp from NIU, and specifically from Brock Eliak doing so much work on that Belveth, going for those early objectives, getting those early kills. I mean, a very clean game, and now they have all the momentum as we go into game 3.
Definitely. It was nice to see NIU. Feels like they just absolutely flipped the script, right? The draft was completely different. The play style was completely different. They did not opt to give even an inch on over to Carroll, and they were rewarded accordingly. A great showing. And the AP Sona, I love to see. Do you see that Night Harvester there at the end? Honestly, I would want to see the damage graph just to see how much damage it did, because that would honestly be hilarious. But that's not here nor there, because game number 2 is over, and now both of these teams need to prepare for the all-deciding match, game number 3. And so we're going to prepare as well. So we'll go to a quick break. And then when we're back, we'll get into the final draft for this series. Don't go anywhere.
I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. Fast forward a year or two, friends have changed, but so can you. So can you. For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learned to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat
ice snow. When it falls in the wind, you know. And you, oh, you say you wanna dance. You're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. This booze, this cigarettes trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on ice sail. She's as cold as December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you got nothing, but you say you wanna dance. And you're worried, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. This booze, this cigarettes trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on ice sail. She's as cold as December.
Feelings, it's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed. Oh yeah.
Welcome back, and it's that time again. A time when the pressure is at an all-time high. I'm still here. Palladino's still here. Both teams are still here, so you know what that means. We're going to a game 3, and right off the back, before even looking at the comps, Palladino, who do you think's taking it back? Because both of these teams have been looking monstrous.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta go with NIU. I think that
Okay.
last game, you have so much momentum. You just absolutely steamrolled Carroll in very, very fast fashion. It's hard not to think that'll translate into game 3, but we'll see. You know, any of these comps could drastically change how things go. But very excited to see this game 3 in a do or die situation for both teams.
Definitely saw a lot of momentum being built off of that game number 2. I got to keep things interesting, so I'll go with Carroll, and I'll say that this was a bit of a wake-up call for them, right? Game number 1, they were like, oh, this is going to be easy. Game number 2, NIU clap back. They're like, listen, we don't go down without a fight. We need this win, and we're coming to take it. So it's gonna be a dicey game number 3. It's just gonna come down to, I feel, what team is gonna get ahead early, because I feel like we really saw, game 1, Carroll was kind of in a more dominating fashion, more control early on. Game number 2, NIU flipped the script. They said, we're gonna make sure we're getting all these objectives. We're gonna make sure we get these ganks going out real quick, and then they managed to translate that into a win.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think if you're Carroll, don't give over Belveth to Brock Alike. He just
True,
looked
true.
he looked so comfortable. He was able to control everything on the map. The first Drake, it was a steal. It's a bit unlucky, but he got those first 2 Heralds. They applied so much pressure, and then obviously we saw how it all ended, just absolutely stomping down the mid lane. I mean, either side can really switch up how they want to go, but I think if you're NIU, you want to take game 3, you have to continue with this aggressive play style,
Yeah.
playing for those neutral objectives and absolutely forcing anything you want to get done on the map.
Yeah, definitely so. Because I mean, we saw how incredibly almost easy it feels for them once Brock Elirate gets that initial control over the game and can kind of dictate where things are going to go, where things are going to go down. It's fairly easy for NIU. They find great picks. They set up amazing vision. We saw that really the vision was spread out. Honestly, it was saturated everywhere across the map, and that allowed them to continuously, we talked about especially finding out these players that overextended and overstayed their welcome. We even said that we cast or cursed it a few times because it was exactly that, right? They kept finding members of Carroll overextended and punished them. But who cares, because it's a new game, a new draft, so let's get into it. The final draft of this series, and already Belveth's being taken off the table. No surprise there.
Yeah, not at all shocked. We're going to see a Mumu, Zach, and Ramus all banned out as well. The victor going to be taken away from Nerval's Lobster. We'll see if he decides to go back to that Vex or if he's got something else up his sleeve. Misfortune going to be the last one banned out by NIU.
Honestly, no surprise, right? It's just, you don't want to see that bot lane coming back once again. And this time around, it felt like you even said yourself, they're going to basically force the bot lane Carroll to kind of, hey, you got to make sure, you got to show us that you don't just have these 1-2 picks, right? And it didn't look bad per se, but it didn't look as great as it did with the Amumu Misfortune. So definitely want to keep that off the board. And already the return of the Shen and something new once again to spice it up, the Nocturne getting dropped.
Yeah, Nocturne picked up by Brock Alike. I like it. He's another one of those champs farm up to level 6, but so impactful. Nerval's Lobster going to go for the Cassiopeia as a response to the Green Runner Yasuo. Not something we see super often, but we'll see if he gets more knockups from the bot lane, but already a one in pretty good himself with a tilted back on the Ornn.
Yeah, listen, I'm a little nervous already for Green Runner. Game 1, game 2, he couldn't do much in mid lane. It really felt so incredibly oppressive, and I feel like this time around, going into the Cassiopeia, we might feel the same, right? The poison that keeps coming out, especially going to allow him to make sure that Yasuo, when passive, never up. You're never going to really have that passive shield available. It feels like, obviously, you have a lot of momentum, being able to dash through all those enemy minions to get on top of Nerval's Lobster. But he's shown us that he doesn't break a sweat very easily when you get on top of him.
Yeah, no, and you can try and dash, but good luck dashing through miasma.
True,
It's so
true.
difficult for Yasuo to get anything done through that Cassiopeia W, but we're going to see the bot lanes picked up now. Skeetzer going on to the Kaisa, and Casper going to finish out their draft with the Nami, and it'll be Caitlyn, and then I Love Taxes back on the Sona. We'll see if he goes for the full AP again. I honestly wouldn't be too surprised, but a couple differences in these team comps, but who are you favoring here as we go into the do or die
Ooh.
game 3?
That's the question. Honestly, I'm looking over at the side of NIU, and I'm seeing it's screaming to me level 6s, right? You've got just the terror that's coming through from Brock Alike, and he's a bit of a terror on the Rift if he gets ahead. You've got that Stand United. It was so incredibly big in game number 1, even if they couldn't utilize it to translate it into a win. It was still incredibly pivotal in a lot of those fights. You've got the Sona ult. You've got the CC that comes through from the Cassiopeia ult as well, that petrifying gaze. And you look at the members, right, of the side of Carroll. Yasuo needs to get on top of you to go in. Volibear needs to get on top of you to go in. Even Kaisa, if you pop the ulti, she's going to be standing right in front of you. And so I feel like there's going to be a lot of opportunities that are going to be incredibly easy for just, honestly, everyone on the side of NIU to pop those ults, right? Press R and win like we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, and I mean, an important thing to note, you already highlighted it a little bit with Nocturne and a Shen. Brock Alike can bring in Boostic from anywhere on the map. He
Oh,
dives into your
Lord.
back line, and he's
Oh,
got a
God.
Shen on top of him, and suddenly you think it's just a squishy Nocturne, but he's got a full tank coming along with him. It's pretty difficult to handle. Broccolaic gonna opt for the Ghost again. An interesting pick for the Nocturne. I don't mind it too much. We know the Q is gonna slow him down, give you the enhance the movement speed towards that target as well. Ghost just allows you to stick onto them a little bit easier. But when it comes to frontline front to back, it's hard not to favor Carroll. They have such good front line with the Ornn and the Volibear, and their engage is a little easier as well. That both sides can really have a strong chance at winning this one, depending on who's able to execute.
Yeah, and I feel that front to back threat that's coming through from Carroll is just emphasizing even more how we kind of touched upon right before we got into the draft that it felt like whichever team gets ahead early stays ahead and is able to just
Mhm.
close it out. Because especially this time around, when you look over at NIU, they gotta get that lead. Otherwise, there is no way that they are cracking. They're not even making a small dent into the Ornn, into the Volibear, and then they won't be able to get on top of anyone. I'm curious your thoughts though. Skeetser, right? Doesn't go for the Lucian, wasn't banned out, and I feel like Lucian Nami is the most sort of prominent duo that we see come out when you have that Nami picked up, but instead opting for the Kai'Sa. How are you feeling about that pick?
I probably would have preferred the Lucian. I think Lucian's just a little bit stronger in general. Kai'Sa pretty strong right now as well, but it's difficult to I think really engage. Just play those front to back team fights. It's a lot easier with the Lucian. Kai'Sa wants to go in, she wants to execute somebody, but it's really difficult for Kai'Sa to get that done. When Cassiopeia is outputting a ton of damage, you have Shen who can taunt you as soon as you go in as well. I think Lucian's a little bit more consistent, but if you're able to execute very well on the Kai'Sa, you're going to output more damage and you're going to scale a little bit better. So it's kind of one side of the coin, whichever one you want to pick. He goes for the Kai'Sa side.
Definitely. So, and I mean, just looking at Kathy and Rain as well. I'm looking at most of the
Yeah.
targets that are here on NIU. They're looking pretty susceptible to just an isolated Q damage, right? The only one really, obviously, Shen is going to be incredibly tanky, but regardless, it's gonna be close. It's going to be close. Both teams definitely looking to kind of play their own way. Obviously, Broccolaic is going to be looking to just take absolute control, take the reins of the early game, and then just lay out his game plan, and then see out the game how he sees it fit. Because I mean, we saw that in game number 2, and if he's allowed to do that, it's lights out. It's game over. You might as well just step away from the keyboard.
Yeah, pretty much. And I mean, Broccolaic, he's on another champ that you can really have a decent amount of build diversity. We saw him go full damage on the Belveth, and you can do that again on the Nocturne if you want. You can go full lethality, or you can go more bruiser. You can go stride breaker, death stance, things like that. We'll see if he's able to snowball what he can get done. We know he can snowball the game, like you mentioned. He can get those things going and really start getting the ball rolling. It's just a matter of who he decides to focus on. I do think you need to shut down this Kai'Sa Nami lane pretty early. I think that's the one that could really determine the game. We already know Nerval's Lobster. He's proven it 2 games now on 2 different champs. He can hold his own in the mid lane. So if you can focus that bot lane and get it snowballing, it makes the game a lot easier for NIU.
Yeah, hold his own is honestly feels like an understatement.
Yeah.
He is thriving in that mid lane. 2 games in a row now. He has had absolute control. You can gank him as many times as you want. You don't get him. He somehow manages to weasel his way out with 1 HP and then just absolutely dominate Green Runner. But hey, you never know. Maybe this is the game. Green Runner has had enough, and he's gonna look to send it, because we definitely saw, you know, a little bit of that something coming out in game number 2, right? Especially in that level 1 engage we saw from Green Runner. We showed us that he isn't afraid to try and make things happen, but most of the time he just gets put in this terrible position where he can't do anything without just immediately dying.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's not like Green Runner is being passive and not trying to make plays. He's just having such a difficult time in this early laning phase, and I fear that's going to be the same case. He's not only going melee into ranged, but one of Yasuo's toughest matchups with the Cassiopeia, and especially a good one in the hands of Nerval's Lobster, makes the game so difficult for him to play. But with the knockup potential with Nami and Ornn, if they can get a big last breath, that'll wildly change any team fight, especially if they're going into these team fights even or even slightly ahead.
Definitely so. Game number 3. It's all on the line. Both of these teams are looking for their first win of the tournament. NIU in particular need this so damn badly, and they have been absolutely clawing, punching, and kicking their way up to the top. It was a bit of a just very choking game number 1. Game number 2, NIU absolutely stomped Carroll, and now in game number 3, honestly, all cards are on the table. Anything can happen, except an invade and some early action. Quite unfortunate, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, you got to do all you can if you're either side. No stops, no holds barred. We'll see what they can get done. It will be, I imagine, another full AP Sona from I Love Taxes. He's got the Dark Harvest again.
I love it.
Yeah, the top lane matchup, I'm not sure how much we'll get. Keep in mind, it is pretty easy once again for Boostic to be canceled by an Ornn with the Stand United if he's in his range. But this bot lane, that's the focus. I want to see who can get snowballing, and whoever gets this early lead can wildly change the pace of this game.
Listen, you've told me before that top lane I shouldn't expect too much, and then we
I
saw
know.
an absolute bloodbath. So, you know, this time around, even though it is an Ornn and a Shen, I'm expecting to see a little bit of action going down here in this mid lane. I feel Green Runner knows that he's kind of on a timer, right? Once that miasma gets unlocked, that's going to be such a huge hindrance for him to be able to get on top of Nerval Lobster and make things happen. So it kind of feels like he realizes he's got to get as many punches in as he can early on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, keep in mind in the early game, I think, you know, you definitely want to have RJT Fru and I Love Taxes try and bully, try and get the push. They're not able to yet, because when you get into that mid-game spike, Kai'Sa just does so much more damage than a Caitlyn that the fights are a lot easier for Carol to execute with, and especially playing front to back. It's kind of just a matter of who can get things done better and who gets that first jump. And of course, both these junglers did start on the same side, both going towards the top lane, as Green Runner doing some work here on Nerval's Lobster.
Okay, I like to see it. Nerval Lobster, a little bit of damage going to be returned, but regardless, that's exactly what we talked about. He is not afraid to get up in your face, make things happen. And this time around, he's going to make sure and try his damnedest that he doesn't just get absolutely choked out of the lane once again. 2 games was 2 games too many. Brockalike is in this top lane. He's a little bit faster with his clear than Dio, so he is in a pristine position to try and make a gank happen. But he does get spotted out by that vision cone, and so nothing going to come out of that. Instead, going to go ahead and succeed the Rift Scuttler over, not the Herald. That would have been interesting 3 minutes in. He's going to give the Scuttle on over. Never mind, though. He's pinging for help. He's actually going to look to maybe try and steal it. Goes for the 1v1. Damage coming out, trying to stack that lethal tempo. Green Runner here as well, but Boostic and Nerval, it's a 2-on-3, and I'm not mathematically inclined, Paladino, but I'm pretty sure 3 beats 2, and First Blood goes over to NIU. They're off to a commanding start.
Yeah, good work from NIU. I was a little concerned from Brockalike just because I knew that Green Runner had the push in the mid lane and could move first, but Tilted doesn't move from the top lane, so when Boostic comes down and there's no Ornn following him, the fight is so much easier. So not only does Brockalike get the crab, but you also get First Blood on your Shen, 400 gold in his pocket. It doesn't really miss much either. Ornn can't push that fast at level 5. So just some unfortunate communication from the side of Carol having to give over that crab, and now they're just going to keep snowballing and keeping up this pressure.
Yeah, knowing Brock alike, he's probably shedding a little tear that he didn't get first blood. He's like, please, man, I want to dominate. Give me the first blood gold. But regardless, going on to that Shen, just as good. Gotta make sure that he gets as tanky as possible, as early as possible. And like you said, right, Ornn really not going to get, honestly, anything for the fact that he didn't move and didn't come to assist his team. And he's just kind of stuck under the turret right now. Alrighty, Brockalike might be moving up to this top lane. Maybe they look for something again. First drag is up. This time around, we're not seeing anyone instantly look to move forward, so we're gonna have to wait and see. Green Runner looking for some trades to come through here. Bit of damage coming out. Brockalike is there in the area, so maybe we'll see a gank coming through.
Yeah, Brockalike just going to take those Raptors move now towards his Krugs. Not bad at all. Just keep farming. Hit that level 6. It changes the game so much for the Nocturne. And like you mentioned, I mean, Tilted tried to get that wave in, but now his wave is in a pretty tough spot. It looks like it'll even back out in the mid lane, but was stuck there for much longer than he wanted to be. Obviously, Ornn benefits a little bit more, can buy those items while still in lane, but is now going to be forced to take the long walk back. Opts not to teleport to this wave. Doesn't really need to have the need to. Boostic doesn't really have much wave clear on the Shen, but so far nothing too crazy. Like you mentioned, it is interesting. Both sides opting for such early dragon takes. Waiting off a little bit longer on this one, but we will now see Carol head on down towards this Infernal Drake.
Yep, starting it up. Bot lane ain't even there yet from the side of NIU, and it's getting lower and lower. Teams know something is up, down to 3k HP. I Love Tax is going to spot them out. They know that they're starting it up. I don't think Brockalike's going to make it in time. Doesn't have that paranoia available. They try for the steal. The drag will go into the hands of Carol, and they're looking to run it back from game number 1. RJT getting some free hits in, but that's really all about it.
Yeah, good work. Just have some good tempo. You know that Brockalayak is most likely in base. They take advantage, grab that first Drake, and start stacking it up. It will be a Cloud Dragon coming up next. So some objectively more exciting souls in this one than the Cloud Soul we saw last game. But Brockalayak is now going to try and steal away this red buff as Dio taking his Krugs.
I love it, dude. That's honestly, that's just so Brock-alike. Like, if you asked me, hey, what kind of a player is Brock-alike, I would screenshot this and then send this to you because that is literally what he's like. He does not care. He wants control of the game. He will take your camps from under your nose in your own jungle and walk off. And honestly, it's no surprise. It's like you mentioned, man, he needs to hit level 6 and he's got it. So now so many more opportunities are going to open up for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the only potential negative for Brockalayak when trying to gank these lanes is, especially the bot lane, they have both summoners available. Green Runner does have no flash, so could potentially look in the mid lane, especially with Nervous Lobster having access to the Petrifying Gaze. We'll see where he tries to go first. It will be a more bruiser build on this Nocturne as he picks up the Iron Spike Whip, most likely going to be going towards that Stride Breaker.
Yeah, and I feel honestly, no surprise. We kind of talked about during draft how we felt like, Carroll has this really big front to back, and then NIU's kind of lacking. So honestly, feels like they kind of realized, okay, Shen can't be the only one that's going to be super tanky. Let's get that Stride Breaker onto the Nocturne, make sure when he sends it in, we can lock him down, stun him up, slow him down, and take him out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's just infinitely more valuable. You're going to have plenty of damage coming out from your Cassiopeia, your Caitlyn, and your full AP Sona. That you don't really need to dive in to execute. If you can dive in, turn off the lights, and buy some time and space for your carries to output a bunch of damage, it makes the game a heck of a lot easier. So far, nothing too crazy. RJT Fru is up a little bit in XP, but Skeeter should get awfully close to level 6 here. Casper taken pretty low.
Yeah, he needs to be careful here. Now that he's not on one of these tanky engaged supports like in game 1, he's got to be a bit more careful. You can't be using your HP as a resource here when you are the Nami. You got to stay alive to make things happen. As Brockalayak is in Dio's jungle, has that level advantage at the moment, but Dio is still looking to take this fight. Both top laners looking to go down. This is not a fight you win, though. So he's gonna have to hit that blast cone, get back over the wall. The mid laners are here as well. It's just a fiesta up in this top jungle right now with everyone being there except for the bot lane. Casper being taken low once again. Brockalayak looking to steal the blue buff, but it is gonna go to the hands of Dio. Paranoia gets dropped, and there's that Petrifying Gaze I talked about, Paladino. All these members need to go into you, and they're gonna go into the dirt. Tilted, oh no, tries to dash out, but hits the wall, needs to flash to get on out of that one, and that's gonna be a double kill going on over to NIU. Tidal Wave getting dropped in this bot lane. Maybe they can find something in return. No, they can't. Full AP Sona, let's go. They find themselves one kill. Won't quite find Skeeter, but it doesn't matter because that's a kill, and those are looking like some juicy plays for RJT.
Yeah, RJT gonna get some easy plates and get the free gold with this wave as well. No mana to ult, I don't think. Might have it now on the level up. Yeah, he just got it. Does use the heal. Skeeter still alive. I love taxes will drop.
That's unfortunate. RJT trying to find something, but the turret just did too much damage. Ace in the hole doesn't quite hit hard enough just yet. Only has that noon quiver, and so Skeeter's gonna say, like, what? He probably hitting him with like the question mark ping, like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, just not exactly tracking everything as well as they could. They don't know that Skeeter still has access to the heal, keeps himself safe. I love Taxis, tries to get the job done. Even if your champ does do quite a bit of damage on the full AP Sona, you're still going to take a lot of damage because you're still playing Sona. So not able to pick that one up and will unfortunately give a kill over to Skeeter, but that's only Carroll's first after that nice play in the top side jungle. They did exactly what we talked about. They have the Paranoia followed up by the Stand United. A big shield on Brockalayak keeps him alive, and he gets 2 kills for himself.
Definitely so, and he's already back en route to being that game 2 menace in the jungle. 2-0 got that Gorge Drinker completed first one on the Rift to have his mythic, and meanwhile Boostic taking a fight that I don't think he can win just yet. Got dropped pretty low. Meanwhile though, Last Breath getting dropped here by Green Runner. Not gonna find that Steel Tempest. Another one's gonna miss though. Was able to hit the minion with the flash. Goes with the ult, and down goes Nervous Lobster. Meanwhile, in that top lane, Paranoia is getting dropped. The fight's still going down. The dash is coming through from Green Runner. Is he fast enough? Unspeakable horrors and unspeakable demise. Down he goes. Dio doing his damnedest to try and find something, but he won't be able to.
Yeah, I mean, it was a nice play by Green Runner. We saw the full combo, landed just about everything onto Nerval's Lobster, so they get the kill. Nearly finished it off in the mid lane as well. We saw the tornado hit Brockalayak, but just too much damage coming out, and he will drop. But a good play from the side of Carol. They need to get all that they can done. Brockalayak is going to instantly drop this Herald.
I can't even tell if he's AFK or if he's just standing there, just like a Chad movie. He was just standing there. Dude, this guy is such a menace in that top lane. Oranhorn not gonna find boots there. But honestly, I'm not even interested in this. I just want to talk about Brockalayak, honestly. My guy just stood there like, yeah, what are you gonna do? You can't stop the Herald, and you can't fight me either.
Yeah, just a little bit of BM. I like it. He knows he's fed. He knows he can do anything he wants in this one.
Yep.
Green Runner going to drop an early Ignite.
He does. Another last breath gets dropped. Petrifying Gaze. Going to keep Green Runner in place. He wants that kill, but he underestimates the damage that the turret does. They got buffed a couple patches ago, my brother, and down he goes. Nerval Lobster going to get out just barely.
Yeah, so close, man. Maybe if he holds on to that Ignite a little bit longer and tries to use it for the execute damage instead, but not able to get that frame perfect click that's so hard to do on the stun. Stunned up under tower, nearly gets it, but not able to. But NIU will be able to grab up the second Drake. So one to both sides now, and it will be another Mountain Soul here in game 3.
Yep, love to see it. Very reminiscent of game number 1 and Tilted. He's looking like a prime recipient of the of the soul as he was in game number 1 as well. But it's not here nor there. Still got a lot of time before that actually happens. So for now, there's going to be some trading here in these lanes coming through. It's going to be a bit quiet at the moment. Rift Herald hasn't spawned up just yet. We're at 6 minutes into Baron, so never mind for that. Just a bit of pushing going on though. Let me grab some plates, and overall, it's just going to be rather quiet. Calm before the storm, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see some more fighting in the mid lane, though.
Oh, Paranoia getting dropped. Gonna find it onto Green Runner here, trying to dash onto Nerval's Lobster. Dio is here, coming out of the brush. He's like, surprise. They find themselves Green Runner, and that's all they're going to get. Dio couldn't find himself the kill onto Nerval's Lobster. They had to back off, and Brockalayak wants more. He might be heading up top, going to pivot into the jungle instead, but see that no camps are up. Did get spotted out. That does mean that obviously Dio will know that he's in there, so I'm curious to see if he tries to make anything happen. But you look at the jungle, there's just nothing for him to grab, unfortunately.
Yeah, so unfortunate from Green Runner. He lands the tornado onto Nerval's Lobster, but the lights get turned off on him before he can hit the last breath, so not able to make that trade 1-for-1. Dio not able to get it done either. This mid tier, excuse me, bot tier 1 should fall, but will RJT Fru fall with it?
Question. Tidal Wave gets dropped. The flash is too much damage, though. Down he goes. I love Taxes trying his best to run for his life, but he's not gonna escape. Skeetser gonna pick himself that one up too, and just like that, every time that damn tier 1 falls in the bot lane, whoever took it out dies, man. This is becoming a pattern.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate. It's every game. It's pretty sad for either side. It's happened to both, but they do a good job of cleaning that one back up. So Skeetser is down a bit in CS, but did just pick up 2 kills for himself. Should help out a ton. Working on getting those evolves. Dio looking now.
Oh my god, they're looking for him once again. Nerval Lobster, can he escape this time around? Not looking likely. The turret gets turned off, and so does he. Brockalayak in the bot lane, looking for a fresh double kill here. Unspeakable Horrors won't quite land, but he has the Paranoia. Gonna find himself 1, gonna find himself 2, and Brockalayak is in full control of the Rift right now.
Yeah, I mean, when you're at this point on Nocturne, he has a level lead on both of them, so even in a 1v2, because they're both at half HP, just not able to trade back. And keep in mind, even though Skeetser did get those 2 kills early on, or excuse me, just a few minutes ago, he hadn't based yet, so he just now picked up that Kraken Slayer, not outputting nearly as much damage then as he will be now. But Brockalayak, he's still just running over everybody here in the jungle, as they're now just taking complete control of this bot side jungle.
So 2 minutes left for this next dragon is up. Second Rift Herald has spawned as well. I can only imagine it's a matter of time before it gets taken. You can already see the rotations coming through from RJT and I Love Taxes. Looking to get some vision on that, maybe get that started up already. They love the gold they can get from it. They want to take out those turrets and want to make sure that their own turrets don't fall. Haven't lost a turret yet. Very reminiscent of game number 2. where Carl wasn't able to take out a single tier 1. And look at that, already looking to establish this dominance in the river.
Yeah, NIU does have 5. Look at this. Skeeter is still in the bottom lane.
Oh, yeah.
We have Brockalayak taking away this red buff now, but no access to the Paranoia quite yet. We'll see what they try to do, but it doesn't look like Skeeter is even going to attempt to move on up here, just trying to pick up this farm and potentially get this bot tier 1, but no play from NIU so far. Means that we won't get too much action here in the topside river.
An option. Not go for it here. Skeeter should be able to take down that turret, get some of that influx of gold. Down it goes. At the very least, it's not going to be a rerun of game 2. They're going to grab themselves that first tier 1 here as maybe they look for something in this mid lane. Diodao doesn't have the ult available, can't turn off those turrets. Paranoia has become available though, and so is the Stand United, so they could look for something here, but time will tell. 30 seconds on this next drag as well. Both of these teams, game 1, they're looking like they just wanted every single drag on the map. In game number 2, NIU did the same. So now both of these teams know damn sure that the other team isn't going to give that drag over without a fight.
Yeah, most definitely not. We will see Tilted still walking up here into the top lane. Both top laners don't have access to TP, but Boostic with access to the Stand United can get pretty easily canceled by the Ornn, but this dragon fight with 5 seconds left looking to be just a 4v4.
Yep, indeed. Dragon is down. It's on the rift. Stand United available, like we said. Getting started up here. No TP for Tilted, so he's probably just going to look to wait, make sure that he keeps Boostic there. As soon as he sees Stand United get dropped, he's going to look to knock him up and cancel it. Drag up in 3k health. It's going to go down. Diodao looking, but honestly, yeah, they just got to give it over, and they know it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just too easy for NIU to keep them out of the pit if they want to. Brockalayak can always turn off the lights. Doesn't even need to here, as they just pick up that Mountain Drake for themselves.
Yeah. Goes 2 drags into NIU's pocket. One more drag, and they'll be on Soul Point. See this mid wave looking to get pushed. Looking to take out these tier 1s. Need to start opening up the map. Need to make some things happen. Open up these flank angles and opportunities that Carol can get back on top.
Yeah, we're going to see some rotations coming out now. Green Runner still looking for that first item. He is up a little bit in CS on Nerval's Lobster, but does not have that shield bow finished in his inventory quite yet, but should have it pretty soon after he picks up these waves down bot.
Indeed. So, Tilted grabbing that grab. Herald is still up, but only for a few more seconds. You'd have to speed run it now if you want to grab it. Broccoli on his way there, but would get spotted out there by the vision, so instead gonna opt to look to clear it. Gonna have to give that Herald on over. It's going to no one. It's still better than giving it to the enemy if no one gets it, so hey, not the worst thing in the world. Broccoli looking for a 2v1 here, has that gore drink and black clear as well, might be able to win this fight. Gonna have to pop it. Ornhorn gets dropped, find the knockup, but we Stand United, brothers. It's gonna come on in, and now with Boomstick here, the fight completely turns on its head, and they find themselves one. Broccoli getting lower, gonna go ahead and pop the spell shield, but still goes down. Petrifying Gaze once again, though, turns the fight in their favor. They're gonna start dancing up. Nervous Lobster goes down. Green Runner, he's done with the abuse. Final breath, they find themselves another one. And I Love Taxes with the flash, walks right into the slow, and he's gonna be put into the dirt. Down he goes. Baron's available. Curious to see if they'll start it up. Looking very likely.
Wow, I'm not sure if they have damage to do this, but I guess with all 4 dead besides RJT through, they're really not in any trouble. Green Runner in some trouble of getting executed, but he should be okay. What a great fight from Carol. They do such a good job. Green Runner coming in. I thought after that massive Petrifying Gaze lands a stun on the 2, the fight was over, but he lands a nice last breath, doing a great job of outputting a ton of damage. Once they pick up the shutdown on Brockalayak, the fight was easily won. And with that Baron, they're now going to skyrocket themselves into the gold lead. We'll see what they're able to get on map and the amount of pressure they're able to apply.
Yeah, definitely. So just the amount of tankiness coming out. Broccoli just can't shred through them quick enough. Even with that black cleaver, it still took them a bit too long. The rest of the side of Carol pulled up, and then it was just all over for them. And without RJT there, it just feels like they were lacking a huge amount of damage.
Yeah, I mean, RJT does trade back and get that mid-tier 1, but I'm not sure how much it matters just because you lose such a big fight and such a big objective as well. It should not overlap with this dragon spawning in 2 minutes, so they can try to get to that soul point if you're the side of NIU, but now they're all pretty much ahead of you about an item or so, pretty much even there in the AD carry slot, but The first Ornn item is coming online. Broccolaic drops the Paranoia.
Yep, we saw a low Casper there, but they find a low Green Runner instead, and he can only run so fast. Into the dirt he goes. We'll still be up in time for drag, but regardless, that's going to be some extra gold going to the pocket of NIU. Once again, Green Runner just... You can't really do anything this game. It really sucks to see.
Yeah, he hasn't really had an opportunity quite yet for those big AoE team fights where he gets a big knock-up onto 3 or 4 members. We just haven't seen those straight-up 5v5s, but in this scenario, you know, just gets picked off. We'll still be up for the Dragon, but keep in mind, Broccolaic is level 13, so with rank 2 in the ultimate, Paranoia will be up for that Drake as well. I love Taxi, just dropping some damage with this Dragon up in 1 minute. TP available for Tilted and Stand United available for Boostic as well, but these guys will just keep on crashing waves into each other here in the top lane.
Yeah, that's a question. I'm curious if they're going to opt to have Tilted TP on down when things get heated, or is he just going to chill up in that top lane, look to just pretty much be the Stand United police the moment he sees Boostic try and use it, just like, no, you don't get to do that around here. Only time really will tell. He's got himself in a position where he can honestly make either decision, so nice to see. Maybe just waiting to see what the situation's gonna be like, as already Carol is marching into this river here, looking to set down some vision and establish control of this river.
Yeah, good work. Just try and clear out as much as you can. If Brockolaic's going to be able to turn off the lights on you, you should be able to make sure he doesn't have the vision to see you in the first place, but we'll be cleared out a little bit now by NIU. I really think they do have the option for both, but instead of needing to opt for Tilted's TP and keep on pushing waves, he's just going to walk on down in the first place.
Yep, found himself in a bit of a tricky spot there. A lot of damage coming out. Obviously, he's pretty damn tanky, so not close to dying, but that missing HP is going to make it so much harder for him to frontline. As we see the Ornn getting dropped, they're looking for that first engage. Paranoia getting dropped into the masses, though. Petrifying Gaze as well. The final breath is huge, though, as they find themselves Broccolaic. They're going to find themselves Boomstick as well. He's tanky, but not tanky enough. They find themselves Narble Lobster. They find themselves RJT, and I Love Taxes is the only one standing. That front to back is just too damn strong. They can't put a dent in a Paladino.
Front to back is too strong, and the final breath is huge, and it comes at the hands of Casper's 2-man bubble. Such a great job on the Nami to peel away, and Green Runner dashes on in to get the job done. No Baron, but they won't need it. This mid-tier 1 will certainly fall. They're going to be able to keep on pushing. It is now 2 Drakes each, but these fights just keep going in favor of the side of Carol as we get later and later into this one.
Indeed, they do. Broccolaic, he's been looking like a menace when it's those isolated 1-on-1s, 2-on-1s, but once the rest of the squad pulls up, looking a little lackluster, I won't lie. A lot of the CC that we've been seeing coming out, it's just too much for him to handle. Pops the Paranoia, looking for someone to dash onto, but just isn't going to find any.
Yeah, I don't think anybody was in vision there. Just try to use it to stop some bases, maybe get some people scared, but nothing available quite yet. We'll see how many items Skeetzer is going to be on now, or what components he grabs of his third. He's going to go Nashor's 2 third. Interesting pickup for the Kaisa. What do you think?
Yeah, very odd. I'm not going to lie. I'm about to speed out Regdor because he is just the absolute Kaisa is mafioso, and he would know exactly what's going on here. He could tell me what's going down. I'd be curious if they find themselves a kill here, though. Boostic in a bit of a tricky spot. Far forward, gonna pop that flash, but he's gonna stay alive, and now the rest of the gang is making their way on over. But that tier 1 is still standing, so you have to respect it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Skeetzer, I suppose your team is essentially full AD. Ornn gonna do a little bit of magic damage, but not a ton. But again, I think this is another scenario where I feel like Infinity Edge does more damage. I mean, the W poke is nice, but it's at that long range. But none of these fights are really going to be long range. If you're Carol, you don't want them to be. You want to fight front to back. You want to dive on in with the last breath as well as the Killer Instinct. And I don't know how much Nashor's Tooth is going to help you in comparison to something like an Infinity Edge.
Now, that is going to be the question, and only time can give us the answer. But NIU is running out of time to get back into control of this game. Right now, Carol is running circles around them, looking for I Love Taxes, but won't quite find him with the tornado there. Top lane is just top lane things, really just wave getting crashed in after wave getting crashed in. But regardless, it's getting closer and closer.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting there. 2.5 minutes pretty much guarantees a fight on this next Mountain Drake. Both sides looking for Soul Point, and Baron up in 4 seconds. I think Carroll knows that they're winning out when it comes to item advantages, and with these Ornn upgrades coming in now onto Green Runner as well as Skeetser, they can potentially force a fight here. Let's see what they decide to do.
The question clearing out this vision right now. Oh no, I love Taxis doesn't know, gets hit by the bubble, and he's done. I don't even need to cast that one. It's a done deal. They find themselves that one pick, and that's all they need to justify taking this Baron and starting it up. They know that NIU. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the only one dead is a Sona, so they could potentially still try to go in with the Paranoia, but
Look
that
at that,
Baron
they're
is getting
shredding
low.
it. He's going in, not gonna find that steal though. The secure coming from Tilted, and because of that, Broccoli will pay the price of not being able to steal the objective. Bad jungler, bad. Down you go. He's gonna be dead, and so now Carroll is gonna utilize that and the Baron buff, those empowered minions to siege the base of NIU. It's looking bad for them. They had a great showing game number 2. They've been holding on well in game number 3, but slowly but surely the cracks in the armor are showing.
I mean, so difficult, man. Rockabike tries to make a super play with the Paranoia, but not able to get it with the Smite. Neither jungler is. Ornn won't land.
They might find Nerval Lobster, though. They find the turret. I love Taxes, just barely getting out alive. Never mind, he won't. Down he goes. RJT trying to find something to flash the final breath, and he's taking his final breath because down he goes, and it's looking like the same story for the rest of NIU. Brock alike, now is the time to make something happen. You've been the hero that NIU needs. He's gonna hold the line, look to push them off. They need to take out that empowered cannon minion, and so the defense will hold. The rest of Carroll are going to back, but that's a lot of destruction in their base. Drag up in 30 seconds as well with some backs coming through. Paranoia looking to dash in. Broccoli in the thick of things, but he just went in too early. No one's there to follow up with him, and down he goes. And with that, it's looking like a free base for Carroll.
Yeah, it's so sad, man. Broccoli tries to go in on the 1 HP Casper Nami, but the Baron buff reset gets him out of there. So just as he dashes in, his target disappears, and suddenly he's faced with 2 tanks and a Yasuo. He just absolutely burns down. No one can follow up, and it has been all Carroll all the time in the last about 10 minutes or so. Now with Soul Point up, I don't see a way NIU can contest this one.
Yep, it's gonna keep on going in Carroll's favor. This drag should go down. I love Taxis and Boostic on their way on over. Maybe they look for something. This is the time for AP Sona to shine. But Tilted is just gonna zone them off. Nothing they can do. Like you said, Soul Point going into the hands of Carroll here and now. What does NIU do, man? How do they find their way back into the game?
I mean, there's a chance that Carroll, if any point they miss position, it's very easy for Broccoli to get on somebody's head and go for a pick, especially if he's got teammates behind him. He is still a 3-item Bruiser Nocturne who can do a ton of damage with his Black Cleaver and Gore Drinker. He just needs to follow up with him as well. The only other concern is, I mean, every lane is pretty much down about an item or an item and a half. We see, 2.5 items each for both the mid laners, but 3.5 items now for the AD carry of Skitzer. It's just so difficult for them to get anything done. We're going to try to keep pushing with this Baron buff, but if Tilted can land a big Ornn Horn, it makes the game so much more difficult. But we're gonna see Boostic.
Wow. Here goes I Love Taxes. Down he goes. RJT eats the dirt as well. And Paladino, it's not looking good for NIU. Rockaliak in the thick of things, trying his damnedest to do some damage. Both turrets are turned off. Rockaliak finds one. He finds 2. It's his time to shine. He's the hero, the main character of the story. Needs to back off. First turret goes down though. Boostic buying as much time. Huge Gore Drinker heal, but that's all he can do. One turret still standing, but it's down. Rockaliak has to heal, needs to get a triple kill here against 2 tanks and a Yasuo, and I don't think it's happening. Final breath, he takes his final breath, and so will the rest of the NIU squad. Coral will go ahead and grab themselves game 3, and they'll get their first victory of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, great work from Carroll. They bring it back in game 3. They drop game 2 in not great fashion, but this game 3 so strong. A little shaky in the early game. Broccoli looked just as dominant in those first 10 minutes as he always does, but such great team fighting, some great engages. They get the job done. Nice work from them, securing their first series win.
Yeah, I mean, and a very dominating fashion as well. Game number one, it looked awesome. Game number two was a bit of a wake up call, man. I told you they thought that this was gonna be smooth sailing, and IU said, nah, you got to put the work in. And game number three, they do. They come back from what was looking like it was going to be another NIU stomp, and then slowly but surely they claw their way back up and then find the W. And it's so unfortunate to see as well. Brook Elias just trying his damnedest. He was doing so much damage, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, such a nice try. Like you mentioned, I think you're dead right. I mean, Carroll recognized after game two, it really lit the fire underneath them that they can't just sit back and let this one ride and get a free win. They've really got to put in some work, and put in some work they did. We saw a much better performance from Green there in the mid lane. We saw his first two games not go great, but applying so much more pressure, getting involved. Such a great job from the entire side of Carroll here in their game three win.
Yeah, absolutely. And while this series does come to a close, the night is not over yet. So we're going to throw it to a quick break as we get prepped for our next best of three series. But regardless, I mean, this was an absolute banger to watch. Don't go anywhere.
Come on, made 'em yours. Didn't know when my heart beat needed. Skipping out, no, I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know when my heart beat needed. Skipping out, no, I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby.
When I'm with you, I am able to keep pushing my limits, and all the drive that I have, well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew I was missing, and everything that I dread, well, I built a resistance with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you on the ground. You were gone, I wish you'd stay. I could look at you for days. Time was well spent, that's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you. Take your time, not in the fast lane. I understand that you've been broken too many times, but I'll be waiting to mend your wounds from all you've taken. But if we listen to each other, admit our mistakes, then I can show you who I am, because I'm not the same. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you off the ground. That's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change, but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching
it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall you came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing, just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Just like another season. Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide-y. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under her type, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know.
watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me.
When you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there, I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they sent for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. Hundreds of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they sent for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too. So complicated, don't mess it up. Feeling frustrated, it ain't enough to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too.
And we are back once again, ladies and gentlemen. I told you the night is not over, and I'm joined by a very special, handsome, dashing-looking someone here. Regdor's with me here tonight. How you feeling, brother?
You know, I'm feeling great as always. I thought I had an ice cream truck outside. We had to talk about time differences and the sun still
True.
being up. But, you know, all things considered, I'm doing great. I'm ready to get into some League of Legends. You know, I've been
Yeah.
on a loss streak today, so hopefully find some dubs. Live vicariously through whoever wins this series.
Yeah, definitely. So, well, speaking of dubs, obviously, game I don't know what that is. Game number 1 was already played here during the break, and it ended up going into the hands of Augustana College Blue. As we get to see the standings here, you'll notice that Colorado Mesa University, which is going to be featured today, is down there at the bottom, 1-2, and is looking for a victory. And it's not looking too good for them. It's game number 1. They have already failed to do so.
Yeah, game number 1 did happen off stream. There was a little bit of everything going on. Like, props to them, Colorado. They drafted a pretty active kind of comp. We did see my girl Samira and Blitzcrank in there. They also had the Sejuani, Trundle, and Lysandra. So you could see what they were trying to do. They were trying to have like this really good team fight, this pile kills onto the Samira, have these enablers with Lysandra and Sejuani. But they were thwarted a little bit by from Augustus Blue in the sense that Maokai still exists. Maokai is best champ in the format, best tree in the game of League of Legends, and when you get to pick it on red side and use it as this 3-way flex between top jungle and support, it just creates so much like obfuscation that you have no idea what you're actually trying to play into.
Yeah, definitely so. But we're getting right into draft for game number 2, and already some of these bands coming underway here. The Misfortune, the Akshan as well as the Nuno and Vex. I'm not seeing anything being banned from game number 1 just yet. Maybe it's gonna be it's a not you, it's me angle. Never mind. The Anivia does get taken out.
No.
Just as I say.
It's absolutely it's also it's you, but it's also me because that Anivia. Oh man, Toito went like 12-1 and 14 or something along those lines. The Burb was strong, and it's so great for all-in style lanes. Like I think their jungler in this case was the Vi, but when you have that Egg passive, Egg Nivea is amazing because you can turn off tower dive so easy, get the resets on aggro, and just overall be a menace. And how do you get a push into that bird after level 6? It's impossible.
Yeah, definitely. So speaking of menaces, man, I'm looking at some of these lock-ins. I'm seeing the Nasus. I'm seeing the Volibear, man. What are your thoughts on these, bro?
They're champions, all right. Nasus is like pretty disgusting right now with some of those changes. One of them being just that Wither now having a bigger attack speed decline. So you have like the 99% slow. I'm just gonna call it a root. That's me.
Yeah,
I never felt like I got to play the game. Yeah. But also afterwards, you have that enduring, basically attack modifier. So you attack a lot slower already, as well as him getting more attack range on his ultimate. I mean, this dog will hunt, let me tell you. And then you pair it aside alongside that Volibear. It's really going to be up on Dragonborn to play this weak side really well. Try to get his, hyper procs in and pretty much not play too far up in the lane because at level 6, if you're looking a little low, that tower might just go to sleep.
Yeah, definitely. So these last couple of bans ended up coming out, and the only thing we saw as a run back was the Vi being taken off the board here. Didn't want to see that, but I'm seeing that Tristana was let through and it got locked in, and the Maokai too, Rector. This is not looking good for CMU, bro.
No, and that Maokai was picked up on R1 again. So they once again are playing in the situation where they're going, where does the tree go? And they saw how well it worked with King Daitengu and Chris Mans down in the bot lane because of that twisted advance. There's so much good lockdown, plus the knockback on the Bramble Smash to actually give Tristana the thing that she lacks, and that's usually getting the 4th auto attack down. The Hail of Blades helps get most of the explosive charge ready, but to have that reset on the rocket jump, I mean, Maokai is like 10 seconds to CC. How do you get away from it? And I think that's what the side of Colorado Mesa recognized from game 1 and say, okay, let's choose some slipperier champs. Maybe if he does get the twisted advance on me, I can hit that arcane shift out and really pull away from the threat, which is the Tristana.
Definitely so. And I mean, threats also coming out here from Sainty Young, right? That Lee Sin kind of signalizing to me that they're looking to make things happen early on and take control, take the reins of this game and try and secure game number 2.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to do, like, it feels like it's the new meta or the new fun shtick where you just build Umbral Glaive on whatever 80 jungler you can, follow it up with some tank items, and then just call it real. Because that would be, I would love it, number 1. And number 2 is, it is a very early game focused team in terms of Lee Sin, but there's so much scaling from the side of Agasana, College Blue, and the fact that Tristana continues to scale into the game. We've seen how disgusting a Vladimir can be once he gets the core 2 or 3 item spike, depending on which way he chooses to play the game, because there's about a billion different ways to build Vlad nowadays. And you look at the opposite side, and this is really my pure criticism for the side of Colorado Mesa, is that their composition doesn't actually do anything together, really. You have elements of poke, you have elements of all-in and engage and pick, and then you have elements of side laning, but I don't think they can do any which one of them really well overall. Like, their best place is probably get Frozen, Turbo ahead if you can, get those advantages in lane, and then just say, okay, doggo, you go off and do your thing, and the 4 core members, the rest of them, try to play the rest of the map in a 4-1.
Yeah, they send him outside, go do your thing. We'll see you back in like 15 minutes when you've got 10,000 stacks, and then all of a sudden you're running the game. But obviously, he's got to get to that point first. I will say, though, Volibear coming through with the Ghost as well. I'm smelling some opportunities here. Maybe some level 3s coming through with that stun that comes through. Obviously, you've got the cleanse here on King Daitengu, but regardless, there's still plenty of other opportunities in the mid lane or in the top lane even.
Yeah, no, and I think that's going to be the big thing is the early aggression. I think the only way that you can do anything with Saint Young being on this Lee Sin is, 1, early jungle pathing. Try not to path into him. If you could play a cross map with that Ghost before he has access to the Chemtech Turbo And before he has that closing speed, he gets to use this ghost as that way as the gap closure to get the stun down and set up on top of what is some CC to work with in the lanes. So if you can just path away from the Lee Sin in the early game, try to make some things happen to get some advantages in your solo lane. Because honestly, you've got Ezreal. Hey, homie, sit next to the tower, throw out those mystic shots. We'll see you when you have 3 items. Like, that's what you got to think. So King of Pinata and Robo Fortress, like, moving on out into the world.
Yeah, a lot of kings in this lobby too. King Pinata, King Daitengu, man. What's good? It can only be one. We're gonna find out what that is soon enough. I gotta say, I'm a little worried for the Rakan pick. I saw this as well in our last series. It was Rakan going up against the Amumu, and it really was just anytime Rakan tries to engage or tries to start something up, instantly just gets CC, nothing they can do. And I feel like we might see the same thing coming out here, right? All Chrismans has to do is wait for King of Pinata to try and go in, just stun him up, and then you just get the bomb on him, and next thing you know, King of Pinata's health bar just went like halfway down, and all he did was try to start something up.
Yeah, and that's actually very reminiscent of what did happen in that game one, in the sense that you had the Samira, every time she tried to hit that Inferno trigger, it was indeed Chris just saying, nope, here's a Bramble Smash, you're knocked out of it. And it really leaves open a really interesting concept. I want to see what you think about this. And that is, I've seen a unsealed spellbook, Rakan.
Oh.
And so it sounds really wild, but I've seen it in a few matchups where you get really confused by flanks of, like, I don't know, just a Rakan TPing into the fight on a flank or having access to that cleanse. Sadly, it's not going to be the case. I do indeed see Guardian, but it's fun to think about.
Yeah, no, definitely a lot of opportunities to be coming out of that one. I just try to imagine, like, you're trying to back up, and then all of a sudden, Rakan with the quickness just comes around the corner, like, hello, and you're like, wait, where did this guy come from? I did not see him, and the next thing you know, your whole team is just charmed up. But that will not be this game, and it's looking like a pretty standard 5-man lineup here, looking like a football match, just the death stares all around.
Yeah, the death stares indeed. This is match point for Augustana College Blue taking game 1, and they actually stayed on the same sides. So it does really feel like Colorado Mesa is saying, okay, we made some mistakes in game number 1. Top side of the map was rather solid with Frozen on the Sejuani. At bot lane, there was a lot of that differential from the Maokai, from Chris saying you don't get to play this aggressive match the way that you want to. So a lot of eyes down here on the bot lane, see if Chris and King of Pinata, who's going to kind of come out on top in what is really an engage versus engage matchup.
Yeah, definitely so here. And yeah, we're going to be on opposite sides here for the jungle. Looking to path up top. Surprised by that at all. I feel like it would be super easy for Senyong to just try and path down bot lane, and then they set up something once Chrismans has that CC available. Surprised by that at all.
I think that you have a really elusive bot lane, even the fact of, once King Pinata gets that level 2, he does have the dash back. Ezreal has the arcane shift. Unless he tries for something cheeky like a 2 camp where he is right now on a level 2 and come down from Braum. But a lot of that's predicated on the bot lane making something happen. And for the opposite side, Colorado Mesa, they have no reason to try to go in. They have no reason to try to fight. They just want to scale into it. So I think really good on St. Young recognizing where the strength is. And he might actually he's going to just vertical jungle here. And I love it because he's going to cut off the map. He's going to force Robo Fortress to have to play towards the top side.
Like you said, look to mirror him. Don't look for anything just yet. Grab that red buff and be level 3 as well. Robo Fortress on its way, but there's no vision. He has no idea that his camp is being taken from under his nose. He's in for a bad surprise when he looks to check on his red buff.
Yeah, and this is where those level 1s are so important in the sense of getting vision and recognizing when somebody's trying to make this into a vertical jungle, as St. Young is going to check out here and see, because he's got the timing down.
Oh, he knows. And so does Robo Fortress with that sweeper. He knows he's there. Q over the wall. He's like, hello, goodbye. Just a quick, what? Now the rest of the side of CMU is collapsing, and there's no one there to help on St. Young. Might have bit off more than he could chew. Smite coming through to try and heal something. Flash as well. Safeguard on over to the Maokai. But now Chrismans might pay for his brother's sins. It's looking likely Robo Fortress with the ghost can't quite find a stun though. And so ultimately, I don't think they do grab it. Enough damage comes through in first blood. Going on over to Robo Fortress. That's one way to turn things around.
Yeah, St. Young really biting off more than he can chew there. It could have walked out, but instead, solid Q, hit a Q onto the Krugs and ended up in no man's land. And especially with the wave being where it was at, it was so easy for the side of Colorado Mesa.
Dragonborn looking for something there on Frozen. But yeah, crazy to see just the instant like turnaround. Everyone looked over at St. Young and we're like, yeah, he's dead. Like he's not getting out of this one alive. Then the 4-man just comes on over, nowhere for him to go. Almost. I mean, doesn't end up escaping, but they pay the ultimate price and they lose Chrismans. Rest in peace.
Yeah, that and what the advantage should have been coming out of that is that St. Young gets to go ahead and get a triple buff out of this, gets to get a distinct advantage, but now instead, because of the tempo on this, he is going to be hit that one buff, but there's no tempo lost on the map because he had to, take that reset, he had to come back up here and kind of mess up his pathing. As you can see, his second romp is already up. Meanwhile, we're already out on our second realm for Robo Fortress.
Chrismans. I think kind of damage there onto Zeph, but not quite going to be enough. Space is vast. Not a lot of mana right now. Just shoving in that wave. Going to look head on back. First drag is going to be that ocean drag up in 10 seconds as well. And with these backs coming through, curious to see if either team opts to try and grab it immediately. Dorito trying to cancel that back. So close.
You always got to go for it when you can. It's a little bit of BM. It's a Hill of Sync special, but you got to get in their heads. You got to let them know nothing's for free here.
Speaking of getting in their heads, they're about to live in Dragonborn's head rent free. If they can pick up this kill here, the slow comes through. Look at that weather. That's a root. You can't tell me otherwise. And look at the damage coming through as well. Frozen gets the kill, double with the ghost getting popped. Nowhere Dragonborn can go, and Frozen's going to be picking up some juicy turret wave. Turret platings, not waves.
Turret, waves, plates, shots. Some of them you want, some of them you don't. But because of that, on the bottom side, it will be this Drake being started up by the side of Augustana College. And really, that's what we expect the answer to be. You get the TP out on the top side, you get Gnosis in a good place here, and you give up the first one. You've got the scaling, and that's really what I'm hoping for, is that we do get to see Spaces Vast and Zeph get to that point. We already see the tier started, hoping that we go the 4-item mythic route on him, that we see the Essence Revo, the Mana Immune, etc., because they really have hope damage coming out from the side of Colorado Mesa. So if they can get to that point and they have a solid front line in front of them, a lot of damage can get done.
Yeah, definitely so. But for now, things are going to be rather quiet. The calm before the storm has begun. Regdor a lot on the line here. CMU. All task ahead of him. Have to win 2 games back-to-back at Dragonborn. Looking to get himself this first little dub. A lot of damage coming through. That range advantage. Just too much for CM Frozen at the moment. Doesn't have that ulti yet.
Yeah, that is something that Frozen's going to have to continue to deal with. Honestly enough, the Mega Gnar form is the one that he would much rather fight than getting those Hyper Procs put down on him. I would love to see him go towards a defensive item like the Frozen Heart to kind of deal with this 80 damage coming in early. The Warden's Mail would do a lot for him. See if he opts that direction, because he does have a lot of auto attackers on the enemy team. That would very much hate to see that in his inventory.
Yeah, definitely so. St. Young, he can maybe find something in this mid lane, but not too likely. No objective's going to be up for a minute here. A little bit of time until the first Herald does spawn, but for now, all is quiet along the rift. Really just trading going on here. 2 kills at the moment here on the side of CMU, 1 being on Frozen, 1 on Robo Fortress. So they're definitely good positions, and you can see Frozen again. He can barely step up, and he knows it. Really only going for those confirmed kills. They're stacking up those Q stacks. That'd be a bit of a menace if you can keep that up.
Yeah, and I know they were in your last game. I love taxes, death and taxes. Those things are 2 truths in life. But the third one is that Gnosis will scale. No matter what, he can take his time here and just play for his health bar and use it appropriately with this Herald coming up. And both, Jungler being on the bot side of the map, that's really good for the side of Colorado Mesa, as long as nobody dies down here.
Yeah, Chrisman trying his best to look real juicy, look like a freebie, but Zeph and King of Pinata, they know something's up, and so instead, they found Space is Vast. Who does land? Gonna wait for him to use that blast. No! Oh, that is so unfortunate. Not gonna go over the wall with him, and so he's not gonna be able to find himself that kill there.
Yeah, that I think that was a little bit of a terrain diff right there. Because of where he blast cone to, there wasn't enough space in the game for him to come over, so it just left him on the other side of the wall. Space is vast. Thank you, Riot. You know, send him a gift basket afterwards as he's
Not even
allowed to
close.
continue on.
Gonna be able to continue on. Meanwhile, though, that Earth Herald has been started up and it's pretty damn low. Saint Yang is here. It's gonna be a smite fight. Finds the Q, gonna go down. Never mind, no fight to be spoken of. Gets withered. Doesn't want to opt to go in. So the Herald gonna go to the hands of Robo Fortress. Everyone gonna walk away happy, except the members of Augusta. They're not gonna be so happy because they weren't able to get it. But at least they didn't die. That's that.
Yeah, that's always a plus side. You cannot obtain any gold from the grave unless your name is Karthus. Otherwise, it's not going to work out that great. And something that just really worked well on that was, number one, recognizing, hey, we see the enemy jungler. This is a free objective for us. But when they did come up to meet it, it was inside of Colorado Mesa, actually guarding the eye, making sure there was no way for St. Young to get in there with a Sonic Wave, hit the eye and smite, and just essentially, you know, pull a fast one on them. They kept really good control of it, and that should equal some gold in somebody's pocket. You know, it's guaranteed when you have Shelly in your pocket that you're going to make some gold.
So looking at that bot lane before, still waiting for those level 6s on the supports, but level 6 has been utilized by Dragon Ball here in the top lane. Wither gets, excuse me, what? That was a Q, and that did so much damage to Dragon Ball. He waited out the timer before he went mini, and now the chase has begun. St. Young's here, finds a Sonic Blast, the kick away, nowhere Frozen can go. Stack that, baby.
Stack that, he said. Oh, that was good. 2 ults invested on the top side, but it is indeed a dead Susan, or Knossos in this case. And that's good. You know, all good.
Coming through here. There we go. There's that ultimate from Krizan's coming through. The Ignite as well. So much damage to flash through. Nice rocket jump from King Daichu. They will go 1 for 1. They'll find themselves Krizmans. The ultimate coming through here, though, from Robo Fortress. He's on top of him. Ulti getting dropped from Space is Vast as well, and so is his wallet as he picks up that first kill. Looking for Torito as well. The flash coming through. Not quite going to find him, and overall, they will go 2 for 1. Dropping the Herald as well.
And that Herald will definitely be useful. Question is, whether I don't know how much that was actually intended here. It is going to keep Toito stuck here in the bot lane to make sure that Kelly doesn't get any more. But it's kind of painful because it's not going to crash as of right now with the wave there. And
it's so close. Just walk to
up.
the turret. Just walk to the turret, Shelly, please. Meanwhile, though, they're walking to the dragon as well here. They're looking to not give it up without a fight. Low health bars. They're just sitting on top of each other. Dragon is going to get taken, though, by Space is Vast. They will, however, lose Robo Fortress, but they do still get the drag. St. Young incredibly low. Sonic Blast going to find its mark. Going to go for the Twisted Advance. The bomb's on him as well, and down he goes. Space is Vast. Space is gone. Zeph is gone, too, and King of Pinata, the only one that's walking away from that one.
Yeah, that was a little bit of, you know, you can't do 2 things halfway, do 1 thing all the way. The Herald play on the bot side kept Zeph there trying to get the minion wave down, but, you know, Ezreals don't have a whole lot of wave clear early, so you don't get the Herald crash. You do get the Drake, but at the cost of like 3 lives because of how long the play took. Enemy team able to get back onto the map and make something happen. And really, on Augustana Blue continues to have this deafening vision along the bot side. You can see there from the Dragon Pit to the red buff next to the Raptors. They continue to have this line of vision along the bot side. Some of it's going to get cleared out here now. But they are just keeping a vigilant eye on Robo Fortress and what is he going to try to do around the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, honestly, not too much is really going to come out of it. It feels like they're constantly, they have the knowledge of where he is. They're able to play around it accordingly. Frozen here. We're going to push this wave on in here. Hasn't gotten any one of the planes yet. Oh, St. Young just kind of standing in the Ezreal ult. But now a fight from Space is Vast into Nito there. A lot of damage coming through, but Vast is going to escape.
That is damage coming out, and that is a Dark Seal on Toadito, and it's only going to get worse. This is the Phase Rush variant of Vladimir, which means he has a lot of capability to stick on you. He's got the pull to be a slippery snake and get a ton of damage down. It's going to be on Robo Fortress and King of Pinata to make sure they can lock down the CC.
God.
Yeah, that is an empowered Q.
You're telling me it's going to get worse?
Yeah, Yeah, let me tell you, Echo, it does not go better from here.
Oh Lord, well I'm already worried for Space's Vast. Has a little bit of time though. He needs that exhaust to be back up if he doesn't want to get taken out. But Robo Fortress is hovering around that mid lane. Look at that damage coming out from Dragonborn though, utilizing that range advantage as much as possible before he goes mega form. Now gonna look to back off. King of Kanata is here as well. And entrance not quite gonna find the mark. Close, but no cigar.
Yeah, that was a good jump from Dragonborn to stay out of there. And again, that's when Frozen should feel the best, is whenever he's in Meganar, does have access to the ultimate. But at least it's a fair fight, you know? I've been doing some research in the top lane. Ranged users, nah. Melee users, kings. Let me tell you, Zeph is definitely going to need a hero right
the
now.
Twisted Advance is going to follow Zeph through the arcane shift. The Ignite comes through. He can't even run away. Nothing he can do. King Taitengu with the rocket jump trying to find a cheeky steal, but won't quite get it. But they are going to go ahead and get themselves this tier 1 as well. Artillery Barrage coming through from Spaces Fast to try and get those minions down, but the turret won't do enough damage quick enough. They're just going to keep on pushing.
That is what's going to continue to happen with that vision differential that we've noticed on the bot side of the map. Sets Saint up in the way to be able to make these plays between a tier 1 and a tier 2. Unluckily for Zeph, we talked about the difference in builds earlier. Did go for the Triforce. Triforce very good when you're in a position where you're allowed to auto attack the enemy, stack that up, continue to hit, you know, that huge modifier on your base AD. But he's not really going to get a chance for it. So it's going to be kind of hard for him to play the game with so many divers and so many people with movement in the game to really just not let him have a good day.
Yeah, definitely so. It's going to be rough, but have to wait and see. Obviously, you know, you've got King Pinata with that quickness, going to be able to try and keep him off for a while, try and let him stack that up, but from that damage that's coming out from all of these members from Augusta, it's going to be tricky, especially with Taitengu who's trying to jump on top of you. Chris Mans, who per the Maokai way, he's not afraid to try and get into your face, as neither is Robo Fortress here. Nice double ult coming through from Dragonborn. They're going to do his damnedest to defend the turret, but it's been turned off. Dragonborn with a flash over the wall, though. Nature's Advance is so huge, they've got the 3-man stuck. Make that a 2-man as one goes down. Robo Fortress is next on the list. He goes out as well, and now Frozen, the only man standing. He's stuck between a turret and 3 members of CMU. He's fighting his damnedest, but down he goes into the hands of Saint, and they turn it around beautifully.
Yeah, I think he got a stack off one of the minions before he died. So honestly, it's worth Frozen. Yeah. Scaling. But scaling's going to take a little bit too long. If Augustana continues to be able to make these cross-map plays in matching tempo, they knew something was up, and they said, you send 3, we're going to send 4. The tier 1's already down on the bot side. Looks like they were already looking to do a lane swap anyways, and this is the result. You pick up another few kills, you have priority over that second Rift Herald. Actually, I think got picked up by Robo Fortress. And you just continue to play out the game here, as now they get to come back onto the map with this tempo and try to go for what will be the 3rd Drake of the game.
Yeah, definitely. It's so beautifully played. We'll continue on. Next Drake is up. It's going to be a Cloud Soul, but whatever. It is what it is. Not my favorite, but no, it really couldn't be worse. It is probably my least favorite one. But regardless, things aren't looking good for Chris Mans. Flash over the wall, but down he goes into the hands of Frozen. We scale, baby. We scale when we take those. Meanwhile, the Rift Herald is a little indecisive here. He wants that farm instead of that turret. Understandable. Got to get your money up. They finally clear out the waves, though. Can they get it? It's going to be close. Trying to hit that eye, but doesn't want to get too close to Frozen. It's going to crash in, do a little bit of damage, and go down.
That is not going to get on a tier 1 just yet, but it's going to give a little bit of pressure in the mid lane to be able to get onto this Drake. Would be nice as long as Augustana doesn't continue to work towards that soul point. That will keep them a little bit more in the game. Try to get to the point, 2 or 3 items on each one of their carries to be able to get something accomplished.
Great zoning coming out, but can you zone Nature's Advance? Mother Nature has come to seal your fate. Robo Fortress going in with the ult. Huge 4-man. Buster Shot blasts him away, though. A lot of damage coming through. That Tango is free hitting and getting free kills right now. That's free money, passive income, baby. Frozen, taking as much as he can, but down he goes as well, and Space is Vast is the only one left standing. If Zeph goes down here, able to escape to the turret, but Chris Man wants more. Has to respect the turret, though, so ultimately, it will lose 0 members, and CMU will lose 3 of them.
Yeah, and this is where the difference in
Oh
composition
no, he's
is
gonna
coming in.
find Zeph. Don't do it to him. Zeph staying alive, doing a lot of damage. Actually, it's gonna turn things around and still find Chris Man. Not quite enough damage coming through here from Chris Mans. Just has too many tanky items, no AP.
Hey, Colorado Mesa says we're not done just yet. I think a little bit of mistiming there between St. Young and Chris. It looks like they wanted to do the dive, but at least it was a little too far away. Nonetheless, it's a happy little accident, giving some gold back into Zeph's pocket here. And like I said, they have 2 Drakes on their side. They have the soul point kind of win condition in their pocket. Their carries are looking towards their second items. Not everything's bad, but it's important to say that is 10 stacks on the Dark Seal into Totino's pocket. And that's scary.
Yeah, definitely is. We've seen that damage he's been able to do with only 2 stacks on it, so it's gonna get even harder. You promised me it's only gonna get worse, so I fear the worst for the rest of CMU, as now they are gonna find themselves. Chris Mans here trying his damnedest to buy some time, try and get away, but it's just not gonna be enough. It is futile. Efforts down he goes. That's more gold going to the hands of CMU, and that's exactly what they need to get back into this thing.
Yeah, that's exactly the sort of picks that they need, like you said, to get back into this thing. Biggest issue for them is going to be just getting picked off. You always got to say, you know, it's like Legend of Zelda. It's too dangerous. Take this with you. Never ward alone. You always got to be with somebody, or else you're going to have these things happen.
No. Why didn't you tell it to Tonito, man? He's been just caught up by 3 members. He's going to pull, running for his life, running for the turret. Zeph as well is about to befall the same fate. Saint and Dragonborn on top of him. He's trying his damnedest, but down he goes. Tonito is going to escape. Has to give this tier 1 over, though. Nothing that he can do. He's gonna have to do his damnedest to hold the wave off and allow them to at least not get that tier 2. Chris Mans is here as well. We'll give a little bit of support as that turret does go down. That's about all they're gonna get.
Yeah, almost a winning play for Colorado Mesa. Sadly, Zeph does get picked out. And this goes back to, again, look at the vision differential. Some of them did just get moved up towards the top side, but they continue to have strong bot side vision, which when Zeph pulls up that far out, he hasn't got a tier 1. He's not allowed to be that safe, and he just gets picked off for it. Meanwhile, on the top side, Tonito is able to just walk away and say, I'm just going to pull underneath my tower, and we're going to be Gucci.
Yep, he did Gucci. He was. They grabbed themselves that. Do a little invading here in their jungle, grabbing what they can. Saint has to be careful, though. He can dash over the wither. Look at that. He cannot run away. He's like a crippled old man. So much damage comes out. The kick to try and escape, but the stun lands. And that's going to be a shutdown. And guess who it's going to, baby? Frozen. That's right.
You can't say crippled old man around me. It sounds like too much of a shot getting thrown out my way. But that wither, it does be doing work. And these are the continued signs of life that we need from Colorado Mesa in order to find their way into the game. 2 items now complete on the Ezreal. We're getting closer. 4 spaces vast on this Xerath. The Leandries is doing a lot of work on what is a lot of health stackers from the side of Augustana, College Blue.
Yeah, indeed. Gotta be careful, though, because, I mean, it definitely feels like CMU. You know, they're putting up a good fight. They're finding those picks that they need to, especially with Saint just found himself there a little too deep, and down he goes. And those are exactly the picks that CMU need to get back into this game. Not too terribly far behind, but definitely still a bit of a hill to climb if you want to get back into this.
Yeah, exactly. We're climbing hills, not mountains just now. And the thing that's going to make this service a lot more flat is going to be on King of Pinata and friends getting out there and getting a solid vision line established. Because once again, they're just kind of getting mollywopped in that perspective. You can just see already around this Drake, there's no blue wards. There's a lot of red ones, which means, you know, the advantage goes to the red side in that.
Indeed, it does dropping those saplings down, looking to slow the assault. TP coming in from Tonito, though. Gonna be over here in this flanking maneuver, frozen over the wall with a little bit of surprise action. Trying to clear these wards. Tonito's here, though. Bit of damage coming through, charging up, pulling down. Zeph running for his life. Quickness does get dropped. The kick comes through. Zeph goes down. And that's going to be the first member taking off the board. Frozen doing his damage to do some damage. He's trying to tank, flashes over the wall. He's healing up, but is it going to be enough? Oh my god, how is this man alive? They finally take him down. Down he goes, and CMU is falling. A double kill. At least space is vast, though. Thinning the numbers a little bit, but it's too little, too late. As the rest of his team falls, he's going to be the only one left standing. 3 members to the side of Augustana Blue, and they're going to go ahead, look to still start up this dragon, saying, come on, let's see if you can steal this from us.
Doesn't have access to the ultimate, so it's a lot taller order. I think the best thing is just to walk away and be happy.
Yeah.
Just walk away and be happy, please.
Yeah, just be happy you're alive, unlike the rest of your team. Value your life a bit more. Charging up that Q. Oh, so close. It didn't quite have the range, I don't think so it didn't end up hitting the drag. I swear I saw like 83 HP on it. That is so unfortunate.
Close. It was close, but nonetheless, that will be now 2 Drakes to either side. We love that. It means that the Dragon Win Con comes farther and farther away, so we have to be looking towards this Baron, and so far, it has been Augustana that has been really favored in these 5v5s. Colorado Mesa needs to try to find a pick to be able to walk up and say, okay, we can confidently take this.
Definitely. So I will say, though, Rector, the hill, it just got a little steeper here for CMU. Now they have a lot more that they need to play through, and especially I'm looking at Tonito Ray 6-0-5. Hasn't even bothered to grab the Book of Knowledge just yet. Just going ahead, grabbing that Rabadon. He's going to be hitting like a truck as Chris Mans. Be careful here. The 3-net collapse on him once again. Has to pop that ult. He's looking to run away, but where is he trying to go? Twisted advance onto the Baron to try and escape. Waiting to see if anyone's going to come to help him, and the answer is no. Down he goes. He was his damnedest to buy some time. That will be the quickness being burnt here, so some key cooldowns getting dropped, but the Baron is going to be started up here.
If that was the pick that they were looking for, the only thing is Space's Vast has been one of the turning points in these team fights. He is down bot lane. He has to babysit the Dragonborn to make sure he doesn't, use any words of power on this tower. And it looks like we're about to get a fight. I just don't know when.
Dashing in, it's going to be a smite fight. Who can secure it? And it's stolen by Augustana. The ultimate coming on in from Robo Fortress. Doesn't matter, though. Tenito is godlike. But is there a God Slayer among them? It's not looking likely he's going to escape. Rocket jump. The artillery barrage from afar, though. Sound the horns. Let the cannons loose. They find themselves 2 kills. St. Young will be the only one that makes it out of that one alive. The Baron has been stolen at the very least. It's only on 3 members of the 5.
Oh. This is pain. This is a lot. That road is a little steep, but if there was something that's going to even it out, it is Space is Vast. Get my man out of the side lane, get him to the team, and let this guy unleashed, because it's disgusting. Now 5-1-3 has the Sork boots. Looks like he's another alternator in the pocket to continue to bring the pain, and this is what has been the deciding factor for him, has been this mid lane. For Colorado Mesa. It's going to be interesting how they're going to surmount a defense against these Baron minions.
Yeah, definitely so as well, with that Horizon Focus being picked up, that extra percentage damage that you get to do to targets that you hit with those skill shots that we've seen. Space is Vast can hit those damn things if he needs to. So I do, just like you said, want to see him unleashed in these fights, not only being able to kind of pick up the scraps it feels with his ultimate and just kind of clean up, but it said be there in the fight, make things happen, and lead CMU to victory. But we're gonna have to wait for that for now. 2 minutes till the next drag is up. Both of these teams are gonna be fighting for Soul Point here. Baron is gonna be a hot minute before that's still up. So for right now, we're just gonna be managing these wave states, looking for picks. Maybe they find Chris Mans. He's been known this match to step a bit too far forward, but only time will tell.
The question really is going to be who is going to be the person that's caught out and away, like you said. Who's going to get the death bush, if you will, from CMU to be able to set up these advantages. And the comp's really starting to come online, and it shows like that Colorado Mesa just wants stability in life. They just want a solid front line to give Spaces Vast and Zep that room to be able to get the damage down. But the opposite side for Augustana is that they just want chaos. They just want everybody moving everywhere and to just give room for for the Tristana and the Vladimir just to move around however they please and get all this damage down, get the resets, get the empowered auto attacks through.
Some men just want to see the world burn, or in this case, the jungle. They're looking to pick out Spaces Fast. The flash comes through, but you can't outflash the twisted advance. And down goes Spaces Fast. King Pinata can only watch as his brother falls. 40 seconds on the drag, which means Spaces Fast will not be getting unleashed for that fight.
And that's once again the side of Agostana just continuing to dive between tier 2 and tier 3, tier 1 and tier 2. They just don't care. Robofortress is going to try to get a kill back here on the top side.
Yeah, they're just spending everything they've got. There's no tier 1 for Dragonborn to run off to, but it doesn't matter. He's too fast. That's going to be Ghost down. That's going to be the ulti down for Robofortress. So many key cooldowns being burned for this next dragon fight. They're not going to be available. I don't even know if they can contest this dragon, honestly.
No, the answer is they should
The answer's
not.
no. Okay.
The answer is no. Just stay away from the dragon. You've got a few members alive, but you don't have any pushing wave. Everything is being pushed to Colorado Mesa side of the match, and that's part of the thing that's suffocating them out, that's setting up for these power dives. They have no access to their entire red side quadrant. You look at the vision put down, you look at the homies hanging out from these saplings. There's just nowhere to move. There's nowhere to go. You got to look to the top side. You got to try to get something done on Dragonborn.
Definitely so. Frozen obviously being sort of the last hope, really that infinite scaling potential that does come out with those stacks, but feels like it's gonna take some time before he really reaches that point where he can run the game, and I don't think they have that much time. Augustin is looking to just run out the clock right now, looking to just push these waves in, do some damage, but Space is fast. I mean, he still hurts. He definitely still hurts. You can't underestimate him.
Yeah, you cannot underestimate. There's still, you know, they say it's not about the size of the dog, it's the size of the fight. Yeah. Size of the fight and the dog, something like that. There's a phrase for it. Nonetheless, scaling is important. Spirit Massage is done. Robofortress there, seeing Chris again, but that tree is getting more and more tanky now. Only has 2 items, but still, as you can see from the little dash marks, a lot of health. A lot of time it's going to take to get through that, so these picks are becoming harder and harder to get. The Maul of Malmortius finished on St. Young. He's hitting that point. 3 items, 2 defensive done. He's not doing as much damage anymore. He's really looking to facilitate and create that chaos that Augustana loves so much, with nothing to be fought over except for this. Aaron's going to be up here in about less than a minute.
Yeah, but there's the fighting going down. They don't need objectives to get it started up. Daitengu gotta find themselves one. Ulti can get on away. Tornado didn't take it so low, but it doesn't matter. He just goes pool mode and heals everything back. This guy is a menace. Zeph is gonna stay alive, look to defend this turret, but that's a pick that they needed. 30 seconds on the Baron, and the jungler is down. Should be a free Baron for Augustana. Frozen looking for something on Dragonborn, but he's able to just hop away. The recall's coming through. It's looking rough for CMU right now. They're hanging on by a thread, and it feels like Augustana, they've got the scissor to just cut it away.
They do indeed. There's nothing that's really happening in the side lane. They're continuing to be able to group in this 4-1 split that we kind of talked about in draft.
Frozen's on top of Dragonborn though. He's mega mode, looking for the ult. He's gonna find the stun, the double stun, but he's withered. Will be able to jump away though, and he's bought plenty of time for the rest of his team to start up this Baron. True-Shot Barrage is gonna mark them out, but the Baron will go down. Nothing Zeph can do but watch get slowed by the sapling as well. And with this Baron, the empowered minions, the base of CMU is it's in danger now. It is in danger.
Augustana don't even care about the turrets. They've been diving in between them this entire game. This is the one hope that you can have, is that maybe they overpress their luck a little bit on the siege and try to pick up some kills from there. Try to knock off some of these purple cloaks. But they should, once again, just be able to play safe. They've got the vision control. They're going to clear some of this out now, as Augustana should look to get a reset in. You know, use some of that gold from the last fight, continue to pad the wallet, and then come back new and refresh.
Definitely. Oh my god. And if it wasn't hard enough to kill Tornado, now he has the stopwatch, man. It's just gonna be even harder to take him out now. That's why I can already feel it. It's gonna be one of those moments when you're fighting him, you don't realize he has the stopwatch, and then you see go going, you're like, well, this fight is over, and it's looking like Robofortress's life might be over. He's able to outrun the Sonic Wave, but Zeph ain't gonna be so lucky. Tornado is here, and he's looking to do some damage. Pulls and walks on away. Meanwhile, in the bot lane here, oh, very nice snipe coming through from Space's Van. Gonna find themselves the pick, so they at least go 1-for-1 here. RoboFortress has to back off, doing his damnedest to hold that tier 2, but down it goes. The assault continues here. Space is fast, looking to find some damage onto St. Young, make sure that he can't push up, and they will hold the tier 3 for now.
The tier 3 is the next target on the list. We do see the TP coming through. Tonito back on the map here. Has 9 stacks on the Dark Shield, plus, 4 items complete now. And Frozen just can't get anything done against Dragonborn. It's slowly dying in place as the mid lane inhibitor is not going to be around for much longer.
And it kind of feels like the issue, right? Because you can see Frozen, he hits hard, he does a lot of damage, but he can only be in one place at one time, right? He can't be in the mid and the top lane if he's already holding that bot turret. And Dragonborn has been doing such an amazing job of making sure that he just barely stays out of the reach of Frozen, that he can't find anything, and so because of that, the rest of the base is suffering.
Nasus has one natural enemy, and that is distance. That is space. You can't hit what you can't catch, and so far Dragonborn has used, at CC, has used the jumpaways to really circumvent a lot of his entire kit. So Frozen's just been really whacking away at minions for the most part, and continuing to watch as these waves get closer and closer to the tower. Tier 3 already at half health down there in the bot lane. Now, just doing the same thing, but it's an exposed Nexus on the top side.
It is Frozen trying to get the Dragonborn, but he just hops up the wall. He does not care. He's saying, listen, man, try all you want. You're not going to get me. And now CMU has to try and take this dragon. It falls into the hands of Augustana Blue, then that is going to be Soul Point. They're going to kite it on out of the pit, so that vision is lost. RoboFortress, yeah, they have to just, nothing they can do. Dragonborn with the TP down to the bot lane to get the push going, and oh no, RoboFortress is in a bad spot. Rocket jump from the Tristana, a lot of damage coming through to the bomb, and they're looking to find RoboFortress. Sonic Blast lands, looking to kick him away. Dragonborn needs to get on out of there, taking a lot of damage. Zeph as well, down he goes, double kill into the hands of King Daitengu. They find themselves the third on RoboFortress, and now it's up to Frozen to make the hero play happen and defend this turret, but a lot of damage comes out. Flash, get on out of there. Tonito staying alive just barely, needs to dodge, is gonna pull though. Oh, and there's that stopwatch. I told you it was gonna come in clutch, but it doesn't matter. He still finds the snipe. Space is vast, is not going down without a fight. It's just barely gonna keep St. Young off of his heels. It's gonna pop that hex string. So with that being down, that does give an opportunity to take him out, but he needs to do it right here, right now. It's out to the last 2 turrets, and they're getting lower and lower. Space is vast, still pretty damn tanky. Frozen as well, doing a lot of damage. He's tanky as well. They're trying to find something here, pushing Dragonborn and Chrismans out of the base. They're getting lower and lower. The defense will hold, but once again, they lose so much.
We see the damage that's possible. We see what Frozen can do. You've seen all game what Space is Vast is able to do, and it's only getting worse for the enemy team. But the elements just aren't all there. There has been yet to find a fight for Colorado Mesa that's allowed their composition to shine, and that's because Augustana has never allowed it. They are always pulling the trigger and making sure they're blowing somebody up in this team fight that allows for this disorganized style of play, that allows for them to really single out individuals and say, you go to the next, or you go back to the fountain, you go back to the fountain, one at a time, like Oprah Winfrey.
Yep, definitely still here. Baron up in 1 minute, and I am damn sure that Augustana is going to look to collect that unless they're able to find some kind of pick here early on, and that means CMU has to be incredibly careful. They know they lose 1 member, that could be it for them. 1 member difference is all that Augustana needs to make things happen. Is RoboFortress. You can see it's like you said, never ward alone. You can't opt to go on your own anymore. You need everyone to stay alive, especially now when your base is hella exposed. You have 1 inhibitor to your name and 2 Nexus turrets, one of them being less than half health. And oh no, Zaf, did you not understand the game plan, man? You went off on your own and you get punished. Tonito's gonna find him. That's 1 member down.
And now they cannot really react to this Baron play. They have to watch out because Tonito might just go in the game on his own down there in the bot lane.
This guy is the main character. Nature's Advance getting dropped down by Chrisman to keep him rooted in place. And look at that. They have to send Frozen back, who's one of their main damage dealers. And now RoboFortress and Pinata are in a tricky spot right now. They need to stay around, try and stop this Baron. They can't afford it to be taken, but they can't afford to go in and die either. And Dragonborn is just being like, listen, man, you're not getting past me, bro. I've got the mega mode coming, and they just shredded that Baron. It's down. King of Pinata is being run down as well, going into the wall. Down he goes to flash to escape with the Grand Entrance, just barely getting out of that one alive. Robo Fortress as well, running for his life. Dodges the Sonic Wave, is gonna stay alive just barely, but look at that. The minions are coming, and all of Augustana are coming, and they're looking to end this thing right here, right now. True Shot Barrage is going to do a lot of damage to the minions. Make sure that they don't have that pushing power. Going to opt to take out this inhibitor first before they look to turn to the turrets. Down it goes. A lot of damage getting dropped with the Wither as well. Question is, do they take the fight? Tonito getting lower and lower. Goes Pool. Zeph getting lower and lower. Has to heal. Almost going down. Looking for the fight. Dragon Ball lower and lower. All these low HP bars. Someone's about to get popped, and it's going to be Dragon Ball first off. They're going to go 1-for-1 though. Frozen is down, and that's their main carry out of the fight. They lose King of Pinata as well. They lose Robo Fortress. Space is vast. Make something happen, please. We need you. Down goes Zeph. Space is vast. It's the last member standing, but he eats the dirt too. And with that, Augustana take the Nexus turret, and they're going to take game number 2 and take the series.
And that was just, it was chaos. It's like we said, Augustana refuses to play the game regularly. They say, we're going to cause chaos and we're going to constantly find these aggressive angles. And if you look at St. Young, built triple defensive items, had the Death Stance, had the Mulla Malmortes, and then a GA in the last fight and said, I'm just going to cause havoc. He was the Joker on the Rift, just sonic waving into people, crippling foes. And while it was a good attempt, that upward climb from Colorado Mesa, it really did come down to the Vikings swinging their axe around.
Yeah. And just in general, it felt like, getting caught out one too many times, especially Zeph, right? Kept going to these bottom lanes or these side lanes, trying to get that farm, which understandable. You got to get the bag if you want to get those items, do that damage. But Tonito just says, no, you don't get to do that. Tonito just says, I click Q, you're gone. And then next thing you know, you're one member down, right? Then you have to send Frozen to defend somewhere, which means he's out of the fight too. And we saw, right? So Vlad's just like, okay, if no one's going to come match me, I'm going to go end. They have to send Frozen. They have to forfeit the Baron. They have to run for their lives. And then they all get murked.
Yeah, it was really a masterclass on how to utilize side lane pressure. There was never a point in the game where Colorado Mesa were able to really get their minions past the tier 1s and really start trying to make something happen, saying, fine, you take this, we'll take that. Instead, it was just one of those chess matches where you move and then the enemy takes a piece, then you move and the enemy takes another piece, and finally all you've got left is your poor little king standing at home. And that was kind of Space's Vast at the end, the king of the team, sitting in the Nexus fountain trying to make something happen, but sadly, it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, the checkmate came through, and so CMU not going to find themselves a win in this series, and Augustana are going to go ahead and capitalize, grabbing themselves a nice, clean 2-0 victory. But, dare I say, Rector, the night is still not over. It is going to be for us. We'll have some other new Paracasters coming on for the last best of 3 of tonight, so we're going to go ahead and sign off. Rector, thank you very much for joining me for this one very, very quick but explosive game that we got to see tonight, and we'll see all of you guys later.
Hand on the wheel, got my pistons pumping, all 800 horses running. Oh man, much from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing, and suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, 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 panic. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? I can't help but think that it's meant to be, that I'm finally right where I'm supposed to. If I let you into the secret, would you listen? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing, and suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, 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 panic. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? And before too long, I found where I belong. I can hear it, I can hear it, oh. I can't stop the rush, every note I touch. I can feel it saving me. Tell me, can you hear the symphony?
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth?
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to week 5 here on the NECC broadcast. We have some new casters joining you for our next matchup here. I am Cam Kama, joined by the lovely RMC here tonight at our final match for the evening. How are you doing today, RMC?
Doing well, Kama. Enjoying it. I'm especially happy that our closing match today is Champions Ontario, because I'm Canadian and I love casting my fellow compatriots here out east. I love that NECC actually has a division just for the province of Ontario.
Perfect. Yes, welcome to the province of Ontario. Tonight, for your final match of the evening, we will have the OTSU Esports Royals taking on the Queen's Golden Gales.
Yeah, kind of odd that, the Royals aren't actually the Queens team. The Queens are Golden Gales, and the other team's actually the Royals tonight. Now, don't let those standings fool you here, because while OTSU looks to be top of the table right now, their actual record is 3-1. It's showing 4-1 because one of the teams did drop out. UTM, as you can see there, has unfortunately bowed out. So realistically, Cam, what we're actually seeing tonight is potentially a battle for first place between the Queens Golden Gales and the OTSU Esports Royals. What makes this matchup even more interesting is who these teams lost to, where their one loss is coming from here. Because the Royals beat Ottawa Garnet B and then lost to Conestoga Condors. The Gales did the opposite, where they beat the Conestoga Condors and then lost to Ottawa Garnet B. So it's actually really hard to get a read on who's going to beat who, and you can tell that from how close these standings are.
Yeah, the standings are incredibly close. Like you say, this could basically be the battle for first if we ignore the bye that one of these teams have been able to get. But moving on to just not the standings, but who is actually on the teams here for tonight. On the Golden Gales, we will have Tanxus in the top lane, Evelyn Love in the jungle, Rager Board in the mid lane, Wilson and Neck McCulloch in the bot lane.
Yes, I do believe actually it will be Evelyn Love in support and XGPH or Xavier in the jungle. But on the other side, it will be OTSU Esports Royal with at most in the top lane. Crow in the jungle here. It will be Blues in the mid lane. I believe their AD carry is actually going to be Arcane for tonight, or basically a bunch of lines that look like a barcode. But, it's supposed to be Arcane. Yes, Arcane from League of Legends, Arcane. And support there will be Arc9, also known as Linum.
Arcane, perfect name, yes. There's the barcode.
There we go.
Beautiful barcode, yes, also going by Arcane. Luckily, they do have a secondary name. Usually players that have barcode names or names like that, like you can't physically pronounce, I call them squiggly. So thank goodness you have a secondary name, or you would have been added to the squiggly list.
Yeah, I just usually call them barcode, and then, depending on how we feel, like we get assign them a glossary name. So like, bunch of apples,
they've always been
or
squiggly
bundle
for me.
of grapes.
Yes, but like you said, RMC, this is a very close match. A battle for first place here for your final match of the night. And kind of, I would say at the week 5, kind of turning point almost of the season, right? Like we've seen which teams can beat which teams at this point now. So just the final couple weeks of the season is, I would say, the determining factor of kind of who is going to take that final spot, as we do get to move into draft now. Draft has already been completed, but we're not here to spoil it for you, so we get to react.
Yeah, OTSU Royals going to be on the blue side for game 1 here. Queens Golden Gales opting for the red side here. So as we mentioned, the picks will be coming in according to positional order. So we'll see them top to bottom here. But the bans will be coming in the order they're being banned. And what's been particularly interesting is that the Gales have been target banned in the jungle almost always here. Xavier XGPH gets a lot of it. And you can see all 3 bans right away. Jungle bans coming through. Yeah, that's going to be stock and roll, I think, for this entire series here.
It hurts when you're that player that's banned out 3 champions at the beginning of every draft. It's like, if you're because most players' champ pools are like, 4 or 5 comfort champions, 2 or 3 like stretch champions, and then past that it's like, I don't play anything else, guys. So you're starting out with 3 less champions, makes it a little bit harder. But that Riven coming in for OTU's top lane, this was their B5 of choice, so it was a little bit of a counter pick.
Yeah, and what's actually really interesting is technically, it wasn't a counter pick because they picked this one blind. It was the B5, but
Oh, I thought it was
R5
Trundle
was
top.
the
Never
counter
mind.
for Queens there. Yeah, but
They swapped it up on me.
they did. And unfortunately, one of the interesting things, you mentioned 3 or 4 champions, right? You see the Aatrox, you see the Irelia targeted at top lane. This is not because Atmos was pushed out of his comfort zone that he's gone for the Riven. He plays a lot of Riven here. So this is a comfort pick. And OTSU, they're saying with this pick right away that we want to play through that top lane here. We think that we can just outplay you in there. And frankly, I've seen Atmos do it before. So love seeing the Riven pick right here.
Yeah, and even getting that Aatrox and Aurelia band away from Atmos as well, still getting that comfort pick of Riven, a very similar, I consider a very similar champion, Aatrox and Aurelia in playstyle, right? It's a lot of dashes, it's a lot of, if you hit your one ability, you're gonna win the 1v1 pretty much, so kind of grouped in that same champion of just let's run at each other 1v1 type of top laners, right? As we do now get to see the full top side for both team comps pan out. Udyr into Trundle, a very popular jungle matchup that we've been seeing a lot in the recent meta, very farm focused, and who gets the first gank? Not even as important in this match as who gets level 6 first is usually what pans out to be the defining fact in this match. And then of course the mid lane, Cinder into Sylas.
Yeah, Syndra has been reworked as well, as of, I believe,
Yes.
a patch or 2 patches ago, pardon me, where she's no longer that early game bully in her lane here. She instead scales up, which makes the matchup between Sylas and Syndra more interesting, because it used to be Sylas' favorite after a certain point. I'm not sure how it goes right now. I feel like Syndra, with that late game, can actually match Sylas. Even if you can't win the 1v1, you can at least hold, and you're more useful to your team. The bot lane's coming through, Cam, and Queens coming through here, the Gales with the Caitlyn Thresh bot lane. This is a bit of a bully bot lane, and as much as we talked about that Riven top, it feels like the map's going to be inverted here, split right down the middle. Gales going to favor their bot side, try and control from that side. And, OTSU Royals, they've already, with that Sivir Alistar, they're kind of saying, okay, we're not going to focus on our bot lane, just try and survive. Let Atmos be the bait carry here. If anything, maybe they dangle the Sivir and Alistar as bait and then try and get some ganks down there. But I think that only happens if Atmos really just utterly dumps his lane. If not, get to the top, get that Riven going, and then let Atmos take over from there.
Yeah, and to give some more idea behind these draft strategies as well, it was a first pick B1 Syndra, to give some extra credit here to Blue Z. Like, they knew 100% going into this that, like, we are blind picking Syndra, open to any counter picks possible. I agree with you, RMC. Syndra's still, like, a new champion to me, so I don't know the Sylas matchup as well as hopefully the players do, but the R1, R2 of choice for Queens was their bot lane, just straight up Caitlyn Thresh. You see a Caitlyn in the game, you know that they're going to be playing for bot side. This champion is such a high econ champion. You have to play through this lane if you want to be able to, win the game, right? Because Caitlyn from behind is just not a champion. She is the highest range champion in the game, making her super easy to take first tower if you do play around that lane. And on the flip side, B2, B3, Sivir Alistar. These bot lanes were not hidden at all for very long in these drafts. So you think that they're going to play safe bot lane? I almost think the opposite. I think they're just not going to play bot lane. I think Arc9 is going to be top lane 100% of the time in this game. Sivir is like going to play under turret. Like, noping, enjoying game? Yep, I agree. You're going to enjoy the game underneath your turret for this entire laning phase.
It's in the name, right? Nope, you're not. They're not enjoying the game here with the Sivir pickup. And yeah, I think the teams have identified their strong points here. We mentioned that Atmos versus Tanxus might be the biggest mismatch on paper when you look at their ranks. And Tanxus, apparently is a bit of a Baus fan. Really likes that Sai on top, but has been trying to expand away from it. So the Gragas has been a bit of a comfort pick for him. It's his most played champion so far in the NECC, but it's not the most lane dominant champion to come through. You're really safe, but you're really playing more for utility. So I'm glad that the Royals have identified that, because they don't always play through that top lane of Atmos. Despite the strength of the side lanes, though, I do think it's going to come down to the mid lane, actually, to really unlock both of these teams. Because from what I've seen of their wins, whenever they win, their mid lane pops off. And I think that's actually a function of their junglers for both these teams.
Okay.
The fact that XGPH for the Gales here is one of their most proactive players, their MVP, if you will. And I think the team would agree with that as well, that he's their MVP player. And a lot of times if your mid lane's winning, your jungle gets to go wild. On the other hand, for the Royals, Krell Sultan, a player that both of us know, Cam, really
cast
proactive
him a
player.
few times.
Yep. He's very active, has played amateur for quite a while now, and he's very proactive. And so he unlocks his mid laner. So I do think jungle mid matchup actually between these two teams is going to be the key to unlocking this, and whoever wins that side of the matchup is going to be able to release their winning side lane, whether it be the top or bot lane.
Which lane will it be? We just have a couple more minutes to wait here as I'm going to start making predictions on this game one here, RMC. I'll go first. Tanks is on a tank that makes me think that they're going to win the game. I'm going to give it to Queens.
Okay, fair enough.
That's the extent of my analysis on that one. Also, they have a Caitlyn lane.
True.
I do think Caitlyn is like in the number 1, number 2 threshold for 80 carries right now. Misfortune actually made it through the draft, not picked, not banned. I think Misfortune is the number 1 80 carry, and Caitlyn pretty close behind number 2. So the fact that they have at least one of those 80 carries makes me more inclined to vote for their team.
Fair enough. I think right now at Worlds, Caitlyn's the most banned champion. So maybe
I
that's
did
why
not pick her as my
overtaken.
crystal ball. I'll tell you that right now.
I don't recall what I actually picked for my crystal balls, but she was definitely one of the considerations.
I'm so sad.
I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of it, Yumi's the highest.
Yeah, I was like, Yumi is probably going to be banned a lot by the minor regions against major regions was my original prediction. But now it's like, I saw the stats on it. Yumi is 6 games, 100% win rate, which means she's the highest champion, like the highest win rate champion with more than 5 games. And I don't know what champion I put for that, but if I only put Yumi for it.
That one, I definitely did put Yumi. Thankfully, no Yumi in this game. So let's not jinx it, Cam. I really want to see a Yumi in here. I will agree with you in regards to Caitlyn. I do think Caitlyn right now is the Thanos of bot lane. In that, she just wins it pretty much in laning phase. But the after laning phase becomes the problem, right? If you cut the MCU halfway through, Thanos was the big winner. But the latter half of the MCU kind of had Thanos just scrapping the bit and getting wiped. And that's what's going to happen to this Caitlyn as well. If she doesn't outright dominate their lane, if Wilson and Evelyn Love can't take over here, then the Sivir is going to scale up. And that's when Noping or Arcane and Linum are just going to start taking over, absolutely, with that Sivir Alistar here. So if Queens plays this right, if they play it to perfection, yes, I think the draft does favor them a little bit here. But what I've learned here, guys,
just don't make mistakes. Run long. True, RMC.
yeah, just win, right? Just click in.
I know.
But if you don't play it to perfection, then you know what? I think it's easier for OTSU Royals with their composition here. I think there's more skilling, there's more safety for them. So pressure's on for the Gales. You've got control of the early game. Let's see what you can do with it.
Pressure's on. You are the team on the timer here for the Royals. I definitely agree with that one. I think that their laning phase, especially the early game, right, that is their strong point. Team fights, it kind of just depends on if they are able to get the engage. They don't have any disengage. They don't have any insurance policy. It's entirely on really these solo lanes, right, to try and get a lead in this early game and then be able to hopefully they carry game from there as we do load on to Summoner's Rift. Now, Golden Gales on the red side once again looking for some sort of level 1 invade. Not spotted out here quite yet, but what they don't know is there is a 5-stack from the Royals in that bush. Face checking an Alistar level 1 is not something you want to do all grouped up like this, but the knife only lands onto one member onto Rager, and the first blood will easily be claimed by Arc9.
And the Gales are just running for the hills right now. I don't even know if they can all get out right here. Okay, Texas.
Yeah, good job, Texas.
Oh.
Atmos try to continue this engage here, but does land that nice hook there by Evelyn Love. And with that, just a nice disengage. Ward dropped in the tri-brush by the Golden Gales. But other than that, no deep wards by either team. So the only thing that either team claimed was that first blood for the Alistar.
Okay, and for the Gales, they actually made a really good call to go for that level 1 invade. We touched about how strong they are in the early game, and while Alistar level 1 is probably one of the scariest people to face check, Thresh is actually the better invader here because you have that ranged hook to try and pick one target out and then kind of punish. Problem was in this case, the Royals read them like a book, and that was great positioning for that 5-stack. They didn't sit in the red buff bush. They sat in the bush next to it and warded the red buff bush. So the Gales just kind of took a risk and didn't pan out. The good thing for the Gales, though, is that the first blood went to Arc9 in that top lane. So Alistar, not one of the champions that does well with gold. Even if you give him early, copious amounts of gold here, he needs to be level 6, really, to become that big tank champion that a Nautilus, a Leona, can be in lane.
Yeah, level 6 is the real power spike here for Arc9. Does not matter how much or how little gold he has at that point in the game. And luckily enough for the early game for the Golden Gales as well, they did get that Ignite off of Arc9, I do believe. Yeah, that was the only summoner actually burned in the entire level 1 engage. Like, if that's solo queue, at least 3 flashes are gone right now. But luckily we all held on to everything and only the Ignite from Alistar, which will be back up probably before first gank even happens on the bot lane. You see Trundle Friend hovering mid lane right here. We talked about it in draft. RMC mentioned it quite a bit. This mid matchup is what is probably going to decide, especially the jungle matchup in particular. So I'm not sure how to pronounce XG? Yep. Trundle just shows his face first. That was a question mark for me.
Yeah, I don't know if we want to call him XGPH or Xavier. I know that he signed up under Xavier Fujiwara initially, and then name changed. So let's just call him Xavier there. That is XGPH up there. Bot side, Arc9 though, taking an absolute beating here. And unfortunately for the Alistar, you don't actually pick an Alistar for lane. You pick it more for team fighting. And if we're talking about team fighting, I'm a bit worried about this Alistar pick. It was blinded, and Silas is one of the biggest counter picks to Alistar. Yes. Yeah, I know they don't lane in the same lane, but
Trundle too.
True, yeah, actually, I mean, in different ways, right? You're giving Silas Unbreakable Will. He's going to be an unkillable tank who does a ton of damage. And then you've got Trundle, who makes you squishy so that you're not actually a tank. So Arc9, really not going to enjoy this game. Cam, I know you're joking when you said that Arc9 roam top and like, camp top, but I'm starting to think that might be actually legit strategy this game.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're going to be in this lane. I'll hold this up for a second here. Second game coming in now from Crow, but there's just not enough damage yet for this Cinder burning their flash for that to engage as well. And just unfortunately, 1 for 0 back in the favor for Golden Gales, equaling out that gold lead that they did gain a little bit in the level 1 invade. Wilson playing from max range, getting a lot of nice poke there onto Noping, but Luzi playing very far forward. They have been ganked 2, maybe 3 times now, and it's a rough time for them in the mid lane. As back to my Alistar point though, Arc9, my friend, you see he has completed 50% of his build. He is almost full build. Once he completes Moby's, Alistar is officially full build, and then he will no longer play bot lane.
Pretty much. He's level 3, so yeah, he's halfway to full build, right? Because full build for Alistar is level 6.
Level 6 Mobies, then you're done.
Oh, the wraparound, the Crow right back onto the rift, right back into a gank.
Crow, no, Ghost does have that CC immune and is able to knock Wilson away from the Thresh Lantern. That is the most important part of the gank, just making sure that Wilson is not able to use that Lantern to get out at most. Trying to dodge away from this Geometry Tank system, setting up for them. Can't even dodge out of that one. Ignite. No, there was not Ignite. I thought Tinxis ignited. No, Atmos just
it was
died.
Atmos.
Yeah,
Atmos ignited there. And I mean, he was also eating a massive minion wave there. Interesting decision from Atmos to opt into that. Atmos was actually winning out that lane. Look at that CS differential there. There was a +10 minion differential between the two of them, but Tanks is getting that kill. Absolutely massive here for that Gragas, especially against a Riven who, is supposed to be the lane builder.
Evelyn's having a rough time taking that wave right now. That as a support main, I feel you. Oh no, Evelyn was sitting at 3/4 of their HP before that. Now they're at 1 corner. They can no longer help with the dragon either, but I mean, benefit of that is the brave is frozen directly out of the Golden Gales tower, which is pretty much exactly where Wilson wants. That does actually unlock the bot lane a little bit for a few seconds here for Wilson to go help take this first dragon for the Golden Gales, but forcing Evelyn off the map like that is definitely not what you want.
It's okay. Evelyn, he's doing it for the team. It's worth. Wilson doesn't miss any CS, and that's the important thing. Actually picking up the Siege minion, which is most important minion in that wave. And Arc9, Noping weren't there to actually shout, so they're good to go. Crow, though, a little bit late to the Dragon, and that's somewhat expected. I mean, into a Caitlyn lane, you generally don't expect to get that first Drake. What I'm curious about is to see if Crow continues to kind of camp this bot side a little bit here, because the Caitlyn is going to want to shut up.
Nope, and taking a lot of damage there from Wilson, not quite able to trade it back because of the range disadvantage. And here come the junglers. Crow, unfortunately, not quite able to land any CC onto Evelyn. Arc9 shot up to the moon right there. Shot up to the moon and immediately shot down and dead as well. Okay. I thought only Blitzcrank could do that. Apparently anyone could do that.
I think it was an interaction between when Alistar knocked up Thresh, and Thresh played him at the same time. So he ended up being flayed the height of the Alistar knockup.
That was beautiful. I enjoyed that. I was like, wait, where's the Blitzcrank? Wait, there's no Blitzcrank.
Blitzcrank got nerfed on this patch, and they apparently gave his buffs over to Alistair. I think one of them was literally like something about to the moon or something like that.
Yes, that literally is what it is. And I was like, wait, I just watched that in my game, and there's no Blitzcrank, and there's a solo kill in the mid lane instead. Ranger using both those thumbs to solo kill Blues, knowing that Atmos is hovering around. Tanks, this is not where you want to be, my friend. Walking straight into the waiting arms of Crowd. Tanks has a lot of disengage and a lot of damage for themselves here as well, but I don't know how far they can run. Crowd does have that ghost if he wants to pop it, but Tanks flash it back in. Landed that knock up onto Atmos, trading his life 1 for 2 in the mid lane. So well played.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, a 2 for 2 there, but Golden Gales had less people involved in those plays. So Gales staying ahead right now in terms of the proactive plays, in terms of the kills. Unfortunately for them, they are down CS and the entire top half of the map right now. So unfortunately, the scoreboard's a little bit broken. We can't see the total team gold, but I'd assume that it's fairly close, actually. And
make a guess. RMC, what is our gold lead right now for the Golden Gales?
500 gold lead for Royals.
For why Royals? I thought it was gonna be
because they have
Gales.
more CS. So even though Gales have more kills, the CS differential I think favors Royals slightly. I could be wrong. I just want to give props to Noping and Arc though in this bot lane, because the fact that they're even with a Caitlyn bot lane is shocking me. They're even with a Caitlyn bot lane with an Alistair support. This is not supposed to happen, Cam, but they're doing it. And remember what we said. Caitlyn has to dominate early, or else she's gonna fall.
And this is the time that Wilson should be, like you said, winning this lane super hard. Evelyn has been going for a lot of these kind of cheeky hooks around the walls, through the minions, kind of landing them just at the perfectly wrong time is how I'm gonna call it. Landing it onto Arc9, landing it onto the spell, or the, Spell Thief? It's not Spell Thief. What is it? Spell Shield. That's what it is. Spell Shielded Sivir herself there. Like I said, it's the perfectly incorrect time. So unfortunate for him so far in the bot lane. Rage, though, landed that full combo onto Blue Z. So much healing on the Silas in the early game as well. So it's just hard for Blue Z to trade at this point in the game. Can't walk up, especially not knowing where Xavier is. And I mean, actually does know exactly where he is. Hovering around all those chickens. Not gonna have a nice chicken dinner for him there.
Yeah, great ward on that entry there to be able to spot Xavier coming in, but Xavier did steal the big raptor, and that's the one that's important. Rager. Okay, so right now in the mid lane, Rager's doing a great job, and it's partially on Blue's X here, because you have to get the knockback after he engages. They're taking too long bot side. Both junglers again showing up.
Hook lands onto Arc9, but that gives him the perfect engage to try and go back in. Ignite gets just enough ticks to turn it right back in the favor of the Golden Gales. Once again, Arc9 falling, but that kill unfortunately going over to Evelyn Love. We need these kills on Wilson. He's only sitting on 1 kill in the early game. Nice lantern, just making sure Crowd doesn't pick up any sneaky kills after the gig is already complete. No real plates have been taken across the map. There is a single plate out of all 30 plates, and it is only in that bot lane shared between Wilson and Evelyn. Usually that is
just doubled it.
Okay, we just doubled it. Thank you, Tanxus. But Tanxus almost dies. You know, getting that ignite out from Atmos, buying a little bit of extra time from the top lane.
It's fine. Taxus is DP. He'll be fine. He can afford to trade his health here. And Atmos is going to try and shove that wave as hard as he can. Doesn't actually cancel the back, so well played from Taxus here. Now, bot lane. That is probably the last time we're going to see the Gales get that sort of win here, because Arc9 should be hitting 6 really soon off of this wave, or if not this wave, the Nick. So well played from the Gales to recognize that was their last big window they could use to punish. And now the shoe's on the other foot. It's up to Royals now to try and start taking possession of this bot lane. They've done a great job trading with Caitlyn. That's how you win a Caitlyn against the Caitlyn lane, is you trade health. She's not great for the all-ins necessarily. She's much better with the harass and here.
How did that let her recall? It literally did damage to him and he's still recalled. Okay, sure.
Yeah, shield up. You have to do health damage. So
okay,
he shielded right before.
I see. He's just too big brain for me. It's okay. You know, second dragon started up here by the Golden Gales. I'm gonna take a wild guess at the gold lead here. Once again, unfortunately, this is broken due to the new patch landing today. My guess is around an 800 gold lead right now for the Golden Gales because of the tower plates. Tanxus trying to just fight around the scuttle. Bluesy just absolutely not allowed to walk into this river whatsoever. Rager's done an excellent job of fully controlling this bot lane. Evelyn throwing a blind hook, and that is not the push that they were waiting in, my friend. But there's just way too much damage coming out from Wilson. Arc9 landing an excellent double knock, but unfortunately not quite having enough damage to continue that trade that otherwise could have been so good for the Royals bot lane.
Yeah, and for the Royals there, if they had stuck in it, I think they actually could have won out that trade. You can see how close it was. Unfortunately, the moment Unbreakable Will was popped by Arc9, Gale's perfect time to stop attacking the Alistar. They just turned everything onto Noping and managed to win that. We did see the trade of objectives. While Scuttle did go over to the Gales, it was because Krell had burned his smite on the Herald. So Herald traded for Dragon here. They've got about a minute left before plates drop. Can Royals do anything with it? They're looking for the gank to enable bot side.
Going down the bot lane, but Arc9 just simply dead before the jungler even arrives. Krell gets that stun on Wilson, but there's just no mana and no damage coming out from their Noping Sivir right now. Krell, excellent gank timer, lands a CC on the correct member, but unfortunately his bot lane was just simply not ready for it. And now, with 50 seconds left before tower plates fall, this Rift Child most likely at this point isn't going to get many tower plates, but Krell trying to just dive away from this dive right now. Unfortunately, not going to be able to live for long enough. 4 members down here in the bot lane committed by Golden Gales, getting 3 kills so far. Blues and Arc9 back down here in the bot lane, but there's just simply no way to get back to this turret, and with that, Rift Child will not be able to pick up any plates either.
Yeah, and Gales played that so beautifully. They knew Atmos took Ignite, not the TP. And the moment they realized that Blues had TP mid lane, the call came down. We dive this. Rager started moving as well the moment the TP started coming down from Blues here. So Gales playing the macro immaculately here. Not only do they get the kills, Cam, but more importantly, they stopped Herald being dropped before 14 minutes. None of those plates will be going to the pocket of the Royals.
None of those plates. Atmos going in for probably the 4th 1v1 up here on the top side. Will this one go in his favor? He is unfortunately once again fighting in the opponent's minion wave, taking most of the damage actually just from the minions. Their tanks just doing a nice job of just basically keeping Atmos off of him for as long as possible. But bot lane is not so fun anymore for the Royals. They were domed by 4 people underneath both their turrets. Again, if that happens in solo queue, you are crying. The lane is over at this point, my friend. Caitlyn 3-1-2. That's exactly what you wanted when you picked Caitlyn R1. Rager is ganked and I mean blown up. He tried flash. He tried to trade 1-for-1. He tried everything that he possibly could, but with the flash and the ignite committed by Atmos, there is not much to be able to survive left in his arsenal.
No, yeah, Rager did everything. I feel like that's almost frustration from Atmos at this point. It's like, I can't kill my lane. I'm going to kill your lane. Instead, I'll burn flash, I'll burn ignite. We got this. No problem. Somebody's going to die. Blues might have overstayed here.
Blues, nice
flash.
stun landing onto 2 members, but does have that flash, trying to keep it to get over the wall, but unfortunately, one more step forward will simply not be allowed by the Golden Gales.
And there's just a difference here in efficiency, Cam. It just feels like the Royals, they're throwing everything in the kitchen sink to get their kills. Meanwhile, the Gales are just like, oh, Taxis, just come down here for a sec. Yeah, exactly. We got this. Easy. Rager's not here. That's fine. That's his problem. Wilson here. Oh, if that hook had landed, I think we see yet another engage come through. Wilson has kill force.
Oh my gosh. Arc9 stepped in a trap, but is just dead for it.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. No. Oh, flash forward. Arc9's running for what is an illegally long time, but what kills him is stepping back into the Thresh box. Wilson kiting out for so long as well, playing with the max range. Double kill. Even through Krell smacking him the entire time. He's landing all of these autos, and now Krell in the 1v2 underneath this turret. Hook connects once again, and he is just dead. 1 for 3. Wilson picking up a double kill for himself as well.
Okay, Cam. 5-2 and 2 Caitlyn. Is this Caitlyn fed enough? Do the Gales have this in the bag? I mean, that's pretty good. And I love that, the Gales had recovered from what was a bit of a lackluster early game in that bot lane here. Blues playing a little bit with fire. That turret's almost dead.
Turret was essentially dead when Blues walked up, and it's very scary to be laning now, not only against the Silas, which Blues has been having a hard time laning against for the past couple of minutes, but also Evelyn. Maybe Evelyn doesn't have any mana, but the second he gets enough mana for 1 Q, if that Q landed on the Blues, he's just dead. Like, maybe he's not lethal right now. It only takes one ability to put him into lethal. Oh my gosh. I would have screamed.
Remember when we were saying that Silas counters Alistair there? Let's put it a different way. Alistair buffs Silas, and we saw exactly just that. I was actually watching the minimap as the fight was happening between Tanxus and Atmos on the top side, thinking, what is this wraparound from Blues here? You don't win this. Like, if the two of you go in on this, I think Rager can 1v2 you, and I think they realize that as well, that, hey, we don't know if Evelyn's still in the bush.
Especially without
It doesn't matter. Yeah, like, with the Alistair out, Evelyn doesn't need to be in this bush. Rager can handle us anyways.
Cloud Soul Point started up here by the Golden Gales, and Crowl and Arc9 just trying to make their way into the river, let alone into the pit. DP coming in now from Bragas on the top side. Blues a little bit late to this team fight here as well. Crowl doesn't have the flash. Remember, he decided to take that ghost with that, cannot get into the pit. Dragon already secured by the Golden Gales, and now the rest of the Royals are just too late to the party. Double kill already for Rager. I hate to say it, but this could be a penta. This could almost be a penta right now for Rager, but nope. All right, I jinxed it. I'm sorry. I'll shut up. Tanxus, he stole the penta. You know?
To be fair, Blues had already gotten away. So the closest he could have gotten was a quadrant.
I'm screaming penta right there, man. That's my penta.
We'll get Tanxus off the hook for this one here. We'll see if there's another chance. But that is the strength of the Silas here. Now, Rager is 6-3-1. Darkseal almost fully stacked as well. I think this is one of those games where you can't afford to go Medjais. Like, you pick up the stopwatch, you know, once you build your Zhonya's, you're golden for that Medjais as well. And Gales here, they can take over the map. They're going to take the last standing outer turret here for the Royals, and with that, the Royals are really good struggle to get in position here to find any picks, and they're gonna need this.
Oh no! Oh, that was a perfect prediction there by Evelyn, landing on Atmos. Eden through his dash. The 3 members come down now to help the Royals. Evelyn, no mana remaining. He hit the hook, but what will it cost? And Tanxus using that stopwatch as well as the flash to try and get away, letting a lot of damage onto Atmos, but unfortunately doesn't have that flash left anymore to try and make some sort of alpha play. Tanxus doing a lot of healing and a lot of tanking up here on top side, but unfortunately Xavier knows it is 4 people, doesn't want to walk up there. 150 shutdown claim by Atmos there as well. Second Rift Herald despawns in 45 seconds, so I don't think they'll actually try to commit anything for it. No, my friend, that is simply not where you want to be right now.
Yeah, Noping to enjoying the game right there. And I don't know where Noping thought they were running to. I understand you're running away from the Silas, but
I think he wanted to go to his team, but then got a little lost. Arc9 landed a nice stun there onto Rager, trying to get that Zhonya's out from him with that flash as well. Blues flash plus ult is a 500 gold shutdown in the Blues pocket, but here comes the rest of the Golden Gales. Atmos trying to flash in, lands a nice stun, but Wilson is still untouched. Max range. Caitlyn, you cannot touch this man. Caitlyn landed himself almost a double kill there, just about living on 1 HP for Atmos.
Cam, I feel like the mantra of this game for the last 5 minutes has been we don't have enough damage.
Yes.
Multiple times we've seen these engages come through from teams and they realize, wait, hold up a second. Where's the damage dealers? Right? Wilson's not here, Rager's not here. How do we fight this? And then for the side of Royals, it was just like, okay, Noping's not here. Blues has already burnt all his major spells. We can't do this. And now Gales are on this Baron right now. This is Baron. We are past 20 minutes, Cam. And the Royals can't do anything but watch. And before this, the Gales already had a significant lead. Now they've got Baron as well with a Caitlyn comp, which means that they can free fire from max range and safety as well. The Royals are going to be forced to actually fight and pick engages on the Gales' terms or watch their turrets, all their inner turrets, are sieged and taken down.
And it only really takes, I would argue, 1 team fight at this point, claiming the shutdowns, the 300, getting some extra Darkseal stacks off of Rager as well, I think, for the Royals, and even objective baddies, right? Like, you claim 2 turrets and a dragon at this point in the game, you're getting about 1,500 gold shared between the members of your team, and again, we unfortunately don't know the exact gold lead. I'm assuming it's probably around 4,000 or 5,000 in the favor of Golden Gales, so if you can get a 3,000 gold back into your advantage here for Royals, that would close that gold lead quite a bit, hopefully, if they do get something in the next 60 seconds. That is when Soul will be spawning for Golden Gales, and that's really the main ticking timer right now for the Royals.
Yeah, and Cam, one thing we kind of didn't touch on too much was team composition, because honestly both compositions relied more on their laning and sort of the general scaling that they have. And now for the Royals, when you're behind, you don't have the best of team fights here. Who's your big engage? We've seen Atmos have to burn Flash to get in there. Krau is struggling as well to reach in against that Trundle, and Arc9 has been the big key. But I think you're looking at picks here. And if we're looking at picks, can you burst somebody quick enough? Blues has managed to bait Rager for now.
Rager baited into 3 members, is able to dodge just over the wall, now buying time for 3 members, taking them away from their base. 4 members strong for Golden Gales. I mean, Rager, he knows he's dead, but he also knows that the base of Royals is probably dead here as well. He's got so much time from 3 members here. The inhibitor is already gone. He's trying to turn it back around onto Noping there. He has the Ignite taken down. The Ignite actually trades 1 for 1 in the 1v3. Perfectly played there by Rager, buying enough time for a Nexus turret to be taken by the Golden Gales.
He didn't even need the Unbreakable Will, the Alistar ultimate there. Rager just brute forced it, and coming out for 1 was the ultimate slap in the face. You're already losing your entire base, literally a Nexus turret going down to the Gales on that bot side push here. I was thinking all outer turrets, but the Gales were far more incisive with their play here. They've still got 30 seconds of Baron, probably can't make anything else of it, but if they were at a 5k gold lead before here, they're probably closer to an 8,000 gold lead at this point. They can just kind of swing their wallets around, and if we can pull up the individual gold, I suspect a lot of it is on Rager. So Gales can always just opt to split push if they're worried about having to deal with team fighting. And I don't think they have to be. Noping is down by an entire item. Thank you, observers there. Oh, the bulk of the gold's actually on Wilson here. So that's a 3,500 gold difference. Okay, yeah, Royals can't even team fight here because sure, your Silver's strong, but that's an entire completed item on Wilson.
All right, wait. Here comes my quick math. All right, we got 1,000 in the. Wait, no, observer, please. Wait, I was doing math. Okay, thank you. 1,000 in the jungle, 1,000 in the mid lane, 4,080 carry, and 2,000 in support. What is that? 1,152. What?
It's slightly under 9,000 gold.
Okay,
so 8,000 in the change. We weren't far off. The joys of caster math. Generally we try not to do math on stream, but we have no choice when the scoreboards are broken here, unfortunately. What we don't have to calculate to see is how strong the Gales are here. Just look at them brute force that turret down. That was in a 3v3.5 situation there. Yeah, Arc9 was roaming back and forth, but even if Arc9 was there, they could not have stopped the turret from down.
You know, RMC, I've been doing some Valorant casting on the side of League of Legends casting. I've learned such a thing as gun math. Would you like to know the statistics on gun math in Valorant?
I don't even know what gun math is, so please do educate
It is
me.
something that I completely invented. It's trying to count how many guns each team has in a round. If it's on the left side, it's 0. If it's in the middle, it's half. And it's on the right, it's 1. And if it's on the far right, it's 2. And that's how I determine which team wins a round. That's my quick maths on guns, you know? That's
Like
how
who
I'm
buys
learning
more
guns in
guns?
Valorant.
Does it work?
It does. It actually does. You know, you add up their gun numbers together, and it's like, that's the team that usually wins the round. And also, you like count in their ults too. It can make you sound really smart. I'm a real professional Valorant caster.
You know what, Cam? If it works, you're a genius. So there you go. You're a genius. You figure out a new way to figure out who's going to win each round. I wish there was... I guess in League you can kind of do the same. Like, who has more items? If you have more items, you win, right? So
Yeah,
it's the same
you know.
thing. Yeah, Wilson's got 2 guns, so, Wilson's going to beat Noping, right? That's how it works.
True. Wilson's got like 2.5 guns right now, you know? That BF sword.
I mean, do knives count? Or knife skins?
Yeah, heck yeah. I'm beating you up with my better skins. That's their wallet showing right now, right? If you have a better wallet, then you have a better skin.
True, fair enough, yeah. And that skin, that big friendly sword skin for your melee weapon, definitely a rather expensive pick up here. Just see what, it should probably become an even more expensive. There we go, there's your more expensive skin right there,
Oh,
Cam.
3 guns.
Infinity Edge just picked up there. Yeesh. I mean, Noping just picked up PD, Phantom Dancer, so at least you're kind of matching in terms of the gold deficit you're in. I just don't think it's enough for the Silver to carry a fight right now. You're just so far behind.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Noping is pretty much playing the utility part of the Sivir as best as he possibly can. Like, he can try and take as much CC as possible with the E and just kind of being a health bar at this point. And obviously the aura is entirely utility based, right? So I mean, he's not doing damage. He's building damage. I don't think he's gonna be able to out damage Wilson at any point in this game anymore, unless we're getting to 50 minutes, which I mean, it's possible. We got a first turret. Oh wait, we already got the mid turret. No, I was gonna hype up the first turret, man. Atmos.
It just went down.
Okay.
Nobody
We got
just
the
took
first
it.
two turrets. Let's go.
And for Royals, yes, they didn't contest Baron, but I think it's the right call for them. You're walking to Fog of War. You
Dude,
have
they
no
got
vision
so
there.
much gold pro objective baddies. It's not okay.
Okay, that wasn't a shield. Atmos just managed to sneak away barely. So you're trading Baron for all that gold. I think it's worth it. You can't fight them at Baron. We've been harping on and on about the gold discrepancy, the fact they can't team fight. So if they can hold out here, they're not losing too much. Royals win. The problem is they're forcing the fight right now. Numbers inequality. Crow almost dead.
Crow almost at 50% of his HP gone. It takes his TPing in a little bit too late.
Oh,
He's getting that
they got
excellent
Atmos.
ult onto Atmos. That is your damage dealer. The damage dealer in the backline almost takes out Wilson. That is not the member you want to be pulling the damage dealer onto. Crow surviving for such a long time, but the rest of the team is simply wiped. Blues surviving for, I mean, he's survived, but is he really living if he cannot protect this last inhibitor, mid lane inhibitor? Last one to be standing after this top side push, and I mean, with only one Nexus turret left, Blues has to make the miracle play of miracle plays to try and keep this game going. Excellent 3-man stun there, but unfortunately just does not have the damage to 1v3 here, and with that, game 1 going in the favor of Golden Gales.
Well, Cam, it's called a miracle because it doesn't happen very often. And unfortunately for the Royals here, it didn't happen this game. Really well played. And remember, we harkened back to the beginning of the match when we were talking about jungle mid matchups. I want to highlight that again because Rager, what was it, 10, 5, and 14 or something? Some incredible number there for that Silas in that mid lane. And I think the team's kind of distracted by the bot side. I feel like the Royals didn't get to play to their game plan. Atmos didn't get any attention there. And Tanxus did an amazing job winning out. Yeah. Not just holding out, but winning out that 1v1 here. And then, of course, with the Caitlyn bot lane, that's the expected winning bot lane, right? So I think the Gales got to play exactly to plan there. Really well played from them. And for the Royals, yeah, okay, the draft probably wasn't the ideal draft. We said that a lot of lane focus coming through from them. But I think it just comes down to execution. I think the Royals, they've got time to adapt here. They didn't get absolutely just run over. By the end of the game, it looked that way. But the early game where things were
early game was great.
It was close. Yeah, they were just losing out by a little bit over and over and over again. I think maybe we see a Caitlyn ban potentially come through, or hey, their blue side. They could have picked Caitlyn first. We'll have to see if they opt for that blue side again.
With that, we will have to wait just a few minutes as we head into our game 2. Again, Royals need to win the next 2 to be able to make their argument for the first seed here. Golden Gales 1-0 up in their best 3.
I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you?
Where you know, where you got, where you feel, yeah. Where you know, where you got, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where you know, where you got, where you feel, yeah. Where you know, where you got, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. me deeper, just sinking. Will you love me? Clicking scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Addicted to you. Clicking scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. I need a scarecrow after what you did, 'cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did, 'cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a You're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Week 5 here on the NECC broadcast. Again, I am Caleb, joined by RMC here tonight. Currently, the Queens are up 1-0 in their series. Final series of the evening here. We are into draft for game 2. RMC, pretending like we know absolutely nothing. Predictions, what's going on here? What are we changing up to win our game 2?
Well, I think both teams could benefit to change up their drafts. I felt like game 1, both teams kind of, I don't want to say ego drafted, but they picked for their lanes very, very strongly here. I think the big difference was that the Royals opted more for scaling in their lanes, whereas the Gales opted for early game. And as we found out, the Gales know how to play an early game. If they get the lead, they know how to snowball it. So for the Gales, I guess they don't have to change it up necessarily. You can afford to continue focusing on that early game. The Royals, though, you've got to have a little bit more early game here. The ribbon pick really didn't work out blind, unfortunately. It did get punished by the Gragas. And without that one winning lane, well, all your scaling lanes didn't get time to scale.
There was no scaling time for our members of Syndra and Sivir, where these champions, like you said, kind of rely on getting 3 items, especially with the recent Sivir changes, where there just isn't a real early game for them to play through. And the fact that they lost early game so hard, losing their first inhibitor at, I don't know the exact timer, but pre-30, pre-25, kind of that area is just not the time that you want to be losing your first inhibitor and Nexus turret in the bot lane, which was more of a macro mistake more than anything. It wasn't on any individual player, and it was just a bad snowball downhill from there pretty much. So hopefully game 2, change up in comms, change up in who's calling the shots. Let's say hopefully bring us to a game 3 here, as we do head into draft very shortly, I do believe.
Yeah, and for this second game here, Ontario Tech Royals, they've opted to be on the red side for this game here. So they won't have that first pick, and we kind of mentioned, potentially a Caitlyn ban to come through, or Caitlyn first pick for themselves. If you're red side, you have to ban it. You no longer get the option to pick it. And we know that the Gales will first pick the Caitlyn. Even worse is that usually we used to seeing Caitlyn with Lux, Morgana. The Gales ran it with a Thresh. So it's the Caitlyn that's not important, not the support here. You have to ban it if you are the Royals. And for the Gales, they will not get as many counter picks this time. So let's see, Cam, if we do see change up in the bans here.
I'm looking at the draft RMC. I'm very confused. I am looking forward to seeing where they're locking in. I didn't look at like really many of the champions before they picked them, and now looking at the draft after this is gonna be a fun one to watch here, I think.
Okay, so spoiler, we do actually know how the draft happens. As we mentioned before, what you see on screen is positional draft. We get to see the actual draft. So when the confusing part for Cam shows up, I'll explain it, because it's kind of confusing, but it's been done before.
No, I'm lost. I'm trying. I'm trying to put this draft together right now. It's just not happening in my head, as we do get to wait for the bans here. I'll talk about the bans. The bans aren't a huge surprise. Queen's banning, I believe, the same exact 3 champions as they did last game, but OTU swapping it up for a Caitlyn ban. So knowing that they're red side now, and knowing that you can easily be one of Caitlyn, at least we don't have to worry about that. Now, what we do have to worry about, something.
Okay, so the other ban, the Royals not only banned the Caitlyn, they also banned the Sylas, which I think is fair. I think Rager was an absolute menace with that pick here. In fact, the Sylas often does get banned against him, and is his most played champion actually in the mid lane currently now, 3 times on the board here.
I gotta see this top laner.
And we will see the Caitlyn ban come through as well. Now, the top lane for the side of the Gales, it's going to be that Gwen. She did just get buffed a little bit. Not massively, but I think Gwen was already viable prior to that. It was always just, sort of on the border of things. The interesting part to me was that they opted to pick the Gwen after the Olaf was shown. So you're picking Gwen into Olaf, and Olaf is actually the favored side of that matchup. We see Olaf as a counter to Gwen a lot of times, just because he's really good at dueling people out.
Oh no. What's it gonna be? All right. So, spoiler here, there were 2 AD carries locked in. One of them has to go mid, I guess. One of them has to go support. They hovered both the AD carries, so no spoiler anymore. They did pick Kaisa and Vayne. Kaisa B3, Vayne B4, and then the Gwen B5. So I was like, is it a Vayne top, Gwen mid? Are we putting Vayne support? Like, what's going on here? I won't spoil who is actually support now, as that was also very confusing to me at first. But I guess we do have a Vayne mid, Kaisa AD carry. I don't think Vayne mid is super good into Zillion. I mean, I understand that you could probably win extended trades and maybe outscale him, but you're not gonna be able to burst him. Like Blues has all the burst. Like he has more range. He has a lot more scaling, I would say, than Rager as well, especially in item efficiency. A lot cheaper for Zillion than Vayne.
So while the pick doesn't really make a ton of sense, Cam, it's worth noting that we mentioned there are two people who had to autofill for the side of the Gales to make their team work here. One was their support Evelyn Love, who used to be a jungle AD carry main. The other was their mid laner, Rager on board, who's played all sorts of positions here. This is not the first time he's whipping out the Vayne mid in the NECC either. He did it in this very first game of the regular season here in the NECC. Week 1, game 1 here. Spoiler, he didn't win that game. And I'm hoping that, I don't know how it's going to work either this game, because, agreed, Zillion's actually not a good matchup for the Vayne if you're trying to find kills, because Zillion will just slow you down when you're trying to engage, double bomb, walk away. You never get to really engage with that Zillion. However, if you're a good Vayne, it's really hard for the Zillion to punish you as well. Because of that tumble, it's nigh impossible to land the double bombs, or even the first bomb, really, if you're, really careful and on your toes there to dodge that out. So it feels like a potential scaling pick, and I don't know how I feel about that, Cam, because we were just talking about early game, being the more important thing here. We saw the Gales play out an early game. It feels like now they're saying, okay, we've got that 1-win buffer now. Let's go for scaling instead. We pick Hecarim, who needs to power farm to 6. We pick Gwyn, who usually needs 2 items to come online. We pick Vayne, who's a late game champion. Kaisen set a little bit more early game, but then I look at what lane they're running into. Jinx Renata? How are you going to engage this?
It's a very safe lane.
Yeah, they outrange you so greatly here. And even if Kaisa can get in with Killer Instincts, how is Set supposed to get in there? If Kaisa goes in, you just drop the hostile takeover, and Evelyn Love is just going to be wandering around, looking for Wilson rather than looking for Arc or noping Enjoy game here.
Yeah, I think that once again, the spot lane here is the win lane, win game kind of thing that Queens has opted to pick for themselves. It's not as hard as a Caitlyn, where it's like you have to get 3 kills in the laning phase, or else your champion does nothing post laning phase. Like Kaisa, she does have a little bit of insurance. You do get some evolves in your abilities that, like, even if you get super behind, it's not the worst. It's not as bad as Caitlyn, basically, if you get behind on this champion. But like, you're not ever going to be as strong as a Jinx. 3 item Kaisa to 3 item Jinx goes in Jinx's favor every single time, pretty much. Like, and also, this was an R5 Renata. Renata currently my favorite champion in the game to play, so I do very much appreciate that. Thank you guys for picking my champion. Next up is Bard. If we get a game 3, please pick B5 Bard or R5 Bard. Would love that. Interesting to note here, seeing the summoner spells of choice. No flash in the top lane. We do have 2 ghosts and then something else for both of the champions. 1 ghost for the AD carries is also important. Jinx, you get 1 reset. You get 1 proc on your passive, either off a tower or a kill. And prop ghost, you're just zooming. I mean, there's no cashed up Jinx at that point. And then with that, you also throw the heal onto Renata as well. So there is still some extra safety in the bot lane for them in case something does happen.
Yeah, and we've seen more AD carries nowadays pick the Ghost rather than the heal or the exhaust that we're seeing very commonly prior to this year. And specifically on Jinx, I really like it into this composition, because who's going to be running you down here? There's only really one big gap closer, and that's Hecarim's Unstoppable Onslaught. If you survive that, Ghost is going to bring you far more utility. You outrange everybody else here, and more importantly, Vayne, Kaisa, by the time they actually reach you when you're running that Ghost, they're probably going to be dead. They're kind of squishy and have got to run through your entire team. In terms of bringing in exhaust, a lot of times you'll see the support bring it. If they need one, they don't, because you've got Zillion. So even if Hecarim makes it through, Chrono Shift the Jinx, if she dies in that, great. Well, she's coming back, and now Hecarim's lost everything. Yeah, exactly. She just goes and you're out of there now, and Hecarim doesn't have another way to gap close. So I really do like that pickup onto the side of the Royals. In fact, I just really enjoy the Royals draft in general here. Now, you did mention the big difference of, the top laners, one having TP, the other not. It's kind of being matched in the mid lane as well. The fact the Royals brought their TP in the mid lane, whereas we're seeing the Gales bring theirs in the top side here. It does mean that already Tanks is going to have a slightly more unfavorable matchup into that Olaf. It's worse with the Ignite here. So, hey, you know what? Tanks has found solo kills last game, and I was really impressed. If he finds solo kills again this game, especially after level 6, I am going to be incredibly impressed. Like, if I was like at level 8 out of 10 in terms of being impressed last game. He'll get me a 10 out of 10 if he can find solo kills after level 6.
I mean, I was also gonna bring up the point of like level 1, level 2, level 3 are the most important levels in the game for an Olaf when you are playing this lane or top lane Olaf, even, right? Where I see so often, I don't know if they're going to do it in this game, but especially in solo queue, right? When you have a top lane Olaf, you just kind of expect them to get level 2 advantage and then just run in. And then they either get a solo kill or they get solo killed. And that's pretty much the end of the game. So is that going to happen in a comp game at a D1 Masters level? I don't know. But if it does, I mean, that's just the lane to watch for me, man. Like level 1, level 2, level 3, what's going to happen?
Fair. And it's kind of funny you mentioned that because Gwen's power spike used to be in those early levels as well, specifically level 1 and level 2, right? Where she could just outrange people, and with the attack speed buff, she outtrades most individuals as well, running something like a Conqueror. And especially with the mismatch in summoners as well, Tanxus doesn't have to win that level 1, level 2, level 3. You can afford to just trade, lose the trade as long as you trade hard enough, base, and then TP back into lane. So if Atmos opts for that run at you, he has to find the kill. If he doesn't find the kill, he's not going to win that level 1, level 2, level 3.
Come on, Atmos. I'm a believer. Don't throw out level 2 like my Olaf did in solo queue, please. Thank you. We're seeing a beautiful panoramic view of the 5-point from both teams here. Not any level 1 bush cheese, bush stack, and bush anything going on level 1. There is a little bit of a safety ward on Crow's chickens on the top side, but other than that, not much really happening. You saw some trading between the junglers level 1 there as well, but again, it's more just vision and showing dominance than anything else. Like they're both back to full HP. It's not going to have a real impact on the game.
Yeah, and that ward also came because Xavier did kind of invade a little bit. He actually traded with Crow, and actually came out ahead of that particular trade there. So just making sure that while Crow was like basing and healing back up, that it didn't happen. I just realized Crow added an extra Crow somewhere in his name. He's now Crow, not just Crow.
Yes, I actually know the story behind this. Would you like the story behind this?
Yes, please do.
This was previously his EU West account, which he has now transitioned back over to NA. His higher ranked NA account is Crow. This is his EU West account, Crow, which was previously his main on NA, which he did transition to the EU West and then transition back.
Okay, and maybe, EU West or EU did do better than NA so far at Worlds, so maybe Kral EU account will do better than NA account. We'll have to keep an eye on that tab. And speaking of junglers, we should also mention for Xavier here, the Hecarim is his most played champion by a long shot here in NECC. If it's open, he'll pick it. We didn't see it in game 1 because it did get banned, and because of that Caitlyn Silas ban coming through from the Royals here, Xavier did get his hands on the Hecarim, which is a terrifying thought. So as much as we're tracking Kral here, I'm going to track Xavier, especially once he hits that level 6. I'm
going to track Atmos, who is currently trying to steal away a blue buff on a ward from Xavier.
Didn't know.
I was watching this on the map, and I was like, what is going on up here? Oh my gosh, no, Atmos, why? So long story short, I was watching the mini map on that one. Atmos running in level 2 to the enemy blue. They had a ward on it, but unfortunately, Queens also had a ward on it. So they saw him sitting in that bush. So Xavier, you saw the 3-man collapse, right? Burning both summoners from Atmos. This is so important. Level 1, level 2, level 3. Olaf has lost it.
But he didn't run it down in lane, Cam. So you asked and he delivered. He ran it down the jungle. There's a difference. So strictly speaking, he's not really running it down. I mean, it is the right call. Hecarim does need to hit level 6, really, to be strong. If anything, Hecarim has a really fast initial clear. So what you might see him do is full clear and then invade here. But at equal levels, Trundle's going to win that trade. And then when you've got an Olaf who's so strong early, the invade makes sense to try and set Hecarim behind. Unfortunately, it backfired. And now Olaf is a little bit behind, actually straight out dying, and Tanks has got first blood as well. So this is really going to hurt Atmos in the 1v1.
Tanks is also knowing that Atmos doesn't have any summoners, can play a little bit more aggressive for the next couple of minutes. Buying that coal as well kind of just signifies that even with a first blood kill into his lane opponent, he's not playing for lane. He's, like you said, playing for that 2-item power spike that you so desperately need to do any sort of real damage on this Gwen. This early game, I mean, other than the first blood whatever the heck happened in the top lane. Pretty quiet, right? There's not a whole lot that's probably going to happen in the bot lane. Maybe one of the supports finds or lands any sort of CC onto the enemy AD carry. That's really the only sort of engage that you could have in this bot lane. Like, even a handshake onto Wilson, I think, probably won't result in a kill per se, but just some sort of HP lead that could then result in a CS lead and then a gold lead, and then something very small like that could maybe have some sort of impact in the bot lane here.
Yeah, and I do like the call pickup that you kind of mentioned from Taxis here, because what do you really need to buy right now, right? Your game plan was always to scale up in the first place. You don't want to be fighting that Olaf early. You get First Blood, which is 300 gold plus an extra 100 for First Blood. That's basically the price of a call. Call is 450, you get 400 gold for First Blood. It's perfect buy for tanks this year, so I absolutely love it. And you know what? Now, it adds more pressure to Atmos, because now for Atmos, like, you are expected to win early. Now you have to win early here, or not only do you get outscaled, you're going to get outscaled quicker, and it's become your whole team's problem. Evan Love has the flash there, doesn't get hooked. It's a flash burn, but he's still alive.
It is a flash burn. Nicely done there by Evelyn. If that handshake was then connected onto Wilson, could have very easily been at least one, if not two kills. So just the one flash burn instead of probably significantly more if the handshake did land onto Wilson as well. As I would say pretty well done by Evelyn. You know, I mean, even the Trundle pillar connecting onto Wilson without any prior CC, that's a hard ability to land in the early game without any prior CC, I would say. So it's just rough for the bot lane. Essentially, is for the Golden Gales is what I'm trying to say here. Xavier spending a long time up here in the top side trying to break Taxis out of this freeze, which unfortunately just not gonna be able to do. Again, does not have flash, so trying to go for dives like that, very, very scary.
Yeah, and we mentioned before that if Taxis is able to trade equally with Atmos here as the Gwen, you're kind of happy with that. You do have that TP advantage. I mean, what we didn't touch on was the fact that when he bought the call, he actually didn't TP back to lane. He walked back the lane here, so will now use that TP. So they were looking for that dive, especially right before Olaf hits that level 6 mark. Couldn't quite find it. Now, neither jungler really lost too much on their stays there. They had largely cleared. The difference right now is that Xavier has really good timing, and he gets his Gromp and is able to continue now invading, denying all this stuff from Crow here. A lot of that coming from that topside dominance that Taxis managed to put down early on. Crow going to try and answer with the Dragon instead, so more team-oriented rather than personally focusing.
Yeah, getting that first Hex-type Dragon as well will be able to help his lanes significantly more, but like you're saying, Xavier not only getting to steal the entire top side away from Crow, also the fact that these are the second half, like the second level, the rubber banded level 4, level 5 camps that he is stealing away as well, gives him a lot of XP now over Crow, hopefully in the next wave clear, as he'll get 2 rubber banded Krug camps here, which it is level 6, level 5 right now. That's just because of the Dragon XP that he picked up. But after these second Krugs, I think Xavier could have a pretty solid XP lead. Evelyn with that Hex Flash does just kind of get to play some sneaky bush games. Unfortunately, no wards are placed in that bush. I think a ward would be very good in this bush right now from the Royal Spot Link, but it's just scary.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is that Arc Knight actually went sweepers really early in this matchup. Usually you run sweepers if you want to take control of the bushes and you're the aggressing side of that matchup here. Renata is never going to be the aggressing side, so it does surprise me that Arc Knight opted for the sweepers here, and that's what's giving Evelyn Love this window of opportunity where he can try and Hex Flash and try and find picks. If Evelyn Love finds that when Wilson's now level 6, there's actually a kill threat in the bot side, which really I didn't think was going to exist against a Jinx Renata.
Yeah, I mean, we thought that the Jinx Renata would be able to play a little bit more aggressive, but just a small CS lead, you know, it's all they're really able to find in this early game. Evelyn, stop, please. Oh my god. Every time I'm like holding my breath watching this bot lane, I'm like, oh my gosh, is Evelyn gonna land it? Is Evelyn gonna land it? It's a kill if you land it, so, you know, it's almost like a Blitzcrank cook at that point, but Evelyn now popping level 6. In fact, popping level 6 for all 4 members down here in the bot lane. Only real member being Wilson without any mana, so probably not any 2v2s to be had down here in the bot lane, but we could have some sort of fight for the Rift Herald. Xavier not going to be in range to smite it away anytime soon, and just pretty much uncontested goes once again in the favor of Crown. Now that's the first Rift Herald and Dragon for the Royals.
Yeah, so Royal is actually saying that incredibly well. We already knew how strong their top side of the map was. The fact that, Atmos has been winning out here. And because of that, they have that priority around Herald. But sniffing out where Xavier was massive, because that gave them the bot side dragon as well here. And now Royals are more than happy to scale up. We mentioned before, they've got the Jinx. So they're not going to feel pressured, even though there is a Gwen, even though there is a Vayne here. I think range really is king in League of Legends, and especially when it comes to scaling.
Yeah, and like you said, they just simply don't have enough of it here, and almost bringing down Xavier. I would say maybe if they are able to stack 2 or 3 waves, they could try to dive the bot lane of the Royals, but unless you have a massive wave stack, Jinx and Renata is a really, really strong anti-dive lane. So, I mean, Xavier, he's hovering this lane. He's pretending like he's going to dive it, but unless there is just simply a massive wave, I don't think it is actually going to be possible here anytime soon. Oh, no, Crow. Oh, no. That's so rude. Why would you do that? Oh, Flash coming out from Evan. That's the real Flash. Oh, my gosh. I think he might have thought he had Hex Flash.
I have done that before where I was not tracking my Hex Flash and it comes and my flash comes off cooldown right before I use my Hex Flash.
That's the only explanation I have.
That's a little bit rough. And you saw how deep he went into turret too. There was no kill threat. The moment you try and do anything, Arcanine is just going to drop the hostile takeover. So, you know what, for Evelyn, unfortunate that he burnt the flash. I think it's fine. I don't think it's going to significantly impact that lane. He'll be okay. And more importantly, a good play on him to not overstay his welcome under that turret, because if he took one more turret shot, I think he dies.
Absolutely, especially with Noping arriving about 2 or 3 seconds after he unfortunately flashed under their turret, has taken almost all the turret from full HP there with the help of Crow and the Rift Troll. That was 4 full plates shared between the 3 members, and with one of those members being the 1v9 Jinx here for Noping, that is absolutely not what you want here for the early game of the Golden Gales. As well as up here in the top lane, Xavier, trading his HP bar basically for the towers. Atmos getting 2.5 tower plates for himself, and also chucking out Xavier for about 50% of his HP. I mean, that probably would have been a 3rd plate if Xavier wasn't there.
Yeah, so I think Xavier is running the tier into Chempunk Chainsword as well in terms of build. And right now he's sitting on the garage sale, right? He's got no real completed major items, and Executioner's calling in tier don't give you great combat stats. So he was never going to win that. And you saw just 1 rotation half health.
I don't think he was trying.
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, he's just going to recall anyways there. Did feel a little bit dangerous in terms of that.
Hex Splash actually being used here. Getting over the wall. Nice hostile takeover landing onto 2 members, but still, you have the W, you have the bailout, but just not any damage. Follow-up means you cannot actually bail yourself out of that one. Xavier, unfortunately, not going to win that smite fight against Crow, but what you probably can win is that first dragon going back in the favor of the Golden Gales. Blues as well, very chunked out in the mid lane. He does still have that Zillion ult available to trade some extra HP. Also has a little bit of an XP lead, but I mean, losing out on so much HP and no prio in your lane does pretty much mean that you can take this dragon pretty freely now for Xavier.
Yes, I mean, once you killed Arcanine, that was pretty much yours to take here. Crow kind of playing a little aggro here. You know Xavier was in the area, so this just feels like being a little bit cheeky from the side of Crow. I say a little bit cheeky, but when that slow landed on Evelyn, for a second I was wondering, are they actually going to go all in on this?
Yeah.
They do have a lot of abilities here, but no. Instead, I think they're just going to get the poke down, and they're just going to look to take that first turret for themselves instead. They're more than okay giving away that first Drake, or second Drake, pardon me. It's just a cloud Drake.
I think if Xavier was there, maybe they could have fought even harder. Crow being pulled back into Evelyn, though Evelyn's so tanky on the set, playing a full range there as well. Wilson doing a lot of damage to Razor. Razor even coming in from behind Invis as well on the Vayne mid. Crow still living. He gets that chrono shift on him as well. That is the big cooldown to watching this fight. Blues walking down from the mid lane on the Zillion as well. Unfortunate that Crow didn't die with that Zillion ult, so he doesn't actually get to fully regen. And with that, a play that went back and forth, still going back in the favor of the Royals. Up here on the top side, though, Sis just casually solo killing the Olaf.
Okay, I know I said I'd be really impressed if Tanxis found the solo kill. I probably should have specified not under turret. The turret's a little bit different there.
Hey, he did it. Come on, man. You gotta give him credit.
Fine. Salute to Tanxis. Both games now, he's found solo kills onto Atmos. However, Atmos, why diving that turret, buddy? You're good. You're strong. But I mean, he got close to being able to kill Tanks in the turret, but wasn't quite able to find it. What was good for Royals was they did get Burst Breaker on that bot side there. Despite Krell, not getting the death to get the reset on the Chrono Shift, it was enough to get them that first turret, the additional gold here. Now, the big question for me is, where do you go with this now? Because I thought Noping and Arc9 actually had a really nice, comfortable bot lane. With the extension of the distance, not so safe. Mid lane, definitely not safe.
Mid lane, though, yeah, absolutely not safe. Nice Berserk coming out, though, as well as that Renata ult, and Arc actually getting the first kill back, and what absolutely looked like a free kill for Golden Gales just turning straight back in the favor of the Royals. That is the first kill, unfortunately, going to Arc. I think if it went to Noping, could have been even nicer for them. Nice of a bomb plus Everfrost landing there onto Evelyn, but unfortunately just it's easily a Renata. You don't have any damage, even if you can land your CC in perfect fashion like you did just there. No real follow-up to actually be able to win anything off of that. Second Rift Trail now started up here by the Royals. Again, they did claim the first one. They were able to take that first turret on the bot lane. All 5 tower plates going in their favor. Very fast pull-up running straight at Evelyn, my friend. You cannot do anything about that whatsoever. Xavier going into 4-man here, but there just isn't damage available for them quite yet. Ranger arriving a little bit late to this fight. Blues keeping his team alive for such a long time. With that take, Sis will be the next member to fall. Ranger having a long time there in invades, but when he does have to pop out, he is doing a lot of damage here, but in the 1v2 cannot kite it out for long enough. Blues as well falling on the back half. Wilson arriving so late to fight Golden, but immediately force the flash out. Crow will fall there as well. No, Crow actually takes the kill back onto Xavier. 2 for 4, I believe, in the favor of the Royals.
Crow right there baited it masterfully there, not actually dropping at the very end. I mean, fooled us for a second. We thought he was going to die, and massive win for Royals on that particular fight there. I love the decisiveness to just say, hey, we go on this. Led by Atmos, he just charged right in, continuously finding the kills, and huge props to Blues on that Chrono Shift onto Arc9. I really do think that changed everything, because it forced the Gills to overextend, and that was when they just got slaughtered to a loss, man, because they were all pushed or also overextended trying to chase down that support there. So huge win for them that gets them another lead. Prior to this, they were actually down about 1,000 gold because of that CS from Rager, but hey, now they should be well and truly ahead. Dragon come up in 1 minute. All the cooldowns should be back up as well, and I'd love to see Royals just pull a repeat of what they did at Herald.
It was a huge win there for the Royals, but I also just have to mention that it was never a 5v5. It was never any sort of even fight, let alone an advantage fight in numbers, as Tank Sis going for another 1v1 up here on the top side. Unfortunately, not under his own turret that time, so will unfortunately fall to Atmos in the 1v1. But again, that was simply just always a permanently advantaged team fight for the Royals, always having the 3v2, 4v2, and the members of the Golden Gales that were in the team fight at the time played it so well, landing all of their CC on all the right members, and just they did it separately. There was just not a team fight. It was one at a time, and I think if they fight this next team fight together, they can absolutely take it back in their favor here, as we do have almost all items completed. Only the supports are left on the board to complete their first items as this Dragon started up. I mean, they could win the team fight if they really wanted to, but will decide to just end up playing it safe. No jungler. Yeah, Xavier's on the top side. They know that they're giving this, you know what? Yep, 2 Dragons in favor of the Royals.
Oh, and Xavier might get caught out here. He doesn't have ghosts. Okay, he's able to get out. The rest of the team going to get there. Yeah, I was going to say that there is still going to be a numbers advantage for Royals. The fact they killed Tanks didn't have TP up and available for that Dragon. So it was going to be a 5v4 if Atmos showed up, and then Xavier just decided to go topside to save that wave, but Atmos was shoving it in, just meant that Gales had already forfeited the Dragon. And now another numbers advantage for Royals pushing in here. If Xavier just backs, it's going to be a 4v3.
There is a little bit of a 1v1 going on the top side right now, but yes, Xavier coming in now. He does have an unstoppable onslaught, lands it onto just Arc9 though. With that Arc9, doesn't even have to use that flash. He is just simply dead. Takes this arriving very late to the team fight, but doing so much damage for the Golden Gales. Double kill coming out for Noping, but that is all they will be able to claim for themselves. Double kill as well for Tanks to turn it right back in their favor. 2-4, only dropping 1 turret for the Golden Gales.
Yeah, I think critical difference in that one, Cam. Arc9 did not have hostile takeover already.
Yes.
Used it earlier on that Dragon.
Or
So
Flash.
for that big team fight, yeah, or Flash for that matter, didn't have those summoners or spells ready for that big team fight here. And Gales, they recognize that they pull the trigger. They're able to answer back. Unfortunately for them, they get the kills. They're not getting any turrets here. Wilson's shoving as hard as he can, but Arc9's soon going to show up mid. And meanwhile, Atmos was just hard shoving top, actually took a turret. So when all said and done, I think the Royals are okay with that trade that just happened.
Maybe. I mean, they are scaling, you know, and team comms right now, you're saying, all right, guys, we lost one team fight, we won the team fight before, we're just simply scaling as Atmos will just continue being that split push threat that he has been doing so well at really throughout the series, right? He's got a, quick maths, 50 CS lead, roughly, over Tanksys right now, just because Tanksys has been playing a lot more for the team throughout this early game so far, and Atmos exclusively playing on the side lane. I think the only time he has even left his lane was in the level 2 invade question mark that he did. So he's really had all the time in the world to be able to get as much CS as he could possibly hope for. As Baron is kind of the next objective on the table. There is a Dragon Soul point spawning in 3 minutes though.
And I feel like the next team fight, Cam, is really going to tell us a lot about how the rest of the game is going to go. Because to give credit to Gales, Xavier has found really good engage angles in almost every single fight. Even the one they lost at the Herald there, Xavier still found ways into the backline and was what forced out Arc9 and Noping in the initial engage there. So I have no doubt they'll find the engage. The question is, do they have enough follow-up to clean up, especially into the likes of a hostile takeover here. And with that Baron potentially being on the table, I don't know if either team's going to move for it this early. It's a little bit risky. I suspect it's more likely we see the Dragon be the big decider. And as I say that, never mind, prove me wrong, Crown. Crown just went beeline straight for the Baron. Didn't realize there's still a ward in there.
Crown heard you specifically calling out ROC, and he was like, all right, I'm going to take that personally. Let's go start the Baron, and let's go team fight over it as well. Absolutely perfect CC connected by everyone on the Golden Gales. 3 members, I mean, just instantly blown up by the Royals. You only have your bot lane left. They don't have their ults. They don't have their summoner spells. Evelyn barely has an HP bar, but you know what doesn't have an HP bar either is this Baron. We are getting our smite back up in a couple of seconds here for Xavier Noping. He has vision in the pit. He's going to try and steal it. Even with that extended range over the wall, unfortunately not quite timing it just right to be able to steal that Baron. That's 3 kills plus a Baron for nothing on the Golden Gales.
Oh my goodness, here. Cam, I can't believe the Royals did that. This is why I said Baron was risky to start up. At 20 minutes, Baron does so much damage here. And granted, you've got a Jinx, you've got an Olaf, and you've got a Trundle, all really good at burning down this Baron here. But you're just also squishy, and you corralled in there. So the Gales just came in, and the Gales, they just made a beeline. The moment they started that Baron, you could see everybody just running in. TP called in from Tanksys as well here, and that was all they needed. And now that they've got that lead as well, remember I was talking about the Dragon. Dragon's coming up in 40 seconds here, Cam. And the Gales now have the advantage coming into this one. Not just gold from kills, but the fact that they've got that Baron additional damage as well. If they find Arc, it's just icing on the cake right now.
Oh no, Arc is dead, and somehow Noping is dead as well. I think he might have been trying to peacefully farm in the bot lane, and there's just no such thing as peacefully farming in the bot lane at this point in the game. Xavier and Evelyn just continue to dive on the supports of Royals. Blue is next up on the table, and just that blast cone is what's going to keep him alive. He was holding on to both Flash and ult just in case, but still, 5 members strong for Golden Gales. All 5 have that Baron ready for them as well. Tanksys, he's just the member that's forced to deal with Atmos. Remember, Tanksys unfortunately doesn't have TP up at this point in the game, but he's here to just keep Atmos off the rest of the team, okay, pretty much.
Yeah, and this time, despite Atmos's utmost efforts to split push here, yes, he gets the inner turret, but it's answered by 2 winners on the side of Gales with the Baron buff here. Getting caught out, Noping and Arc9 separately on top of that was definitely a rough blow for them. They're going to lose 2 and the Dragon as well. And interestingly, you mentioned Tanksys' job is to match Atmos. I want to highlight Tanksys' build here with the Shadow Flame. What we've been seeing a lot of for Gwens is Riftmaker into Deathcap or Shadowflame. And that's actually a team fight build for the most part. What you're trying to do is use that needle work on as many members as you can in a team fight, burst them out initially. It's not great for extended trades. And into the Olaf here, I think it's a bit more, it's got a bit more utility because you do counter that shield that Olaf gets a little bit. I don't know though if it's going to be enough to match without that Nashor's Tooth just yet. I feel like in extended trades, Olaf will still be able to handle that. So, you know what? If Tanks can't win the 1v1, you can always just call backup.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think Tanks is even necessarily building to win the 1v1 at this point. He's just, I mean, he's here to win team fights now. Essentially is 5 members strong for both teams. We're playing a little bit of ARAM for a couple of seconds here on the top side. This is the final outer turret standing on the map. I mean, there's almost no turrets left outside of the inhibitor turret. So, I mean, yeah, you know, let's just find things left to the top side for funsies. You know, landing once again, just absolutely insane engage there by Evelyn. Xavier setting it up perfectly for him as well, and Ranger just gets to deal all the damage. Looking so good on the mid lane vein. Kral just about able to flash away from the final auto that would have certainly killed him. I mean, yeah, they were sitting underneath the turret on the top side thinking that that turret would give them any safety whatsoever, and Xavier and Evelyn made sure that they knew it just simply won't.
Yeah, and here's the thing, is that your auto turrets aren't worth defending 25 minutes into the game, Cam, not at the expense of your entire team there. And there was still Baron buff on Gales when they started that dive there, so they were confident they could take the turret the moment they could focus it down. And because of the lead they accrued here, I'd love to see a Baron power play. Unfortunately, we don't have that, but the gold they must have accrued on that was massive. They got the kills, They got the turrets here. So that dive on the top side becomes so much easier. If you had just left the outer turret and then tried to defend the inner after Baron drops, I think the Royals would have been okay. They would have been able to hold it. But now not only do you lose 3 members on that top outer turret, you lost your inner as well. And you're now reduced to your base turrets. Your vision is going to have to be on point for Royals right now because they have no turrets to help their minions push in.
Yeah, once again, unfortunately, we don't get to see the exact gold lead because of the new patch today, but this is my time to randomly guess on the gold lead. I'm gonna say, let's go 8,500 for the Golden Gales. That's my official prediction. What's yours?
I'm going 10k gold lead.
10k. Oh wow. Okay. I have some faith. You know, they got some tower plates. They got some early game kills. You know, at most. He had a good time in the early game. He was until he got 3-man collapse upon in 26 minutes on the top side, you know. I think he might have thought that there was still a turret here, and just there unfortunately is not. Kral as well, going in a little bit too deep here in the mid lane, does get that Zillion for some extra healing, but Ranger will immediately be able to put him back into the wall if the blast gun wasn't there. I spoke a little bit too soon.
Damn, those are 2 AD carries going 2v4 here. That should not be allowed. And the fact that the Gales are able to do that, yeah, that's an issue right there. And Chrono Shift did get burned from Blues, will not be available for that next fight. And that's allowing Gales to play so aggressively here because they know that, hey, we can step up and who's going to engage on us? Where's your engage? Atmos is dead. If Kral runs at us, he dies this time.
Yeah, Kral, especially without a Zillion on his head, he will just simply die in an engage, which that's essentially the point of a champion at this point in the game. He is building full tank. He is building for that essentially run in and die type of engage, but you can live at least a little bit longer if you have that Zillion ult as well. By a couple more seconds, you have 50 seconds remaining on that Infernal Soul point for both teams now, or there's a Baron right now. Might as well just go take that Baron.
Yeah, the Gales got the first one by shoving Royals off. This time they shoved Royals into their base and just fall back. And look how quickly it went down to that fast. Double Blade of the Rune King, Winsu's build coming up for Rager and Wilson there. Jeez, they took every turret pretty much outside the base with that first Baron here. Their only base turret standing, and if I'm Royals, I'm sweating right now. So far, they have not managed to find a single fight on their terms. Every single fight so far, Noping's been forced out early. Chrono Shift has to be burnt almost immediately here. And Chrono Shift is great. It keeps somebody alive, but don't forget, while they're reviving, they're not doing damage. If they can't defend Noping's resurrection, it does not matter that Noping is resurrected at all.
3 seconds left on this Infernal Soul point here. Royals just gave up the Baron. They might as well just be giving up this Dragon here as well. There really is no team fight to be had, even if it is on their terms, even if it is like a 5v4 or a 5v3. it so heavily depends on the members that are there, and like you said, the members that are able to deal damage in that moment. Their only chance of getting that Baron was the Jinx ult trying to steal it, and even that, fortunately, will not just be that perfect timing moment to be able to claim it for themselves. Evelyn, Brennan, just run a little bit too close for my comfort.
And the other thing too is I'm looking at Atmos once again trying to split push. Reminder, Atmos doesn't have TP. So he's doing a great job split pushing. If he ever messes up, Taxis can just join the fight and Gales can just look
don't
at the
mess
game.
up.
Yeah, and so far he hasn't. But it's a very, very fine line right now. And I've got to give massive kudos to Atmos. In both games so far, he's been huge for his team. Even though he died a couple of times on that Ribbon, he was still massive in their team fights here. I don't know if your Olaf can do the same thing. We're seeing his Olaf get shredded while he's trying to engage here. Now look, Atmos outside of his base here. The Gales don't quite have vision topside, so they don't know where Atmos is, but they're feeling real comfortable with this Baron to just push in and siege right now. And for Atmos, I don't know if he can find a good flanking position into all of these members. It's just so much damage, they can just turn on him in a second.
Yeah, there simply is no way for Atmos to really join the rest of his team in a fight, and that's why he has been on split push duty for about the past 15-20 minutes since the last time he has even been seen outside of top lane here. Bio inhibitor turret is on the top side here. Xavier does not land that fear onto enough members to actually warrant any sort of engage. Mid lane inhibitor is gone. Bot lane inhibitor next up here on the table. You don't have any sort of onslaught of shadows to actually engage a team fight here, but Evelyn holding on that flash, holding on to that ult as well on the set. Bot lane inhibitor completely gone now. They're pretty much just waiting for the top lane inhibitor to fall as well.
Yeah, that was unironically a zoning ultimate from Xavier there. Even if you can't find kills, you did push them out and you got 2 inhibs for it. Super's going to be pushing in about 40 seconds here once they actually walk up there. And for Royals, it's do or die, baby. You got to find some kills. My eyes are in open here.
Fight.
Yep, it has to be Nopin who carries this one. 3 items, IE completed as well right now. If Nopin can find enough damage, I believe that the Royals can survive one more team fight. But it has to be off the back of the AD carry.
Come on, Noping. We believe you got 3 guns, almost 4 guns completed. That GA being built next up as well. Will Noping complete that GA? Not even really important, I would say. He has a stopwatch, which is more than enough he really needs, as we do get... Oh, wait. Leave this up for a second. I gotta do my quick maths. Okay, 2K jungle... 5K mid? Oh god. 2K. Okay, that's 12.
11K.
I mean pretty close. Got it. Let's go.
Yeah, that 11K. That's more than 10K. It's kind of rough, but hey, I've seen Jinx's turn worse here, and most notably, the Jinx is only down about 1,400 gold. Jinx is still very, very rich. Crow now forcing that engage here. Last chance, let's go!
Again, here comes the onslaught of shadows, but there is no follow-up, and now the rest of Golden Gales arriving just a little bit late. Look at the backline. Look at Xavier. He can't join the rest of his team, and underneath the turret, they are falling. Blue's last member standing. You do still have a little bit of HP left on Atmos. He is still alive, but the rest of his team has fallen. It's a 4v3. Double kill coming up for Tanks on the back half of it, but Atmos just gets to freely run the Tanks as he could run him down to his Nexus if he really wanted to. And I mean, that's what it looks like. Nope. All right, we're good.
Go back. Your base.
No, the base. You do still have 2 inhibitors taken. You do still have to defend your Nexus, but 4 kills, 4 shutdowns going in the favor of the Royals is exactly what they needed.
Well, Cap, I told you I believed in Nopin, I believed in the Royals, and they did manage to win. I'm calling that a win. It's a 3 for 4.
For sure.
They won here. And they kept the charts alive, which to me right now is the bigger win here. Atmos, though. Atmos just running people down the back line. And for the Gales, they threw everything in the kitchen sink at Noping. Sure, you killed Noping, but Noping did enough damage that Atmos could play Janitor right now. They can do it once here, Cam. They can do it again. And the Gales... You know what? Don't try and siege them. Just play around the objectives here. Baron's coming on 40 seconds. Dran's coming on 30 seconds. You might not be able to beat them under a turret. But we saw Atmos playing outside a turret the other time and win that. So, Gills, take a page out of their books, pardon me here. And just don't fight it. Just take a book off your shelf, right?
Oh no, they walked out so far here. Atmos does have the GA to buy a little bit of more time, but there it goes through Donald landing onto a grand total of
the chrono ship
in the backline though, doing a lot of extra pressure taken, surviving for so long as well. Atmos doing the same exact thing to the other backline, but he is sent back to the fountain. 60-second death timer on your top laner. 5v4, you got the Infernal Soul on the map now as well for the Golden Gales. And I mean, you got the kill on top laner as free as it can get for the next Baron plus Infernal Soul.
Yep, and the Gales wasting no time here. They've sent Xavier down there with Wilson to take Dragon. Are they going to set up Baron at the same time? Evelyn now into the pit, gonna clear out that ward here. Royals, is there a chance? Krell has smite, and he's running right as fast as he can here. Is going to get spotted out. Razor?
Okay, no. Oh, maybe? No. Xavier has ult. Xavier no ghost, but he does have ult. He's gonna pop up, landing on the three.
They found Noping.
He just one-shot Noping. I mean, 80 carry, no go, bye-bye. Kyle using that blast gun to get over the wall just barely to safety. That's a 40-second death time now on your 80 carry. Again, Evelyn taking that Baron as best as he can, but without an 80 carry, without any damage available to Royals, they're just gonna take that Baron.
The entire time here, Cam, Winnin's just pushing into the base. Actually took down one of the Nexus turrets there. So Royals, they're on their last breath here. Last time, they fended off under turret. This time, though, Cam, they're running into an Infernal Soul plus a Baroned up team, which is almost all level 18 at this point, barring their support. Almost full build for almost every member as well of the Gales. And for Royals here, yeah, I had faith last time. I don't know if I've got enough faith this time.
One more team fight. That is all you get here for the Royals. You have your inhibitors respawn now as well, and it is all going to come down to whether they can survive that original engage from both Evelyn and Xavier. If they can get those ultimates on cooldown and then hopefully still have their ults off of cooldown, I think that would be the turning point here, as well as just Doping hopefully not getting one shot. But you know, he has the GA. I think he used a stopwatch last team fight, luckily, so getting that GA on cooldown or off of cooldown even for this next team fight is going to be very, very helpful if they need to engage this team fight here. One inhibitor almost just taken. This is an excellent 4-1 here coming out from the Golden Gales. Both inhibitors taken at the exact same time, which again means they get to respawn at the exact same time here as well. Nexus turret next up under Fryer. One is already taken. That last one still sitting at full HP, which just gets to buy a little bit of extra time here for the Golden Gales. Hanks has taken about 40% of his HP just from some poke, but there's 3 Baron minions, Baron cannon minions even, just cannon firing down this Nexus turret. I mean, it is so hard for the Royals to try and keep this final Nexus turret alive, and as I say that, it lives on 1 HP. It gets that region. Xavier trying to ult in, but he only gets to get one member. That being Arc will fall. He doesn't have the ult to keep him back alive, and that is going to be enough. Just like that, Golden Gales finally take the final Nexus turret, and with that, they're 2-0 on the night.
Cam, when we were prepping for this game, I told you that perhaps the top lane would be the biggest mismatch between these two teams. Tanxus, Diamond 3, Atmos, Masters here. But Tanxus has proven me wrong time and time again this series. I think Tanxus is probably the second most important person for the Gales in this series here. Congrats to them for their win. And to me, well, I was told Xavier's their MVP. And my goodness, is he triple banned in game 1, still massive here in game 2 with the Hecarim. Every single engage, Cam, he just don't miss.
Yeah.
Even if he doesn't get a kill, he gets turrets, he gets structures. Every one of those unstoppable onslaughts were absolutely beautiful to behold. And for the Royals here, and it hurts to see a friend lose, but I mean, the Gills just played that so well.
In our heart of hearts, we're cheering on Kral. I've casted Kral like 3 times in the past 2 weeks. I mean, he's just everywhere right now, man. But unfortunately, will not be able to take the win for his team here today. But fortunately, I mean, Golden Gales, that was a really nice 2-0. It was a little bit back and forth, especially at the end of that game too. I mean, clean up a couple of those macro plays, I think, and I mean, that was just a clean 2-0 for him tonight.
Yeah, game 2 macro particularly looked a little bit sloppy initially, but towards the end was beautiful to behold. They definitely cleaned it up as the game went on, and you know, for the Gales here, they had a bit of a rough season last split in spring. Coming into this split, they're looking to be top of the table, and they are looking like it's not going to be too hard for them to be top of the table. Their only loss so far came at the beginning of the season, and they've only been getting better. Cam, I cannot wait to see Gales in playoffs here because they keep this trajectory of improvement here. The playoffs are going to look absolutely nutty with how they're playing.
Oh yeah, for sure. And as we said before as well, are we pretty sure that this locks them, if not guarantees them a tiebreaker for the first seed now, bringing them up to 5-1 in series score? If I'm remembering that correctly, RMC? Yes.
Be 4-1 for them.
4-1. Okay. One of them was 4-1. I was like, is
yeah.
the 4?
The Royals were 4-1 because UTM dropped out, whereas Gales have already played the UTM game. So.
Okay, I got it. 4-1 now for the Golden Gales, hopefully at least locking them into a tiebreaker, if not just first place for themselves after the standings finish for this week. But that is all the time we have for you here on the NECC broadcast. I have been Camcom RMC. Thank you very much for casting. Thank you very much for Peta and Shiro running the stream behind the scenes, making it all happen. Of course, thank you to all of our previous casters casting the stream here tonight. We will catch you back here next Wednesday for some more League of Legends action.
Just a ghost inside.